everybody. Welcome to the Terror from the Underdeep Countdown Show. I'm Joseph Goodman of Goodman Games, and these are my friends and colleagues. I'll pass it to Chris.
Hey everybody, I'm Chris, the director of 5e at Goodman Games, and I'm going to pass it along to Matt.
My name is Matt Hildebrand. I am the art director for Goodman Games. And Joe's right, we're all friends.
Except for that
and he
one
doesn't
time.
pay us to say that.
Not at all. No.
If you get
How's it going?
if you get him personally in real life, the story might be different. But here on YouTube, we're all thick as thieves. So that's great news.
We're planning Dungeon Con for a reason, guys. Some people might disappear in the catacombs underneath.
True story.
No, actually, you gotta stay on track. Stay on track. All right, we're here to talk about Terror from the Underdeep. It's been what, 27 days, 28 days, 29 days. Hey, it's Shane from Pinnacle. Hey, Shane, how's it going, man?
Welcome.
I just noticed the chat there.
Yeah.
Thanks for supporting us, Shane. If you guys, I played Deadlands. I mean, it feels like 100 years ago. It must have been maybe 20 years ago, 15 years ago, something like that. It was an awesome game. And what was the miniatures one? The Great Train Wars? Was that the one?
Mm-hmm.
I still remember going to Gen Con and picking that up and having an awesome time with it. And that was Shane's creation way back when.
Nice.
And I see Martin in the chat. Hey, Martin. And
Yeah.
Kablooey. Hey, Kablooey. Hey, Shane. Great Reelers. That was it. Yeah.
There it is. Nice.
Yep.
Nice.
Dave Roser's in the trap. So all of our friends are here.
Yeah. Hey, everybody.
You must have a small list of friends like I do, Chris.
Yep.
If they're all here in the chat.
They're all here.
That's great.
So we've been doing this for almost a month now. We're in the final day. It's kind of amazing. We have 1,500 backers, which is awesome, just shy of 250K. In this final hour, we're hoping to clear 250K because that's the GM screen stretch goal, and we got a bunch of people saying they wanted that. We'd like it too. Hey, Martin. Martin's in the chat. How's it going, Martin? And yeah.
I'm excited to see what that GM screen, what shape it may take. I know we've kicked around a lot of different things, but I think that would be a super helpful thing for any judge who's going to run this, any DM who's going to run this, to have at their disposal.
And I vote for that artwork to be on the screen behind me.
The Draco Lich?
Yeah, I'm fond of it too. Yeah.
Chris is trying to get in a good word with the art director. This one.
Right. That's why I do this one. We both lean the same way there, Chris. What we need to do is perfect our fist bumps from one.
Yeah, nope, that's not right. It's this way.
There we go. Nice. Yeah, perfect.
But sometimes on Zoom it's like different, like mirrors your screen. Hold on, now I got to look at like the actual YouTube page. Wait, do it again.
Well, it looks like we're on different Brady Bunch rows. Otherwise, we technically were.
Oh, you are in different rows. All right.
Yeah.
It's a lost cause.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait, I can do this.
Do that or
do that. Go down. Anyway,
I gotta go down.
Oh wait.
I don't know.
Yeah, Matt, you got to go up and to your right, and then Chris has to go like down and up and to your left, and Chris has to go down and.
Wait, to my right or your right?
Chris goes to your right. Chris goes to Chris's right. Matt goes to Matt's left.
All right.
There,
like that.
We should call this Terror from the Rhythmic Gymnastics.
Yeah.
And what? Let's all do our chair exercises.
There's a reason we make books, people.
Yeah. And apparently not whatever you call this, synchronized fist bump.
Right.
So.
Synchronized fist bumps. Yep. Just wait till we do it at Dungeon Con. Hopefully we're a little more graceful when we're actually seeing each other face to face.
So I'm really excited about Dungeon Con. For those who don't know, go to our YouTube channel. There's a video where we just walk through the warehouse, but it's Saturday, May 3rd. Mark your calendar. We're actually going to open up our warehouse to the general public for a warehouse sale and mini-con. One-day mini-con. We walked the floor last week, and we think we can fit 8 tables. But it was kind of wild walking that floor with the perspective of letting regular people in there, because it is, most cons are at like hotels that have conference centers, and carpets and padded corners. And this is an industrial park. Like while we were standing there talking, trying to figure out, I think it was the handicap parking or something, like an 18-wheeler just went screaming by, it was like, you're like, we got to warn people as to what they're getting into. This is not the hotel convention.
It's fine. We were in the bowels of the Crown Plaza for a while there, and about every half hour a train would go by. So You know,
Oh,
I
it's
think we can
Incon.
handle it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's funny.
There's this one corner of our warehouse that we have like this place used to be like I think they built tractors or something, so it's like a chute basically. It really is like something out of Grim 2's traps. It's like a pit trap basically, and we have it like railed off, and then like there's caution tape everywhere, and we got orange cones, and like it's like you have to really make an effort to get in here because I don't want anybody to like somehow fall in. So I was talking to the landlord, and I was like in the off chance that some crazy person somehow manages to crash through this floor, where does it go? Like if we call 911 and say like rescue this guy, where do we send them? And he's like, I don't know, man. It's the tunnels. And this guy works. He's like the building maintenance guy. And I was like, what do you mean? How'd he get there? And he's like, I don't know. I've never been down there. There's tunnels underneath here. So apparently there really are like tunnels underneath here, which we will not be exploring for insurance reasons. But
We will definitely not take a field trip on Friday night after everyone leaves and go down
Yeah.
there with headlamps. We definitely will not do that.
Actually, what we will definitely be doing is signing very extensive waivers approved by a lawyer to basically say it's your own darn fault, whatever you do.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be fun though. But it is definitely when you walk around with an eye towards like it just takes one klutz, you know, who's gonna trip over a pallet, go flying into the wizard van, knock it into the pit, you know, and there's a lot that can go wrong.
Nice.
Anyway, I like Martin's comment. It's a funnel convention where you fall into the Underdeep, which is about accurate, I think.
Yeah, exactly. How else do you expect us to do research for the next dungeon adventure? Right.
Right. We'll write it off as a research trip. Exactly.
There you go. There you go.
So you can see we all coordinated on our wardrobes today. That's what we do here at Goodman Games is we coordinate on wardrobes. So yeah, if you Giants hit harder, although my stupid camera follows me, so I can't. Yeah. There you go. So you can add this t-shirt on as part of the crowdfunding. If you want to, you know, we should have a cheer team at Dungeon Con and you have to wear this t-shirt.
That's fine. Yep. Yep. I thought today might be the last wearing, but I guess not. Now I'm going to have to keep it in pristine shape until May. That's great.
Chris, how are your baton twirling skills?
Not good. Not good at all.
Okay. You're off
generally not good at sports in general. So, and it's why I became a biologist and then a writer.
But you're like Mr. Football. You were the one watching the Super Bowl.
I watch sports, so I know that's weird. I know that not many gamers actually watch sports. Even my kid was like, "Oh, hey, I heard that Super Bowl thing was on the other night." He's like, "How did that go?" And I'm like, "Wow." It's not even. Sometimes I'm not even sure he's my son. So.
Yeah, I do think the Venn diagram between, you know, avid sports fans and gamers might be a little small.
Yeah,
but
not a lot of crossover there.
Yeah, yep, but you're in it. So own it. That's great.
I mean, after all, Winter Fantasy was Super Bowl weekend, and I don't think it hurt their attendance at all. So
probably true. Probably true.
Yeah. So I see in the chat, Brett is telling us that Brendan actually used to be a cheerleader.
Ooh, that is a question I think we're going to need to bring up.
I think that's a live stream right there.
Yeah.
I could see that totally. I could also see team mascot. Like I think Brendan has like team mascot written all over him.
He does.
Yeah.
He could totally do that.
It's true. Brett says it's true.
It's true. Right. Oh, he's saying it on the internet. It has to be true.
Nice.
I will say with Brendan, every time I hang out with him, I learn about a new job he used to have that I didn't know he had. I mean, almost every time. It's like, remember when I was a fry cook? Remember when I ran the pawn shop? Remember when I was a cheerleader? Like every time.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a good NPC trait, like for someone in the dungeon with you, right? They talk about all the old jobs they had as they're carrying your torch.
That's actually really funny. Except all their jobs will be like a turnip farmer and like whatever goat
the
herder,
whole zero level list. Yeah, exactly.
Tannery. Yeah, I know.
Haberdasher. Yeah.
Haberdasher.
Cobbler. Yeah, exactly.
He wore the costume and everything. Oh, how about that?
Yeah.
All right.
How about that? So I have a sample to show you guys. This is early on in this project. We showed off somewhere in here. I have it, the Art and Arcana Deluxe Clamshell Edition, but the printer has mocked up the one that we will hopefully use for this project. And I just got it in the mail, so I thought I would show this to everybody. My stupid Zoom filter thing screws it up. Hold on, let me turn off the blur background. So yeah, look at my office. Lots of cool art. So yeah, so this is an add-on, folks. You can upgrade to the deluxe clamshell edition. I like to think of this as, we did a lot of cool foil stuff and leatherette treatments over the last couple of years. We're going to take that concept and applying it to the classic box, the box, the set of, D&D's been in a box since 1974. We all have a soft spot in our hearts for that, but we like to make things a little more tactile and special here at Goodman Games. So we will be doing a clamshell edition upgrade option. It'll have foil. Matt, your mock-up had foil all along the edges, and I feel like we kind of have to do that now. Like, it looks so cool,
Nice.
and so many people have responded to that. But
nice.
I think you called it foil flooding, I believe was
Yeah,
the term you
we're gonna
used.
flood that sucker with foil. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. That's cool. But yeah, it opens up. It's got the clamshell. We already cleared the stretch goal for interior printing, so you can take your books out, and this basically then, see if my camera will catch up to me. Come on, camera, come down here. There we go. It'll the camera follows my face. There we go. Okay, so it'll sit on your desk. That's as far as it goes. But it actually stands up on your desk as like a GM screen.
Nice.
And then this mock-up has the elastic straps there. I don't know if we'll clear these, but maybe even if we don't clear it, I will see what it costs because they're pretty cool. But the idea is the way they set it up at the printer, they had strapped in some of the booklets, but you can then strap in, Chris, I think it was your idea. You could strap in handouts or whatever.
Yep.
And show them to the players and then turn
maps.
it back around.
If you are using it for a gym screen, you can put the maps up for the level that they're on or the amazing giant tables. Because don't forget, you're going to get a free PDF with this huge box set of love. So you'll have the ability to just press print on one. Just make sure you print just the page you want, not the whole thing. Because then you'll print out 450 pages plus of content. And then you'll be like, wait, my printer cartridge is dead. So
that sounds like, remember that children's book? If you feed what was that one? If you feed a mouse
a cookie.
Yeah, then it goes on and on and on, and then this, that, and the other. Yeah.
There's a whole series of them now, I think. Yeah.
Anyway, point is just print one page at a time, and you can strap it in here. And the printer also sent books. These were I forget the exact specs. We gave them 128 pages each or something for the mock-ups, but 4 mock-ups, 120. It's nice and substantial. And then they included, I believe this is the cardstock. So the inspiration tokens / whatever other kind of tokens we put on here. And then they sent the map mock-up. So you got your 11 by 17. And then I believe this is they all 11. I think I told them to do 117 by 22, but I didn't get that. So we'll ask them about that. But anyway, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's substantial and hefty and feels cool.
Thanks. Sorry, I was distracted. I was writing the first few pages of "If you feed a gong farmer some rations," our own take on the mouse in a cookie book. I'll get back to it though. I apologize.
If you feed a gong farmer some rations, then he's gonna need a toothbrush. And then to get a toothbrush, they don't make toothbrushes, so he has to go kill a chicken and take its bones and drill little holes in it and put feathers in it to make a toothbrush.
and find a real pig face orc for a little bit for those bristles.
Yes. Did you know that the guy who invented toothbrushes was actually in prison
at the time it was invented?
Yeah, or at least this is my memory from some book I read years ago.
Yeah.
Apparently, I guess he had bad teeth in prison or couldn't get a dentist or whatever, so it was a bone, like a chicken bone or a pork bone or something. He drilled holes in it and then stuck, I forget what, straw or something. He basically invented the toothbrush because he couldn't get dental care in prison.
Wow.
And I guess his name was Johnson. Wasn't it Johnson? Is it a brother named Johnson? I don't know.
No. Let's not
Johnson
go there.
Johnson.
No.
Just because or Oral B, what's the other one? Maybe his last name was B. But either way, apparently it was invented by somebody in prison, and that's awesome. What I read in some book at one point. Yeah.
Well, just think of all the cavities that we're not getting that we can thank him for, right?
Yeah.
After all these years.
Exactly.
That's great.
So we're at 247,414, closing in on the 250K mark, which would be the awesome free GM screen. And if you're a viewer out there looking to see, maybe help us close out this final amount, obviously the t-shirts, you can add those on, or it's $20 to upgrade your box set to the clamshell edition, which is one in the add-ons tab. And that's an option as well. if either of those appeals to you.
And they should, because they're going to be awesome.
They are.
I'm definitely hoping we get there. That's for sure. Plan on flooding some foil and getting some cool maps and et cetera, et cetera. I don't even think it doesn't matter what I'm going to run. I'm going to use this clamshell as a GM screen for the rest of time.
Yeah.
Yes. It is pretty cool. I mean,
Yeah.
we also announced Castle White Rock for later this year, and that's like a whole other. That box has got to be another. Chris, I don't know. It's going to be another inch thicker or something. There's so much
probably
content in
about
there.
that. It'll be significantly larger.
Yeah, but I'll have the printer do a mock-up. I mean, I assume the same hinge thing will work. Sometimes they get to the point where like the cardstock can't support the weight, but yeah, it'd be cool to also offer the same sort of concept there, because I think we're the only people doing this, as far as I'm aware.
Yep. And then we can have clamshell fights at Gen Con.
Yep.
Or Chris, I think it was you who coined the phrase, "I got clamshelled by Goodman Games." Was that you? Maybe that was Matt.
That might be me, but either way, it doesn't matter.
Matt. So
Matt
I was just the one that was
that one.
yeah, I was just the one that was going to stat up the gargantuan clam. So
there you go.
Yeah.
I had a story that I'm going to keep to myself about that. Cool.
About standing up giant clams?
No,
yeah, I have like 4 stories about that.
No, I had remember that one time I worked as a giant clam, Brendan would say. No, that's I think I told you, Joe, I had a creative director at one point who said any idea that's had while I'm in the building is my idea. So I mean, this is Chris's project, so he can have I was clamshelled by Goodman Games. That's totally fine.
Yes. Yeah.
Nice.
All right, I'm seeing in the chat. Oh, Martin took off to go to work. See you later, Martin. And somebody ran a game on Super Bowl Sunday. Good idea. Yeah, Joe Arama, GM's guide on the inside. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna print something on the inside. We got to figure out exactly what, but some sort of GM tables or something would definitely be good call.
Placemat maps. I like the sound of that too.
Yeah.
Placemat maps.
Take the subsalts right off.
That's great. Fluorescent lights. I'm not sure what that means.
Going on here. Gong Farmers Local 221 in the house. Welcome.
Excellent. Nice.
Yeah, we have a lamenting of bookshelves collapsing. It looks like. So you lose. Kablooey actually sent me up a mock-up of that T-shirt through the customer team. Yeah, that was I think in the first stream. I think that was the kickoff stream. We were talking about you lull, you lose, and I made a comment about that needs to be a T-shirt. He sent me a mocked-up T-shirt that says you lull, you lose.
That's great.
Yeah,
that's really funny.
Really cool.
And Kablooey, I don't know if you saw my comment from earlier today. Actually, it wasn't that long ago, but every time I see your name Kablooey, I'm reminded of a classic Calvin and Hobbes comic strip. You guys all remember Calvin and Hobbes, where Calvin wrote a short story, and the short story's name was Hamster Huey Goes Gooey Kablooey. And every time I see Judge Kablooey, I think of Calvin and Hobbes, which makes me happy inside. So
that's great. For my older son, we just got him the Calvin and Hobbes like complete collection.
Yes,
for his birthday. It's like 4 thick volumes. I haven't torn into it yet, but I have a lot of like the old singles, I guess you'd call those books.
They were great.
Yeah,
they were
great.
So awesome. So for us gamer nerds who spent most of our time, imagining we were somewhere else, like Calvin and Hobbes was just like, right there. Spaceman, Spiff, the whole 9 yards. And then he'd have to snap back to reality because he didn't write his book report or something. And,
yes, exactly.
And bats are bugs,
Yeah, that's right. You're right. I mean, from that perspective, you're right. It is just like the kid with the overactive imagination. I mean, the secondary character in the strip is like made up, stuffy. So like, you're totally right.
His snowmen were the best. Like when he had like the decapitated snowman, and the snowman were like holding its head, and just the graphic snowman art.
Yeah, I got to flip through this now that my son has it. That'll be fun. We also got the Far Side compilation.
Yeah.
They did a version of like every Far Side ever, which is also very entertaining.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was I think it was like the second Gen Con I was at. So this would be late 80s. We spent a couple extra days in Milwaukee and we went to the Milwaukee if it was the art museum or which museum it was, but they had a Far Side exhibit where they had a bunch of the original art
Oh,
and
that's
stuff. And
awesome.
oh my God, it was amazing. So far that, and that was like late 80s. That was in the heyday of Far Side, Calvin and Hobbes, and newspapers and all that kind of thing. For all you young folk that don't know, these newspapers were sent out every day and they had comic strips in them.
They had other stuff too, but some of us just read the comic strips and like,
Yes, apparently there was,
yeah.
world stuff, and there was a sports section too, which I might or might not have frequented. So
yes.
I
Yeah.
didn't realize there was a sports section there. That's interesting.
yeah.
Yeah.
After the lifestyle section generally. And
After
entertainment.
the lifestyles.
That's funny. I think back to Calvin and Hobbes for a minute. I think there's a great documentary on Bill Watterson, the enigmatic creator as well.
Yeah,
Yep.
and how he just kind of walked away, and he was obsessed with not doing the standard, whatever it was, the 3-panel thing, and he always wanted to wanted to be more of an artist and do big panels and all that, and he like apparently he fought those battles like with the newspapers and stuff about I don't restrict my creativity.
Yep. And then refused to sell rights to different parties over the course of time. And he was a real dude.
Yeah, he was a very intriguing guy who could have, from what I understand, made a lot more money and didn't. So
he probably made enough. I mean, they're still selling Calvin and Hobbes books. I'm sure he's doing fine in retirement.
I'm sure.
Yeah. We have a question related to the project. We should probably answer that.
What?
From Joe Rava.
Uh,
yeah. Reminder, we're here to talk about Terror from Underdeep. Not Calvin and Hobbes. But nothing wrong with Calvin and Hobbes. Just yeah.
Do the 3X adventures tie together or just separates? What are the 3X adventures?
I think he means the 3 floppy adventures.
Okay,
so
the 3 floppy adventures. They are not specifically designed to go together, but you could link them together all for first level characters. So you'd have to probably do a little bit of work. Because if you run through the entire ones, you're probably going to be like 3rd level at the end. So they're not specifically tied into, they're kind of more like one shots. So
gotcha. I know sometimes in the past, some of the 5e adventures have, a couple paragraphs about how to, if the characters are a little bit lower level, what to do, and if they're higher level, what to do.
Yep, that's our kind of our standard operating procedure. We call that our scaling the adventure kind of hints. It basically gives you a rundown of so if it's designed for 3rd level characters, it'll give you some hints on if you've got 1st to 2nd level characters, how you can change the bugbears to goblins and things like that, and make the traps harder or not as hard. So we try to do that, and we did that for all the giant adventures in here. We definitely did that because, again, as I told everybody, I feel like I've been saying this over and over, but all the giant adventures, you can play them in any order except for the storm giant adventure leads you right to the Underdeep. So you kind of got to play that one last, but you can start with fire giants and then go to hill giants and then go to the frost giants and then go to the cloud giants. You can do it in whatever order you want, and there's kind of tie-ins, and there are adventure hooks to kind of lead you to certain other adventures in that. So because of that, and we weren't sure, are you going to be 8th level or 11th level when you're going through this particular adventure? We did those scaling sections in each adventure so that you can kind of up or down the power of the challenges based on what the character levels are.
Awesome. I think there's a question too about it, whether or not it's a 0 level funnel, this version of Sailors, Chris.
Yes, this version of Sailors, no. For 5e, this is the 5e version is designed for 1st level characters. That's a great question, though, because the original Sailors on the Starless Sea was a 0 level funnel for DCC RPG.
Yeah. I've run it as a 1st level. I mean, 0 and 1st are in DCC, 16 0 levels are roughly equivalent to 4-ish 1st levels, maybe 5 or 6. So yeah, it's not that different. But it's still a classic and very fun and very entertaining adventure, no matter what rule set you use. It's just a classic. And I have to compliment that chatter, Mobius, Metroido. Either one of those would be a good handle. Combining Mobius with Metroid, good call.
Yeah, amen.
I just spoke on the phone a couple weeks ago with the kid, the guy, now the adult. But when I was a kid, this kid lived across the street from me. We played a lot of Nintendo, and I haven't talked to him in many years. But we were reminiscing about Metroid and all those classic games that we used to play on the NES.
Nice. Oh, it's like. Kablooey is suggesting there is a zero level book for 5e in the Goodman Game Shop.
Yeah, one of the
we have
third-party publishers did a zero level. Here's how you do 5e with zero level characters in a funnel. I do believe I own it.
Nice. Nice.
For research purposes.
Yes. So as of right now, the stretch goals we have cleared, I'm going to see if I remember them all. There's a bunch of additional delves. You got Hill Giant, Stone Giant, Fire Giant, Storm Giant, Cloud Giant. Who am I forgetting? Storm, Cloud, Frost Giant.
Yes.
Six giants.
6 delves.
6 delves for 6 giants. And you got the 2, so a total of 6 tables of giants bag contents too. 1 for each giant type. Then you have the upgraded maps. Then we have enhancements to the clamshell edition with the interior printing. I feel like there's something else we did too, but I can't remember it. But various options for this. Oh, and then backers submitted delves. Chris, tell people how they can submit their delves. We should probably remind everybody that.
That's great. So if you will check out our update, oh boy, I don't even remember which update it is. I'm gonna let people know what it is. I can do this. I can do this. I have lots of screens. Hopefully, I can do this. So yeah, so if you check out our update, yes, going on, come on, here we go. Nope, that's not it. That's not the one. That's not the one. Well, we did too many updates.
Time's up.
Yes, here we go. Now I need my glasses to see. 14 days ago, 2 weeks ago. Yes, 2 weeks ago, we put a project update. Backers can now submit 2-page underdelve. So our 2-page delve concept is an entire adventure that's spread out over 2 pages. There's exactly 1 piece of artwork, 1 map, and usually about 3 to 5, 3 to 6 encounters. Definitely good to drop into an ongoing system. They're kind of generic, so you can drop them in. 1 session play, you're in, you're out. But they're like a complete little adventure. You know, it's basically like an encounter with a bunch of different sub areas in it. So we did this for Dungeon Denizens back in the day where they were using the monsters from Dungeon Denizens. But we figured for this project, we're calling them Underdelves because we have 1 whole chapter of the book is a long trek through the Underdeep. And we figured, well, it would be great to actually have more of these little encounter areas that the game master could pick and choose and spread throughout those encounters. So the Goodman staff created several of them, but we have a bunch more that we want to make this book nice and thick. So we unlocked that. I believe it was at 1,000 backers. We unlocked the delves to basically delvers backers can submit delves to us. We will review them and then we will select as many as we possibly can because we only have a limited number of slots. And I believe we're up to, correct me, Joe, are we up to 8 slots right now?
8 sounds right. Off the top of my head, that sounds right. Yeah.
Yes. So so we will be taking 8 underdelves from backers. So and every, I believe it's 100 backers that we get, we add another delve on, another slot opens up, if you will. So all the instructions, the guidelines on how to submit a underdelve are in that update. There's actually even a sample one, so you can kind of see what a sample delve looks like. So that's like another preview too, because that's going to be one of the delves that's going to be underdelves that's going to be in the book. So yeah, we've already received several. We're going to be accepting submissions until 1 week from today at midnight Eastern time. So you have to get your underdelve submission in by February 18th at midnight for us to consider to be published in the book, because we don't want to hold up that book going to the printer. So we need to get those in right away. And then we need to develop them, edit them, create the artwork and the maps for them. It's a lot, actually.
And Chris, just to be clear, people should handwrite these submissions in cursive on college ruled paper, right? Or was there some other
Exactly.
guideline?
Don't do that. So in the
Right.
guidelines, it tells you exactly how you need to do it, right down to the font type and the font size.
And this is
That we
important,
want.
people. We reject stuff, and we've already had submissions from people who clearly did not look at any of these guidelines. Please look at the guidelines. It makes our
Yes.
lives easier and
Let's,
your life ultimately
yeah.
easier
Let's
too.
put it this way. If you follow all the instructions, you have a really good shot of getting your delve accepted. So, because that is the first thing that we look at, because, and people are like, well, it's like, you could just make those fixes. And it's like, well, we can, but if we get 100 of those submissions in, we're not
Right.
going to fix it 100 times. We're going to take the ones that are the cleanest and the easiest to use. So it's simple. It's like, half the battle. Come on, it's like GI Joe. Knowing is half the battle. Following the guidelines is half the battle of creating a good delve or anything that you're doing. Whenever you do anything for a publisher, always follow their guidelines. And this is a great opportunity. You will get paid if we accept your delve. You will get paid real money.
Real money.
And you'll get a contract, and then you will be published in the book alongside of Goodman Games established professional designers. And spoiler alert, when we did this back in our previous campaign, we actually liked some of the folks that submitted monsters, and we're using them as freelancers now. They've gone on to do other products. So this is a great way to get your foot in the door, or your tentacle in the door, or whatever, your fin in the door,
Flipper, fin.
flipper,
Yeah.
whatever. So
Wait, so Chris, there's another good question here in submission guidelines. I'm going to read
Sure.
this from the chat way back. Question regarding backer submitted delves. If a monster is not in the SRD, but is from, say, Volos, does it require a stat block?
Okay, yeah, we are not allowed to use anything that is not in the SRD. So you have
Unless we
to
make
use,
it up, but you can't take stuff
or
from like other
yeah,
Watsy
but
books.
if you make it up, then we need the stats, and delves don't allow you to have stats because they're too short. That's not true. If your stat box is really short, you could probably do it. But like it has to be really short, or you're gonna eat up your word count really quick. So remember, this has to fit on 2 pages, and stat boxes in 5e can tend to sprawl into 1 page if you're not careful. So so basically you have to utilize so you got to use stuff like goblins and ropers and things that we are allowed to use. And don't worry, we're going to check all that things, and if we really like your delve but there's something in there that's not in the SRD, well, we'll probably just change it. If we want to use the whole rest of the thing, we'll just be like, well, we legally can't do that, so we'll just do this. So don't worry too much about that. But again, yes, follow the rules.
And then there's another question here, Chris, that I think is relevant to this conversation. On backer submitted delves, how would you like the maps? Can I use MS Paint, or does it matter?
It doesn't matter because we're going to professionally redo all the maps. We just do ask that you attach the map in with the Word document. So however you do it, as long as you can get it in there, don't send us like a second file, because if you send us a second file, there's a good chance it's going to get lost. So whatever you want to do, take a picture. You can draw a hand map, take a picture with your phone, and then embed that picture, copy and paste that picture at the end of the Word document. That will work. We, believe it or not, we send things like that to our cartographers all the time. As long as it's clear and we can see the grid lines and everything, then it's going to be good.
Totally the case. I've seen much worse.
Yes.
And our cartographers have actually made them sparkle. So yeah, that's totally fine.
And then I see another question. That's why I'm asking, since the SRD has a tiny selection of appropriate CR levels. I would agree with that. You're going to see a lot of the same monsters probably in these. It's just the nature of the beast with these 2-page delves. If you can get a really small stat box in there, you can. I believe I already have 2 stat boxes in some of my underdelves because again, they're short. You got to be careful because you're limited to about 1,200 words total. And if 600 of those words are taken up by a stat box, then you only have 600 words to get the rest of your encounters. Not impossible, just makes it a little tricky. So
I will say this too. You have free reign to skin these monsters however you want. Like if someone writes up a delve and there's goblins or some kind of a appropriate underdeep creature, and you think that's too vanilla and you want to make it of fire breathing kobold, do it. Right.
Yeah.
There's nothing sacrosanct about those 5e stats or what's in the SRD and what's not. Make it your own.
Here's another great example. You can say there's a cave giant, and since there's no cave giant in the core books or in the SRD, you can just put in parentheses use fire giant stats. So it's a cave giant, but it
Yeah.
just uses the stats for the fire giant. And you could even go it a step further and be like, instead of fire damage, just add on extra bludgeoning damage or something like that. You can, there are lots of ways to kind of skirt around the not having to use a full-blown stat
No,
box.
Chris, that's a great call. You can just change the visuals on it and
Yep.
constantly call attention to the visuals. The way, like, you could have the Fu Manchu giant who's just got a crazy mustache, and like every time you describe him, you're like, and he whirls around and his mustache trails and whips ferociously. Like if you just use your words as a DM to constantly describe stuff, players will start like fixating on what are the powers of the mustache, and then the mustache sparkles and causes damage, which is the same as what the fire giant might cause. But yeah, you can easily just change minor changes to the visuals and how you describe it. Same stats, and it can be a totally different experience.
Yes. Yeah, really, it's a challenge to write a full adventure in 2 pages. At first, when the idea was posed to me, I didn't like it at all because I'm like, no, I want huge things that are 200 pages long. But then when I did a few, because we had to kind of test the concept out, it actually is a really interesting exercise, especially if you're a seasoned writer, to actually get all of your ideas and concepts kind of boiled down into that limited word count and still make it cool and exciting and fun.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. You want it to be cool, but so yeah, so it's a challenge, but like I said, the key thing is get things in by the deadline, because we are not going to waver on that deadline. I mean, midnight Eastern time, February 18th. And then also follow all the instructions that we put out there in the guidelines. They're kind of extensive, but that's kind of the way we like to do it. So, and we've already gotten several delves in. So we're already on a good start. So, and again, the more of those slots we unlock, hopefully we're gonna get to unlock another one. How far are we away from unlocking another one?
1574. Oh yeah, you're right. It's only 20 something backers away. Was
All
it
right,
26
so
backers?
we're 26 backers away. So that's not unreasonable, I don't think, to get another slot. Hey, every time another slot gets unlocked, it's more chances for the folks that submit them to get theirs selected.
Yep.
Think about that, the odds go up. It's like, oh, you take one more. If you're right on that cusp, I mean, we talk about this in the NCAA tournament, the last four in, the last four out. Maybe you're on that last one out, but oh, if there's one more slot opened up, now all of a sudden you're in. So,
Yep. Now
That's
there was
you're talking about sports now, right?
yeah, that was sports. Yeah, I know.
Cool.
No,
Oh,
that's
is
why
that a
nobody understood it.
sport?
Yeah,
Oh.
that's why nobody understood it.
That's
So,
like the one with the ball. It
yeah,
doesn't have the sword though, right? No swords.
no swords, not in
Yeah,
this one.
forget it. I'm out.
Yep.
I
And
didn't come on the stream to talk about this stuff.
Completely asked if we could use flumps, and yes, you could use flumps. They're actually Underdeep characters, monsters, excuse me. They're not very high level CR though, but I wouldn't be opposed to a flump delve.
Flump delve.
Yeah.
There was, we don't need to change the subject if we're still going to talk about delves, but there was an advanced advantage question too, Chris.
Oh, was there?
Yeah, I can read it to you.
Sure.
They asked about adding funky gonzo dice to D&D. Do you have any plans to do more zero level funnels for D&D? This person seems like they're slowly trying to turn D&D into DCC. Now, I know a little bit about your plans for dice when it comes to advanced advantage, but maybe you want to illustrate that.
So yes, no, our goal is not to turn D&D into DCC. That's not what we're trying to do. We are trying to, enhance the 5e rule system and introduce a few of those funky dice, maybe, but not all of them. We're trying not to overwhelm folks. Not that it's hard to overwhelm gamers, because gamers can they can clearly handle funky dice sets that are double the size of regular dice set, and in general, RPG dice sets are already funky because they have more than 6 sides, or one has less than 6 sides. So no, that's not our goal. Our goal is really to kind of think of as house ruling 5e, where we're basically just tinkering with some of the rules, because it's kind of what we do. I mean, house ruling games, role-playing games, has been going on literally for decades and decades.
Yes.
We kind of can't help ourselves. I mean, you can make the argument DCC RPG is just one big house rule of the classic games
It is. I mean,
of
it like accumulated over the course of whatever 3 or 4 years, but it was
yeah,
basically a series of house rules to capture this and capture
yep,
that and capture that, and then it turned
exactly.
into yeah.
Exactly. So that's what we're kind of doing here. So no, Advanced Advantage is it's going to feel like 5e. It's not going to feel like any other game. It is going to feel like you are playing 5e. It's just there's going to be a couple of extra little different things on it that we think are going to be pretty popular, but we're hoping that folks who get the Advanced Advantage playtest packet during this crowdfunding and our subsequent ones this year are going to really kind of latch onto it and be like, oh, hey, I've got even more ideas, because we are still in the stages of putting this together. Nothing is, like we always like to say, nothing is in stone, even though there's a PDF out there that has rules on it. I mean, PDFs can be changed. So
Mhm.
so that's the deal. So it's like we haven't gone to print with any big books yet on this. So we're open to any and all suggestions. And that's really part of the reason we wanted to do this during our crowdfunding this year, was to get the backers, get them more involved, the whole community side of backing something. I mean, you can come and back our products just like it's a pre-order at a store, but that's no fun. I mean, we want people to engage and participate in the trivia and maybe do an underdelve and maybe get the playtest packet and give us some suggestions on that. That's what we feel like crowdfunding is all about. So let's bring the community back to crowdfunding. Let's make crowdfunding great again. Oh,
Crowdfunding is pretty fun. I like it.
so
Actually, the fact that backers can contribute and be part of it. I mean, yeah, I just remember the olden days when you'd order stuff off the online store and never know the humans on the other side. Just the fact that we can stream like this and interact with our customers is awesome. And the fact that customers can vote on stuff to include, I mean, Chris, several of the, was it Nulnir's Trident, I think, but several of the aspects of
Yep.
the adventure backers had the chance to vote on and shape, whether it's the powers of the magic item or the names of different things, and then eventually submit something to the final product. So we'll have a team of our professional designers do a whole bunch of the delves, but then have some number, I guess currently 8, that are also written by backers, which is really cool. It's an exciting time in the world of RPGs.
It is. And I think, not to get too far afield, but I think that you're kind of touching on the magic of RPGs themselves, right? Like, what other entertainment medium can you change, right? I get a comic and I'm like, oh, this comic's cool, but it's not like I can change it. However, if I get an adventure and I'm running it for folks, I can do anything I want with it. I can add, subtract, do whatever. And I think that's part of this magic. And I'm sure everyone involved in this hobby sees that too, right? They can make it their own. And this is a real way to do that with this project.
Yeah. Now, Chris, I think you identified the update that had the link to the submission stuff. Somebody in the chat is asking for what update was that, or where would people find that?
So under the community tab, and if you click updates, there's one that was done now 2 weeks ago today, and it's called Project Update. Backers can now submit a 2-page underdelve for potential publication. And Kablooey asked if we can put the guidelines in the chat.
Actually, it won't work for a lot of reasons, partly because that's a backer only post. You have to back to get access to the post. Right. So even if we put the link in, it wouldn't go anywhere. I mean, unless you're a backer, you won't get it. But you know what, Kablooey and everybody else, at the end of this project, probably tomorrow morning, we'll post kind of a thank you post. Maybe Chris, in that thank you post, just do like a reminder backer only section of like, by the way, repeating the submission guidelines, stuff like that.
Yep, they are out there.
Wait, I gotta say bye to Shane. Thanks, Shane. Appreciate it. Hopefully I'll see you at Gamehole again this year. Thanks, man. All right.
Cool.
But yeah, Chris, maybe just in that update, do like a recap of the submission guidelines or something.
I could certainly do that. You guys could also just shoot an email to the customer service team at info@goodmangames.com, and they can get you that link as well. So
cool. And yes, to answer this other question, if we back for $2 now, can we upgrade in the Pledge Manager? Yes, you can. And actually, let me say it this way. So for Caverns of Thracia, we had this slipcase add-on, which let me grab one. I got samples back here. Turned out awesome. And we sold a certain number in the crowdfunding campaign that I printed like an extra 25% because I figured people would add them on. We actually oversold them in the Pledge Manager stage because once people saw the final version, they liked it so much. We should have put on like a hard inventory count. So if you're watching this and you got this not in the crowdfunding, but in the pledge manager stage. There's unfortunately a chance that you may not be able to get it. We're currently going back and notifying some backers that we oversold it. So that is a long way of saying, Mr. Ray in DC, if you back for $2 now, yes, you can definitely upgrade the pledge manager. But when the pledge manager comes around, if you want something special like the clamshell edition, make sure you hop on that pronto, because we always print some extras. Usually it's like 10-20% because, you know, the mailman loses some, stuff like that. But with Thracia, like it was amazing how many people immediately added this on that had not added in the crowdfunding section, and we actually sold out of all the extras. So you can upgrade later. Just upgrade quick as soon as that pledge manager comes out, and grab the stock if it's some of the special stuff you want.
That's awesome. Yep.
Do we want to hint the overtime mode? Because I think we might need to tell people about that.
Yeah. Actually,
we're
wait,
getting
I
down
do.
where we only have 12 minutes to go, so people might want to know about that.
But let's keep the people in suspense for 11 and a half of those minutes, because I want to talk about something else. No, I'm just kidding. No. I want to mention to the teams, people also have a very small amount of time to vote in the last trivia challenge, which on my thing here says an hour left. So maybe it's like off from the main thing by an hour.
Possibly.
And remember, right now, Team Storm Giants is in the lead, followed by Cloud and Frost, which are pretty close. And if you answer, the team that answers the trivia with the highest accuracy amount will win something. Did we ever decide what we're going to give them, Chris and Matt? I can't really remember.
So we were just going to figure that out.
Yeah. I feel like was it Thracia where we gave them a shout out in the printed book, and
I believe we did.
I can't remember if did we print their names too, or was it just a team shout out?
I think we just did a team shout out in the main book, I believe it was.
Okay. I remember the early days of Kickstarters where we would always let the backers like submit their names, and then we'd go through and like do a thank you page. And then some project we did, the thank you page was like 6 pages long because so many people submitted their names. And then of course some joker submits naughty words or whatever. So then like somebody has the job of reading 6 pages of names and being like, gotta strike that one, gotta strike that one. So every time I love the idea of letting people submit their names, and then every time like the actual execution phase is like always a lot more work than we anticipated. But yes, to your point, Chris, maybe we just make sure we acknowledge Team Storm Giants and they get a special call out or a I don't know, 1-page recognition or something like that in the book.
Nice. That's
cool. Yeah, and it was Wally DM. There you go. But Wally, Cloud Giants. Wally mentioned that earlier. That's what made me think of it. So Wally, you need to get a lot of people to vote quick because Cloud Giants is trailing by 5%. So get rally all your Cloud Giants and have them charge the trivia. All right, and now Chris, to your point, should we talk overtime mode? And
I think we should tell people a little bit because it is just going to make things better. So
all right, let's make it all better. So the plan is oh, you start. Yeah, go ahead. I think we know the same plan.
So this is different than Kickstarter. So Backer Kit lets you do this thing where it's called overtime mode. So this campaign actually will not end in 9 minutes as long as we keep getting another bid or if somebody bumps their pledge up some money, right, Joe? Is that that's like
so it used to be had to be new people. Now it's if you're a new backer or you increase the dollar amount, so like you upgrade to do the clamshell or something like that. And I'm seeing now it actually says in the messages here, share the project in the next 3 minutes to keep it going. So maybe that's a new
that might be a new
functionality.
Yeah,
Backer Kit's cool because they're constantly evolving, but like they don't always publish an FAQ. So, but it looks like sharing the project will also now extend it 10 minutes if I'm reading this correct.
So this campaign will keep going. If you guys were part of our Caverns of Thracia campaign, we actually stayed. With that campaign continued, I think, for almost 7 additional hours. And we unlocked additional stretch goals and
we almost killed Bob Brinkman. I mean,
almost kill him. Yeah,
live on camera.
Yeah. So, and what's going to be really cool is we are also going to, for every amount of time that we go, I don't think we actually decided. I think we were thinking
30 minutes. I think we said 30 minutes.
For every 30 minutes of overtime that we get, we're going to actually give you guys another whole brand new monster.
What? A whole new monster?
Designed, and it'll be
trying to bankrupt me, Chris? My God.
So we did this for Caverns of Thracia, and I think at the end of it, we gave away, I think, an additional 17 monsters, and we actually ran out of monsters because we were giving them away too quickly. So we have, and I have all the monsters already done, and they are sitting and ready to go. Actually, they were sent off to the layout team earlier today. So the longer that we stay on, and the more that people keep kind of throwing, think of it as throwing wood on the fire. As long as people keep throwing another log on the fire, we will continue to unlock the number of backers as far as those underdelves, and we'll continue to unlock all of the stretch goals, but specifically these overtime monster stretch goals, which will make your stretch goal book bigger, because every monster we have will go into the stretch goal book.
And just to say it, so we like to give backers something to realize the value you got out of the pledge. Like, crowdfunding is kind of interesting because we're asking you to put up your money 3 or 6 or 9 months before we deliver the product. Trust us that we'll actually give you the product. There's a certain amount of trust involved. So we offer you, usually a little bit of a price break, but also this access to stretch goals that people who come along and buy it in a store 6 or 9 months from now won't get. So for example, on Grimtooths, this was the Grimtooths book of bonus traps. This was given for free to all the Grimtooths backers. It's got a whole bunch of pages, 20 pages of bonus traps for the Grimtooths Traps project, $9.99 price point, but of course backers got it for free. And then Purple Planet, it was Wonders of the Weirdling Sun, which came shrink wrapped with a bunch of maps and some other stuff. And this has a $19.99 price point that backers got for free. So we are, TBD on how many monsters will clear and how long this is going to be. But based on what we have cleared, it's probably going to be somewhere in the 16-page range at least, and maybe longer, of bonus content and its own booklet that backers will get. And we'll make the clamshell box, an extra millimeter or two thick to accommodate that extra content.
Yeah.
And when you go to school on Monday, you can tell all the kids at school, look what I got, really cool stretch goal pack. And they're going to wish they got it. And they didn't.
True story.
Yes. And more, and the monsters are all Underdeep themed monsters, so they are perfect to use during that Underdeep journey. So they fit in perfectly. So we are very, very excited to make those available. Yeah, so definitely keep us going in the overtime mode. We're gonna stay online for a bit. We're gonna live stream for a bit. At some point we'll stop live streaming because we're just gonna be tired. But we might even have some different guests coming on later on. We've got ideas. We have ideas. We have things planned. I'm gonna say that at 5 o'clock Eastern time, you might see some different faces here. And maybe even more down the road.
Nice. In the meantime, Bob is suggesting, Chris, that you do a little singing to maybe keep the stream alive.
That's not gonna happen. So that was definitely not part of overtime mode.
Well,
I think that was the plan. And, and I think if enough backers asked for it in the stream, maybe there's a bonus or something,
I said, no, the bonus will be the monsters, not me singing.
Somewhere in this, I'm looking in the chat. Somewhere in the chat, somebody had a funny idea for Brendan to record oh, there it is. You should get Brendan to do a take on Love Train called Backer Train.
Nice.
That's pretty funny.
Bob's suggesting for you too, is Asleep in the Dungeons Deep. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I mean, these are this is gold, Chris, if you ask me. Just saying, that deep baritone voice, I think you could really do some magic.
Probably. Sleep in Dungeons Deep. Except we can't use beholder. We would get sued. So.
Or monster.
Eye of the eye.
I read, what was I reading? Do you know that blog Grognardia by James Malajewski, which is like such a great blog? Yeah, I used to read it religiously back in the blog era 10 years ago, but every now and then I stumble across it again. And what was he profiling? Remember Grenadier Miniatures did a series of RPG supplements way back when?
Oh, wow.
And one of them was a monster book. And they what did they call it? They basically had their version of the Beholder, and it had, of course, some slightly modified name. Yeah. It'll come to me if I think about this for long enough. But yeah.
I've seen a few. The Eye Tyrant, right? And then there was
exactly.
Terror Under the Sea or something, I think, was an aquatic one. I forget, but
yes.
So we are less than $2,000 from unlocking the GM screen, and we're 14 backers from unlocking another slot. So, and somebody just backed and kicked us back up, so we are staying live.
Nice. So back in the game.
That's great.
Now, Mobius Metroido, who was one of the people chatting earlier, I have to comment on your name. This passed by in the chat like an hour ago, but first of all, agreed that Mobius is awesome and Metroid is awesome. I'm going to give you Mobius Metroido a name. Kaza, the French artist, Caza. Matt knows him, it looks like.
Mhm.
I'd never seen his work. Humanoids just converted one of his volumes to English. It's like incredible and very much a Mobius
Really.
style.
Yep. Yeah, back in the day, Heavy Metal carried some of his stuff, and that's the only
Okay.
reason he was on the probably Metal Hurlant first, and then eventually in the
Yeah.
American Heavy Metal. But yeah, same deal, just amazing. Yep.
Yeah. In the book they did, it has. I need to take a physical sample and show it to my printer. I think they use blue metallic inks. I can't figure out how they got this quality to the cover. It's amazing.
Really?
It's one of those books you get that like looks even better in person than on the computer screen because it has. Anyway, it's not foil. I think it's a metallic ink. But I was going to talk to my printer to see because like I want to do that now.
Yeah.
See if we can do that. It was really cool.
You know, there's a current publisher whose books are like that too, Joe. Man, I forget the name of it. I think it's Goodman Games, where every single product that we do,
those guys,
yeah, it looks even better. I mean, we've embraced foil, we've embraced embossing and debossing. Like,
I know
there's some magic.
I gotta show these off. These are the covers to Carriage of the Thracia, the foil edition. Like you can see the shimmeriness, and it's textured, which you can't tell, but it's a textured thing. Maybe you can see it. I don't know. And it's got deboss. Yeah, these turned out great. And then the other one. Yeah, Dungeon Denizens with like the reptilian hide.
Nice.
Yeah, it turned out awesome. Yeah. And the other one, I think I showed you guys this. This is the snakeskin edition of the Demon Skull. You can see what's actually really interesting about this, which I didn't realize till I got samples from the printer. They sent me 4 samples in advance. And depending on where the snakeskin grain lies, you know, each copy is different because it's a pattern that is not uniform or symmetrical. And so some of them have a very different look to the spine.
Nice.
It's super cool. It's a new frontier.
So they're like one of a kinds. That's cool.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, check out Kaza. And the name of the volume that Humanoids did was Arkidi, Arkidi. It's a really cool graphic novel.
We have a question from Jason. Are the compendiums that are for sale just compilations of previously released 5e adventures, or are they new content? Because I already have most of the 5e adventures already. So if you already have our pre-existing 5e adventures, these are all new. However, they are conversions from our 3.5 edition adventures way back in the day. So if you were a Goodman,
it was like 20 years ago.
Yeah,
so
20
even
years
if you
ago, if you were a Goodman Games
old.
fan and you purchased our 3.5 edition adventures, you will recognize them, but they have all been updated to 5e rules with stats and the whole 9 yards, including our old formatting and everything. So for all intent and purposes, unless you had them from 20 years ago, they are all brand new content because we have already cycled through our entire library of FEF 5th edition fantasy adventures that we've reprinted. So that's why we've kind of had to dip even deeper into the archives to keep putting out these amazing hardcovers, which this just in, folks seem to really like. So,
and
so
honestly, now that and I actually think we should, sharing public opinion or sharing opinions in public, which we still have to finalize. And Chris, you have an opinion on this too, but I think we should eventually do like adventure paths or something like that in this hardcover format, because we have now compiled a lot of the existing stuff. And there's a lot of people now who the way they play is they want to buy one hardcover and play for 6 or 9 months through the, X number of connected advententures. I feel like we should work on those for, I don't know, next year or the year after.
Yeah, or they could just back Terror from the Underdeep and get all that.
That's true. Good point. And it comes in an amazing box. No need to wait.
Well, clamshell box, slightly additional fee. So
yeah, exactly.
For sure.
Yeah,
I think some people would make the argument that this 5e format of the 3e adventures are even better. Right? I think there's a lot of people who think 5e is a superior system. It's definitely more popular. I know maybe there's some people on our team who don't agree about that, but I do think that 5e is super accessible. I don't know, they're going to be even more well presented. The maps are going to be better. The art's going to be new. There's at least on some of the updates we're doing. I think it's a fresh take that's worth exploring for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. So we are officially in overtime mode now. So yay. So
yay.
We've passed 4 o'clock by my clock at least. So so because we are less than 2,000. Yeah, we're still at 248. So that $250,000 stretch goal is still very much in play for the GM screen. So folks, but we are running out of time. So call now. Limited time offer.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What do they always say? Operators are standing by, and they'd have that
Operators
like
are
phone,
standing
that
by.
like room that's like designed for people on phones.
Yeah.
It's always like that amphitheater room. I don't think
Yeah,
they
can you
make rooms like
imagine
that
if
anymore.
Kickstarter was a thing back in the 70s, there would be operators standing by in a
Mhm.
room like
That's
that with
Mhm.
phones, and you'd have to call in your pledge.
Mhm.
Let's think about that for a minute. Somebody needs to
Mhm.
get on that. Like that would be
Yep.
a cool way to. No, it really wouldn't.
Goodman
But
Games, can I help
yeah,
you? Why,
yes,
yes, Mr. Smith.
yes, I
They-
would like
Yes,
that
we do take
clamshell
Diners
box.
Club.
Yep.
Yep.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
They'd all have headsets and smoking discreetly in the back of the room.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. You can mail your traveler's check to this address. I was just
Uh-huh.
talking to somebody about the early days of Gen Con. I actually used to get traveler's checks. That was like
Mm.
still a
Yeah.
thing. And I
Mm.
remember going to the bank and taking my whatever it was, $200 worth of traveler's checks to deposit on them at the bank. And yeah.
Wow.
And there was some Gen Con where there's a scandal because somebody brought forged. Remember, I heard from another vendor somebody had brought like forged traveler's checks, and we all were encouraged to like scrutinize the traveler's checks. And
Wow.
yeah, it's a different era.
Yeah, totally the case.
Now it's rare when we take cash.
Mhm.
Like that's
I know.
like rare. It's like, whoa, wait, what is that? It's currency. And it's like, do we take that?
Exactly. Yeah, different era.
All
All right,
right.
somebody added $1. It just reset the clock and added $1 to the pledge.
Hey, nice.
And we're what is this? 21 backers away from the next backer submitted delve.
Yes.
Mhm.
All
Yeah,
right.
very
So
cool.
we keep adding $1. We're gonna be here for a while. I have the list of stretch goal monsters, by the way.
Oh no, right in front of you.
Overtime monsters, I should say. So
There you go. Yeah, yeah.
we get to the appropriate time, I will reveal names. Names and addresses. Nah, maybe not addresses.
Monsters, Mr. Orc, 123 Cave Street. Do we need to, like, Chris, should we sort of say, I always like dragons more than, elves or whatever, to like give you, hints as to what should come out first? Or do you want to tease us with, what you might
I've
be
already
thinking about
kind of
dropping
gone
on us
through and
first?
made my list up, so for
Okay.
various reasons. So,
All right.
but there's probably dragons in there. Hang on, let me look at my list. There could be dragons in there.
Nice. Any Flump adjacent monsters on that
No,
list?
there is sort of one that's
I
kind of
mean,
weird.
so flumps are like, official WotC territory, but if we like change the number of tentacles, could we,
Mhm.
would that count?
Get a
We
chubby
could.
one, could be a plump.
A plump? Oh yeah.
I still remember I was talking to somebody who used to work for WotC, I won't say,
Mhm.
and he told me they used to go around to Gen Con and count the tentacles on everybody's, or count the eye stalks and everybody's like releases. As long as you didn't have the official number of eye stalks, it was okay.
Mhm.
But if you had, the exact WotC count, then
Mhm.
it was, that would be a violation. But
Yeah,
you just got it to be different by one.
that's funny.
Yeah.
It's like people inspecting AI art, right? You got to count the fingers to see if it's actually
Right.
done by a real human. In this case,
But now there's some AI scraper out there furiously painting fingers,
yeah,
perfecting.
right.
Yeah.
True story.
All right.
Oh,
So in the chat, Zero Sum says he put in $1 to reset the clock. Thank you, Zero
That's-
Sum. That's very nice.
that's great.
That's for the spirit of overtime.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I did want to clarify because Bob said it only counts for new pledges. That was the old way. The new way
In
is
the olden days.
yes, the olden days. So that's living in the past, back when there was a bank of telephones. But yeah, in the newer days, you can just get that clamshell box. So if you don't have, or if your pledge happens to not be including the $2 adventure, that's a nice thing to throw
Actually,
in
that's an
there.
easy
You get a
add-on.
whole
Yeah.
nother soft cover printed book with full color cover art and maps and encounters for $2. $2.
Mhm.
That's crazy pricing.
That's a pretty good deal.
How do we keep those costs so low? So We won't reveal.
Volume, volume, volume.
Yes,
Yeah,
volume,
exactly.
volume.
Pile them high and let them fly.
Actually, I think we
I,
need to. Go ahead, Joe.
I will say in the Department of Learning as a publisher, I've leveled up as publisher. Where's like a skinny adventure? So like I used to print whatever 2,000 of these, and it's like 3 cases. Turns out if you print 3,000 of a 3-volume slipcase Dark Tower, I was at the warehouse the other day and I was like, oh, so this is what 3,000 Dark Towers look like. Like it's a lot of pallets. So we have a lot of pallets at the warehouse.
Wow.
It's
That's
a little
yeah.
different.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you get like a weight on that? Like when they ship you 3,000, is there a weight somewhere? Because boy, that would be fun to share, just to be like, this is how many tons. This is how many tons of Dark Tower
Yeah,
delivered.
actually, we should do like some sort of like backer who guesses closest
Oh yeah,
gets
how
like
many
a something.
tons? Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. So actually, was it Dark Tower? So I work with this great. If you need a logistics company, Boren Logistics is the way to go. They're awesome. Harry and Hyla Borenstein who run it. But there is this perpetual debate with my printer and my logistics team because the printer likes to pack a pallet with just one book on the pallet. So they can like check off, okay, we shipped DCC number 100, we shipped DCC number 101. And but that means some pallets are full size, some are only like 3 feet tall because they, build them all out. So Harry always likes to ask them to like consolidate pallets and mix all the stock together so we can max out, most efficient way to fill a container. So a traditional container holds 20, it's 2 rows of 10, 20 pallets. Then if you double stack it, that's 40. Harry has managed to fit 42 pallets worth of goods onto some of the containers coming our way because Harry's just good. And the way Harry did it was because we're not shipping like giant pieces of machinery, it's lots of books. He called the factory and it's like, look, man, just put on 2, then bust open the pallet and like slide those boxes down the top. So we got this container and like they fit 42 pounds for the stuff, and they like had these guys like sliding boxes of books down the top to fill out like the last like 18 inches of container space. And then he discovered it was overweight. Apparently on US roads, if a tractor trailer there's like weigh stations when you're going on the highway. If you weigh more than something, like you can't go down certain streets because you like crush the asphalt or cause like bridges to collapse. And so the trucker had to do like some special route to get to our warehouse by way of like, the roads that could support 42 pallets of Dark Tower stuffed in a container. Because it was at it's like 20,000 pounds. It's some crazy number that was the weight limit. And we were like just over that limit. So yeah, it was a lot of Dark Tower. Chris, you're right. We should totally put that in like a stat or something somewhere the next time, or maybe when Thracia arrives, I'll see what the weights are on those containers. And or Terra for the Underdeep when we get the final weight. I mean, this sucker is a big box set. It's going to weigh a lot, and we're going to be printing at least 1,500 based on the current backer count, and then a couple thousand more. So that's going to be, I mean, that's at least a container, maybe 2 when you think about how big these are.
That's wild. Yeah. Cyclops is great, Chris. I dig it.
Thank you. I'm already statting it up in my head.
Cyclops. A flump with only one eye. I mean, or triflops.
Or a flump hydra. What would be a flump hydra called? A high flops?
I mean, they have what? Pyro hydra, cryo hydra. What are all those?
Flumps.
Pyro
flumps that explode. Exploding flumps.
I think we just arrived at our next.
We're creating new products as we speak
book,
here.
I know the book of flumps. Like
the longer the overtime lasts, the weirder the product's gonna get.
Yes. Yes. Actually, in the chat, tell us, why do you think flumps are so popular? They really seem to be like not the it girl, but like the it monster these days. What is it about flumps that have just taken America by storm? At least taken the gaming community by storm.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Yeah.
They're kind of cute-ish, monstery, but cute, I guess, is part of it.
Yeah, in a weird way.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are kind of cute. I was thinking about how, it was a few years ago now, but like Cthulhu, stuffies got to be real popular, like taking something that's not cute at all, but making a cute version.
Making it a plushie. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
flumps are the opposite. They started out kind of cute, and then you should turn them into vampiric flumps. There you go.
There you go.
That's a nightmare.
I like in the chat angry flumps, which are
Oh,
called harumphs.
that is
That's pretty
awesome.
good.
That's
Nice.
amazing right there, Mark.
Nice.
Oof, man, that's good. I hope you're submitting a delve because
Mhm.
that is
Yeah.
gold right there.
And Mark Gunter, you must have read Ready Player One. That is a great book.
It
As
is.
is Ready Player Two, although it felt like basically the same book all over again, but I was happy to go on the ride. But I feel like that's one of the books I need to reread once every year or two, and I got to reread those.
That's cool. His delve's been
Mark has
submitted.
already submitted his delve.
Nice.
Well done, sir. Hopefully it's got harumphs in it.
That's great.
Yeah, Mark. So definitely the movie does not match the book exactly, especially the like haunted house scene, but it's pretty close. It's, I mean, they always change something. It's pretty
Mhm.
close.
Mhm.
Yeah. It captures the same sense of nostalgia and excitement, and all that stuff.
Yeah. I haven't gotten into the second one yet. I have it, but haven't I know at some point I'll revisit, but I've heard the same critique, but still I definitely enjoyed the first one a ton.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the second one is just a rehash of the first one, but like, that's all I needed. It's just another flavor of the same bubblegum,
There you go.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wendy with some good advice. Never give your players a flump as a player-controlled henchman. I'm guessing that's from experience. Just gonna go on a limb there.
That's awesome.
Cyclops. Yeah. I guess it is something in the Underdeep that's not trying to kill you, because pretty much everything else in the Underdeep is trying to kill
Pretty
you.
much everything else in the Underdeep is definitely trying to kill you, eat you. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not a nice place, which is why you had to be really high level back in the day to go down there.
Yeah.
Jelly Knight.
Ooh. That's that's like the was it the gas spore that kind of looked like a beholder, and then
That's
you threw your
right.
sword at it and
Yes.
it exploded and poisoned you. That was
I still remember that. The illustration was that was, what's his name? Not Dave Trampier. It was Dave
was
the other
it
Dave.
Sutherland?
Sutherland, Dave Sutherland. Yeah, I
Yeah.
still remember that illustration with the knight like swinging his sword.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that first edition? Where was that?
Yeah, it was first edition.
I think it was Monster Manual maybe, or Fiend
It
Folio.
was the monster manual, original monster manual. It basically was like a floating fungus thing that sort of looked like a beholder, but it really didn't. But the idea was, the adventurers are like, oh no, and they run up and hit it with their sword, and then it explodes, and then it's just like all spores, I believe, and spore damage. So
nice.
I mean, it doesn't have to look that much like a boulder. It's dark. You're using a torch.
yeah.
You're probably exhausted from delving all day. Yeah. Elena had a flump named Doug who was obsessed with his party's wizard. This sounds like a stalking story.
It does.
Yeah.
Can we repeat this? Is this safe?
Yes.
Did your flump named Doug have a long white beard and wear black?
Carry a paintbrush around.
I think I just gave myself a new assignment for Dungeon Con. I need to illustrate that before our meeting.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's
Too
we
nice.
are cruising along on overtime, folks. We are 18 backers away and
1,300 away from it's getting close.
yes.
And by the way, backers, if you want easy way to keep overtime mode going, pick up a t-shirt if you haven't added one on already, or upgrade to the this thing is like I'm gonna weigh this. Hold on. I'm gonna weigh this on camera because I guarantee now somebody's I can already hear the complaints. Why is my postage so high? Because this thing's freaking heavy. Let's weigh it. Hold on, I'm making my scale.
400 this is it, folks. You didn't think you were gonna get us during this live stream. You were gonna get actually us measuring, like weighing a book to see how much it weighs. But,
yeah, we're charting new territory here. All right, so I can't really the camera's not going to. Well,
we
maybe
trust
the camera
you.
will
We
capture
trust
this.
you.
I'm going to say
tell us what the number is.
I'm going to say 13 pounds.
Yes.
13 pounds. That's my guess.
I would like mine in
a little less than
kilograms,
that.
please.
Oh, kilograms.
Okay, that's like Canadian, right? All right, hold on. Let's see. It is actually. Let's compare it to Dark Tower. Dark Tower feels a little heavier.
Dark Tower is going to be significantly heavier.
This is 86.8 ounces. Somebody divide that by 16 and convert that to pounds. And Dark Tower is 105.1, so it's heavier.
But once all the ink gets added, it might be heavier than Joe.
Actually, you're right. It will be. Yeah, it will be like a couple ounces heavier.
5.4 pounds for
5.4.
the
Okay. So if
box
you pledge
set.
for this, no going into it, 5.5 pounds, that means it will cost a lot to ship,
Yeah.
especially if there is an ocean between us and you. I can't do anything about it. Things don't teleport. You got to get on the boat and go chug, chug, chug all the way across the ocean. It will cost money.
What was
Yes.
Dark Tower? I thought Dark Tower weighed close to 8 pounds. I thought it was, or
It's
7 something.
105.2 ounces,
105.
according to my scale here.
Divided by 16, that's 6.575 pounds. So close to
Okay.
7 pounds.
Well, and also when we ship it, like there's bubble wrap and there's a box and all that stuff. So it always adds like a pound in packing material. So yeah. All right, there we go.
All right. Wow.
Awesome, but heavy.
Yes.
And I think, Chris, the final page count, this may not be exactly the final page count because this has like, obviously there's no layout yet. It's blank white book. So it might be plus or minus, I don't know, 10 or 20 pages or something.
We haven't fit all the artwork in and all the maps and everything. We were going over the map count was something like 60 maps or something like 60 like total maps. Because folks, it's 9 adventures. And there's like, and these aren't like huge full page maps. So a lot of them are like little, basically little sub maps and everything. But if you think about it, 9 adventures, if a typical adventure has, 4 or 5 maps, 9 times 5, you're in that general area. So and we have some of them have quite a few maps because the Underdark Trek and everything, there's a lot of little sub areas. It's like you've got the big Overland Trek map, and then you've got, here's a small little Durgar Fortress, here's a bunch of caves over here, and here's a outpost over there. So you've got a lot of little sub maps that gonna kind of go in. So it is we're estimating it's gonna land around 450 pages. So a lot of content. It will keep you busy adventuring for at least a year and probably more. This is also high level play. Starts at 8th level, like 8th through 16th level, so that tends to kind of slow the game down quite a bit. So you're gonna be busy playing this for a long time. So hopefully it'll keep you, occupied enough until you get through it before our next huge project lands on your lap.
Nice.
Yeah, exactly.
I think those maps that you described, Chris, I mean, that's what makes these things special, right? It's one thing to have a big map, right? Show the whole deal. But when you have those little inset maps that when characters get to a certain room or a portion, and you can really drill down and like see all the details, especially in the style that we're doing these maps. It's amazing. It's amazing.
I mean, in 5e, 3 was really very driven on the grid. 5e is not as, I'll call it, grid driven, but it's certainly useful to have really detailed maps so you can kind of see where's the table at, where's the chair at, because there's a good chance you might be on a battle mat moving things around and using some of those things in the environment to your advantage.
Right. Especially when the table's like 50 feet tall and you're trying to hide underneath it.
Yes, exactly.
That should be on the map. Yes, that should be on the map.
That table's definitely on the map.
Yeah.
That's great.
And cool things too, like that sometimes you don't think about it, but all the steps in the giant layers are considered difficult terrain because they're sized for like 26-foot tall giants, not for 6-foot tall humans. So and then another thing that it was funny too, we came across this kind of late in the process. I think one of the 6 designers actually put this in their adventure, and we read it and we're like, uh-oh, we need to put that in all the adventures. Picking a giant sized lock should be harder with normal sized lock picks unless you have giant lock picks. So I believe we did put a set of giant lock picks in one of the adventures that you could actually find them, and then
that's great.
Disadvantage to unlocking them. But it was something that we didn't even think about, and one of the designers did, and then we went back and we made sure all of the adventures were consistent in that regard. So that, because again, if there's this big hunkering padlock on the chest, it's gonna be harder to use normal size lock picks to unlock it. So
like, you
speaking
need
of giants,
yes.
We haven't shown off our miniatures. As a reminder, folks, this is the first campaign we've done in a while that includes miniatures. You can pledge for these. Mine are unassembled and unpainted, but you can see beautiful painted versions on the campaign page. So we got the Frost Giant there, which I love It was Will McCaw. Well, so I think Chris, it was you and Rick who came up with the ideas. Then Will illustrated them, and then
Yep.
Strange Plastic arranged the sculpting. But if you can see this is a mammoth skull helmet, mastodon tusks to give a sense of scale, and then I think those are the scale elements on this one. Each of these giants has scale elements to make them look really cool and make you realize they're giant. Yeah, and she has if you can see it here, the human skulls on her tiara and the skulls on her belt, human skull size, to give you a sense of scale. These turned out really cool.
And in this, do you have the storm giant one there, Joe? That one's got the cultist at its feet, which is literally human size scale.
Yeah, Chris's are glued together. I haven't glued mine yet. But yeah, you got the on the base, then he comes with a little cultist that hangs out on the base to give you a sense of scale.
Yep. So that's how big the player character minis are, and that's how big you don't want to get skewered by that trident. I mean, that's
you don't.
Yeah. I mean, that's like, you certainly get a couple of PCs on the end of there and then just spitfire roast them. And then you're good to go.
Yeah.
Those are amazing.
Yeah. A good comment in the chat. A halberd would make a good giant love pick.
Yeah.
Yes, it
we
would.
should put that in there. If you're using a halberd,
Yes.
First of all, why are you carrying a halberd? But second of all,
all right, don't mind me. I'm going to tidy up my desk area because this live stream is getting all cluttered with samples.
Cool stuff.
Yes, exactly. He's back.
So we are 18 backers away, and we are almost 1,100 and a little bit of dollars away from the GM screen. Oh, we just picked up another backer. Woo!
Nice.
Excellent.
We just pushed way over, so we are less than $800 away from that GM screen. So
that's great.
Awesome. Oh, you know what I'll show people while I'm here? I will show off. Let me put all this stuff away, and I will show off the Dungeon Denizens Pawn Collection. I recorded a video for the backers, which I have to post one of these days. But if you back Dungeon Denizens, you did not get your pawns yet, even if you got your book, because the pawns were running about 3 months behind on the production side. We are now extensive experts in pawn production. So with Dungeon Denizens 2, they will run on time. Now that we're experienced professionals, we basically leveled up from level 1 to level 2 in manufacturing pawns. Now we know what we're doing. But this is an actual sample of the pawns. It is huge. Actually, let's do a Dark Tower comparison.
You got to weigh that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. It is massive. So it's 2 DCC core rulebooks wide. Let's see if I can trick my camera into zooming down. Come on, camera. Come on. Follow me down.
Wow.
Look at that. Wider than Dark Tower.
Much wider it is than the Dark Tower. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I think this was the 8-pounder, Chris. We were talking about 8-pound
you
books.
might be right. Because that's all cardstock, baby.
Yes.
That's
it
not
is
paper.
Like thick cardstock. Yeah. So, God, I'm like sweating from moving around all these like D&D accessories. My God. Okay, let's see where. So I got my scale here. Let's see where this. Do we want to take bets? Who wants to bet? Within 5 ounces, you want a prize.
Oh, within
all right.
5
Put your bets in the chat, folks. Within 5 ounces, you want a prize. No scroll to whoever comes within 5 ounces of the weight of the Dungeon Denizens pawns. I will pause for a sec to people to put their
my guess in.
Oh, 115. Okay.
That's my
Who
guess.
else?
So,
and remember,
give them a minute. They're doing mental. They're doing mental math is hard. Did you notice that when we did the trivia questions, that we got like 100 or 200 answers, and then I had that math one, and we got like 40 people. It was like it scared everybody off. Whoa, that's too much like school.
Yes.
Is this like the Price is Right, where the closest but not over is going to be the winner?
I think we should do closest overall. It's okay to go over. Yeah.
No, come on. You got to do Price is Right rules, man. You have to do Price is Right rules.
Okay, fine. Price is Right rules.
Without
okay, if you go over.
Closest without
going over. Wins a no scroll.
Yeah. Well, they're coming in fast and furious now.
We got a bunch here. We got a range.
Bob, yours doesn't count. You have to say ounces. You have to list if you don't say ounces, we don't know what number you're doing.
Yeah, you're talking pounds, you're talking ounces. Yeah. All right, Brett, 14 ounces. Okay. Note to self. Yes, Brett. $1. Okay, $1. Exactly.
Yep.
All right.
Per pawn.
All right, we'll give it another couple seconds, folks. We
Yep.
are guessing the weight of the Dungeon Denizens Pawn Collection.
Again,
This
you guys tuning in, you didn't think
massive.
you were getting this. This is all bonus content that you don't get
All
anywhere else.
bonus content.
Yeah.
Right, bonus content. Actually, let me show you guys. Oh, I punched open a couple of these. I hope I don't open the side that has the punched ones. Yeah, they turned out awesome. So I'm gonna punch some open live on air.
What?
So these are the Dungeon Denizens pawns. They're actually reversible, and they like the art is reversed,
Those
so it'll look
gargantuan
fine.
pawns in there? Nobody
Yeah.
does gargantuan pawns.
Yeah.
What?
Only Goodman Games. Yeah,
Yeah.
look at that. Pops right out. Somewhere around here I have the little stands, but we tested it. They fit the little stands. Got different sizes. Yeah. Got multiples of some of the common creatures. All reversible.
Well, Joe's version is now considered punched and is not worth anything.
Exactly. Plus, like when I weigh this, I gotta like stick them back in. I don't want to be off by like an ounce and somebody gets, doesn't win
Right.
because of that.
Right.
All right. Look, I'm stacking these back on top. Oh, I dropped them on the floor. Okay. Moment of truth. Let me calibrate my scale.
Oh my God, there's so many weights in here. This is gonna be crazy to try and.
So closest without going over. And if three people pick the same weight, we're going to go with whoever put it in first. All right. All right, here we go. And I feel like I should photograph this or something, but it is 126.3.
Oh, we had a 126.
Yep. Death Angel Shadow.
Angel Shadow, 126.
Oh, seriously? Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Death Angel Shadow. You are the winner of a fabulous no scroll. So email info@goodman-games.com and say, hey, I'm Death Angel Shadow. I guess the weight of the of the Dungeon Denizens box set. And here, let me wonder if I can I feel like I should show people this, but I don't know if my camera will accommodate that. Plus, if I lift it up, it screws up all the sensors. Anyway, this isn't really working. Anyway, yeah, well, it's real. 126.3. What is that in pounds? Anybody do the math?
126.3. That is 7.89 pounds.
Okay, that was the thing we were talking about, those 8 pounds. Yeah.
That was just under 8 pounds.
Yes. So yes, there will be a shipping charge associated with this, and it will not be cheap, especially if there's an ocean between us and you. But it is awesome. It is like page after page after page of die cut cardstock tokens that are perfect for the game table. All right, let me see if I can slide these back in.
I think also Death Angel Shadow gets special accolades. They've named their screen name after one of the Kane books by Carl Edward Wagner. Which
you're right. I actually just got the Centipede Press edition. That's amazing.
That's a beautiful edition. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a true believer right there. That's great.
Yeah, that's awesome. And Terry Olson, if you're watching this, I'm using the dust jackets that you recommended. So he recommended some good, it's like the librarian dust jackets, to keep it intact, but I'm using those.
That's great.
All right.
Nice.
Yeah, 7 pounds a card from WotC would be. Yeah, Death Angel Shadow, info@goodman-games.com. That's the email.
Yep.
I'm going to put away my scale here and tidy up
and
my
I can
office
see
a little
it tomorrow morning, customer service reaching out to Joe. I got some whacked out guy named Death Angel who's saying he gets something, and it's like, verify this.
Yeah, exactly.
And we'll be like, no, it's legit.
Yeah, he's for real.
Yep.
Yeah.
Zero Sum says 7 pounds of cardboard from WotC would cost $9,000. $120 is a bargain.
Think of the savings.
Right.
Are the Dungeon Denizens pawns all illustrated by one artist? That would be a really tired artist, by the way. Or a mix of artists. No, that is definitely a mix. What was it, Matt, like 20 something artists in Dungeon Denizens? 20,
like between 10 and 20, something like that. Yep.
So.
Yep. With some real talented people. Our Dungeon Denizens was our first all color book, if I'm not mistaken, and we used all that beautiful color art and made the pawns. It really came out great.
Yeah. It looks amazing. And somewhere in the chat, somebody asked about VTT somewhere. I think I lost it behind those measurements.
I can get it.
Oh, yeah. In general, for purposes of crowdfunding, we have no plans for VTT in the crowdfunding for a Terror from the Underdeep. After the crowdfunding, we do typically work with, these days, a lot of Foundry, to some extent a little less fantasy grounds, but we're happy to provide it to those teams to do the conversions. But honestly, what we learned with crowdfunding is often the VTT elements follow a little bit behind because we have to finish all our stuff first and then they can start working on it. And just from a timing perspective, it's hard. Frankly, we still, those of you who are out there who back Dark Tower, I think it was Fantasy Grounds. We offered an addition of Fantasy Grounds for Dark Tower, and we still haven't delivered on that. Partly because we did our part, but we handed off the files to the Fantasy Grounds people at the appropriate date. But it's late in the timing, and they're still. I mean, it's a freaking huge. Dark Tower is huge. They're going just fine at the pace they're going. It's just the timing is awkward because we fulfilled everything but this one thing, and this one thing is dragging on later and later. So I think we're going to do VTTs in the future will come after the crowdfunding.
They will be available. So we're designing the products with VTT in mind. So because again, we've learned some things over the years.
We're like way smarter than we used to be.
Yep. Speaking of which, there's this kind of a sub question there. Since we've made a lot of battle maps for a lot of VTT versions of adventures, have we ever thought about printing and selling those maps full size to be used on a tabletop? Now, the quick question to this is, you get a PDF. If you back this, you get PDFs of the things that we make, and the map quality would be good enough for you to send those files to print and print your own.
That's what you're saying.
But I think they're looking probably for professional quality color maps based on the battle maps that are included in this set. And I think that's a different animal for sure.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
I mean, I get where you're going with there, but that is, it's just not something we normally do. And I know there are companies, there's specifically companies that's all they do. They just print those big giant maps, and they've got those flip books of maps that you can use and everything. And it's just like, that's their jam. So
But I wouldn't think twice about sending some of the maps that accompany this to a Kinko's or Office Max or whatever, and getting a poster made and plopping that down and totally using it.
There's definitely some set piece encounters that would go very, very well for this. We first did that back in Castle White Rock way back in the day, where we actually had poster maps for like the final encounter area after you get all the way down to the Dragon's Lair. You did a big, huge poster map of the big cave with everything that was going on in it. But yeah, so that would definitely work out. We have another question from Anthony. Dungeon Denizens turned out so nice. Thank you. It would be cool to do a monster of the week, a quick chat with the artist and creator of a monster, what inspired them, ... So we kind of did that during the crowdfunding. We were doing these things. We called them monster mashes. I think we did 3 or 4 of them, where we would have a couple of the creators on, and I don't remember if we had artists or not, but that's a great point. We should probably do an artist and a couple of designers. And we did exactly that, where we basically let the designers talk about their creations, because just like we said that there was 20 different artists or so that worked on Dungeon Denizens, there was, I think, over 30 designers worked on monsters. So if I recall, when we did those Monster Mash shows, there was like 3 or 4 designers on each one, and it was exactly that. It was an opportunity for them to basically talk about their monsters and then actually have folks ask them questions. So we've sort of done that a bit. So
actually, but to that point, we're gonna do Dungeon Denizens 2, which will be crowdfunding in a month and a half, 2 months, something like that. There's so much interest in it. The first book has been very well received, and we've already been cooking up ideas for a second. And I know, Chris, we had talked about you and Mike maybe recording some videos. Maybe we even include the artists, or maybe at a later date include artists during the campaign. That's a cool idea. Or original designer of the monster. That's a cool idea to talk about it.
I mean, that's the best person to talk about a creation like this, because it comes from them, and they know it much better than I don't. I mean, it comes across my desk, and I do the development pass, the editor does the editing pass, the artist draws it. But like, the person who designed it is the one that the monster sings to the most, and they're the ones that usually can talk about those inspirations. And a lot of our designers live all over the world, and they're pulling inspirations from some of their own cultures and some of their own geographies near them and all that. And it's fascinating to hear like where they get the idea for a monster. And I've talked about it in the past too, when I created the demon squirrel, how I was inspired by a squirrel that I encountered while hiking up in Canada. And by hiking, I mean like walking past a casino outside of Niagara Falls. But I think it was hiking to a Starbucks or something. But anyway, but it's like, but it is fascinating to hear where the simplest little things where, I mean, that squirrel changed my life that day, where I
Mm.
was like, I am gonna stat that squirrel up at some point. I just have to wait for a time when we're gonna do a huge monster book and we need more monsters. And
More
then it
death
happened.
squirrels. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Kablooey says we should sell the dust jackets from Dungeon Denizens in the online store. And we probably will at some point. Right now, we're still fulfilling. I forget. We're at like six. Well, as of Friday, we were at 65% fulfilled for the U.S. I think they told me they shipped out another 100 a day the last 2 days. But yeah, when we're completely fulfilled on Dungeon Denizens, there's no more issues with the mailman lost an order, customer order arrived damaged. No more reasons for us to have to use up those last few copies of dust jackets. We will probably put them up for sale, or maybe just sell them at Dungeon Con. Dust jackets are actually hard to ship because you have to put them in a tube. Like they're actually easier to sell in person, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I love the idea of dust jackets until I have to fulfill them on a Kickstarter. And then they're really slow to fulfill because for the US portion we fulfilled out of our warehouse, it's really easy to mess them up, like crinkling them. Even if you put them in a tube, sometimes the creases get lost. So the team was actually opening up the book, wrapping them around the book, closing the book, putting them in the box, and it is very time consuming and slow.
Yeah. Sounds like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do like the idea, taking one little step backwards, of including artists when we talk about those Dungeon Denizen 2 monsters. I think that one of the things our teams do well, Chris, is work back and forth and improve on each other's ideas. We yes and. There'll definitely be a time that you send a monster description our way and we get the art back and we all go, oh my gosh, that might even be cooler than what we.
yes.
And then that influences you to add a little something or vice versa. And I love that way of working where there's big creative brains pushing on each other just to make things better and better. So that's a cool idea.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
We've done that a lot where literally sometimes books have been in the layout stage and we'll get a piece of art and we'll be like, well, that is way cool. It's not a sword that the NPC was supposed to be, but that weapon's way cooler. So we'll go in and we'll be like, let's change that to some, double-headed axe thing, because again, the art is like amazing. It's like, originally it was just to be a short sword, now it's this cool axe with flanges and all kinds of craziness on it. And we're like, that's better. So tweak that up a little bit. And then it sings at that point. So yeah.
That's cool.
Lots of talk about singing, Chris. I feel like you might need to sing a little bit for us.
So there's not going to be singing. So
just not today. That's all we're saying. I mean,
yes.
All right, cool. I don't want to take it off the table.
There's I've been reading, I always read Knights of the Dinner Table. I'm a proud subscriber. We should get Jolly Blackburn on one of our streams just because he's cool and I love his stuff. Yeah, we should totally invite him on just for like chit chat someday. But anyway, yeah, Knights of the Dinner Table is awesome. And I was reading the latest one. They have a retro KODT, I think they call it, where they're telling stories of Dave and his early adventuring. But he found what did he call it? He found a rusty old sword that he was convinced was magical just because like there was enough description around it. He was convinced it was magical. And I think it was called Biter, but he carried around his rusty old sword for several adventures, swinging it, hoping you get a +1 if you just found the right kind of creature to attack with it, and finally wound up losing it, of course. But it's very entertaining. Speaking of equipment and like, the right kind of equipment and all that stuff.
That's funny. Library dust jackets. Kablooey says not the Dungeon Denizens.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, interesting. So yeah, I like fancy books. I got the Centipede Press Kane collection, which was amazing. I also got their new Elric volume 8 and their compilation of best of 1920s weird tales. I need to slow down because I can't read them fast enough. Like they come out faster than I can read them. But their weird tales one I believe came with its own dust jacket, but the Centipede Press ones, the Kane ones did not. So Terry Olson, if you're listening to this, he turned me on to these Amazon, like, you know what? Maybe I'll put it in the chat. They're just like standard librarian dust jackets, I guess. But I anyway started wrapping those books in them because they're nice books and I don't want them to get ruined.
That's great. Yeah. Speaking of Amazon and the Kane series, I don't know if you've ever seen. They have I think it's a digital version of those books, Carl Edward Wagner books that you can buy, and the covers are the worst, most awful covers I've ever seen on a fantasy novel. They are not even they're not even art. They're photographs of like bodybuilders, right? Like holding swords. It's
Are you serious?
reprehensible. Yeah, it couldn't be worse. I sent it to Brad one time just because we were making fun of things like that. And like I would love to have, it'd be great to own this digitally, but I almost refuse to buy them because the art is so awful. I should
Well, now I
probably
gotta look it up. You said it's
yeah,
on Amazon?
it is. Yeah, that's where I saw them.
Hold
I'll
on. What did I look up? Carl Edgar Wagner Bodybuilder Edition?
yeah, exactly. I'll do a quick search too. One of us will pull it up first.
Okay.
Okay, while you guys
Shopping.
are doing that, JC has a question. Wants to know once again why no Dungeon Crawl Classics version of this product. I thought DCC was the flagship for Goodman Games. Well, it is. But while we were working on Terror from the Underdeep, when I say we, the 5e design team, the DCC team was working on X Crawl and the Purple Planet products, and there was a lot of bits and pieces to those. Quite a few, actually. So they were kind of busy with that. So this was a product that we were working on the side. So now we're obviously ready. And don't worry, there's lots of cool DCC stuff coming. Don't worry about that. You guys will get your full of DCC goodness and certainly crossover products. Again, Dungeon Denizens 2, which is coming out soon. It's going to have 2 versions, and later on this year, we announced Castle White Rock is going to have both the 5e and the DCC versions. So sit tight, relax. It's coming. No worries.
And there will occasionally be, there's another project this year that we haven't announced yet. The final pieces are, Matt, you probably even have the cover art from Doug soon, if not already. But yeah, the final pieces are falling into place. That one will also be DCC plus 5e. So for the most part, we try to have the streams converge. I will say to speaking to people saying DCC is the flagship for Goodman Games, we do a survey on our crowdfundings when we get to the pledge manager, and we ask people how they came into the hobby. Where did they come in? And I'm curious about it for a couple of reasons. One is, are we people coming in through 5e, like they're newer gamers, or 3e or first E, or when are people coming into the hobby, and what's the like baseline D&D for them? But it's also interesting how many people, we also have an option that's like, I didn't start with D&D, I started with something else. 99% of the people who come to Goodman Games start with D&D. I'm going to say that again. 99% of the people who start with who come to Goodman Games start with D&D. So DCC is our flagship, which is exactly why we support 5e wholeheartedly. The best way to bring fans into our world is to offer 5e. That is a very easy transition for 5e fans. Then over time, they can try something new. We all went through our own, experience in D&D. And I think most people, we all started with D&D. You play it for a couple of years. You get a little experience under your belt. Then you want to try something new. Back in the day, maybe that was Werewolf the Masquerade or Battletech or Car Wars or Shadowrun. Nowadays, maybe it's going to be DCC. So let's always welcome the 5e gamers into our hearts, in our games, in our spaces. We encourage them, and they may stick with us for 5e or even stick with us for something else as time goes on.
Yep, totally the case.
Yeah.
I added a couple links to the chat, Joe, and I also put them in on YouTube. I'm not suggesting people go buy these because they're awful, but
because they're all, we're not advocating for this in any way.
No, not at all. But I did find something I would advocate for that I'll add after you take a look at those.
Okay. Hold on. I was Googling it, and I think I found the thing you were talking about. Yeah. Oh my God. There's so many better editions out there.
Yep.
But some publisher somewhere thinks this is really good. So, although it's gotta be AI. Like it's gotta be.
Could be, or at least so cheap, right?
Yeah. Who's Gateway Publisher? I never heard of them. Wow.
We're off.
Sorry, guys. We're talking about not the best cover art on certain Amazon editions.
Yeah, people want to know when Thundar the Barbarian is coming to DCC.
People have actually asked that a lot, because it is like an actual thing.
DCC. We watch those cartoons. It's DCC.
I know. So I actually bought the DVD set, 5 years ago or something. Somebody was telling me about it. Haven't finished it yet. Never have enough time to finish it. But anyway. Someday. I know somebody who was trying to license that, get the official license, but really? I mean, to some extent, you can just make it up yourself.
Totally.
I mean, I think truthfully, Thundar was referenced in some other zines from back in the day too, right? Like I was involved with Crawljammer and then Crawling Under the Broken Moon. Those are those definitely took that as an influence for sure.
Yeah.
Colombo.
Oh, I see
Crawl
Grape Apes in the
Classic.
chat. Grape Ape,
Yeah.
good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah.
Bob
Colombo,
tried to get that license once.
Colombo Crawl Classics. CTC.
Colombo. Not sure about that one.
Colombo was amazing.
I know, but did he
One
have
more
dungeon
thing.
crawls? One more thing.
Yeah,
Yes, exactly.
one more roll. Yeah,
Yeah, one more roll. That could be the shtick. One more.
Uh-huh.
You say one more thing, and it gets you another roll.
yeah.
Yeah.
So someone mentioned. There you go, Bob. Someone mentioned Pirate Call Classics, and luckily Bob's in the chat, so he's on it.
Oh
Yes.
Our,
Yeah, and JC, I'm glad you appreciate that answer about 5e. Yeah, exactly. A lot of us start with whether it's first ed, third ed, 5 ed. We start with D&D, then we migrate. So the more 5e players we can introduce to Goodman Games products means the more long-term fans we'll have, and perhaps the more DCC players we'll have somewhere down the road. Another first-time caller.
Yeah, I love that.
Thanks for calling in.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. That yeah, that's cool. That's really neat. Grape Egg asked, will Terror from the Underdeep be included in any of the organized play this year? No, organized play this year is all Castle White Rock all the time for both DCC and 5e. So if you ever were wondering what Castle White Rock was all about before our crowdfunding comes out later this year, you'll get a chance to play for it during our organized play program this year at GaryCon, Origins, Gen Con, and or Gamehole Con.
Gamehole. Yeah, 4 cons worth of Castle White Rock organized play, which is in addition to the year 0 we did last year, which had 4 cons of our trial run of organized play. And in addition to that, the free RPG Day adventure this year will be what was the title? I'm blanking out, but Castle White Rock themed.
It's the Dying Light of White Rock.
The Dying Light of White Rock, yes. So if you're interested in learning what Castle White Rock will be all about, you can check it out on Free RPG Day and learn about it for free. We encourage you to follow the project and back it later on for DCC and 5e. But lots of opportunities to play White Rock in various forms. In fact, that's due to the printer in coming up soon, right, guys? 17 days, I want to say. I think we said February 28th. Yeah.
You please say you're saying the free RPG Day adventure and not the entire thing.
Oh, you're not done writing White Rock?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Free RPG Day.
Oh,
yes.
There, JC, first time roller, long time crawler. Also needs to be on a t-shirt. I'm just gonna throw that out there. That's cool. That is cool.
That's cool.
Yeah. All right, folks, I also got to remember we're here to talk about Terror from the Underdeep. So keeping one eye on my other monitor here. We have the overtime mode keeps resetting, which is awesome. We're back to 8 minutes left. We are less than, $46 away from clearing the next stretch goal for the GM screen.
From the GM screen.
And 13 backers, if I'm doing my math right, away from clearing the next
Underdelve unlocking.
Backer submitted delve.
And we have officially unlocked one overtime monster and a second monster in a
That's
few
right.
minutes.
We should remind ourselves every 30 minutes. Yeah, Chris, tell us what monster we've won.
We have won the Arachnabat, a monstrosity giant bat spider hybrid coming to stretch goal. Yeah, I know. Is that cool? I mean, I think it's cool.
I know. That's creepy.
Cool. They get even creepier as we go along.
So that reminds me, I rewatched Aliens I don't know, 6 months ago, the Sigourney Weaver one, like the face huggers, with those like arachnid claw things. I'm like, I when you said that, Chris, it made me think of one of those, but throw on some bat wings, and that feels like what you're going for there.
It does. It does. Except it's ginormous, so it can like face hug a giant. Face hug a storm giant.
That's funny.
That's cool.
Yes. So we are cruising along. Arachna Batman. Yeah, basically that's kind of like it. So, and in a couple of minutes we will discuss next one. And like I said, we're gonna keep going here while we can. So there would be opportunities to keep unlocking more and more monsters. And who knows, we might get crazy. We got trivia planned later on. We got all sorts of cool ideas. We're gonna have hopefully some new guests hopping on and so we're gonna keep the backer train rolling.
Nice. So, that's great.
Spawning in. New guest spawning in. Wait, so somebody asked me way back when, 10 minutes ago, about what the dust jacket covers were. So whoever that was, I'm on Amazon right now. Hold on. Elena, I'm going to drop this in the chat, and if you can drop it into the, so guys, this is, oh wait, wrong list. If you can drop it into the chat for the fans, hold on, let me put it there. All right, this is a link to Amazon.com. I in no way am affiliated with this product. It's just something cool I use in my fancy books. They're basically book jacket covers. So these are sized to fit perfectly the ones for Centipede Press, like the Kane collection or some of the others. I put my nice books in them because I don't want them to get damaged. And I have 2 kids and they spill stuff on everything. Yes, my car is like covered in. I tried to make a rule for no eating in my car, and it was just pointless because somebody's already, always hungry, and I always got to have a granola bar on hand, and my kids always make a mess. But anyway, these are dust jackets to keep sort of not digest size, but like sort of 6x9 size books looking good.
That's cool.
In case you have kids or other creatures that might destroy your books.
Bring a few of these and a fat wallet to Gen Con and
Yeah.
have Doug or Stefan illustrate them for you.
Yeah.
Then you have a one-of-a-kind version of those books.
And shout out to Terry Olson I was talking to him. He also buys some of the same books I do. And he told me he wraps his in these to keep them from being damaged. So
that's cool.
Because half the time I'm always tempted to keep them in like the shrink wrap because they're so nice, but then I like can't bust them open and look at all the art and read them. And so this is his solution.
I support that. I'm not one of those folks who buys toys and leaves them in the package, right?
Exactly.
Take them out and enjoy these things before it's too late.
Yeah.
That's great. That's what books are for, so read them, for sure.
Yes, exactly.
That's cool.
All right. We're back to 10 minutes left. $249,968. Was that $32 left?
I think that sounds like 32. Yeah.
Yeah. Getting close.
Yeah. That's
and
cool.
Somebody somebody added $1. Thank you, whoever just added $1. Reset the clock.
There you go. Yeah. That's great. Bob made a good point. If you come to the booth, Goodman Games booth, you find paperbacks. They're luckily in poly bags. So you can touch them with pizza fingers while you're there at the show, and you won't actually do any damage, which is great.
Every year at Gen Con, somebody brings a big gulp to the booth and sets it down. And every year I'm like,
exactly.
I would try to get people to
big gulps. Do you remember big gulps? That was
But every year somebody tips one and takes out like 3 books, That's why we try to keep away from the booth because it just takes one person with a backpack not paying attention. They turn around and there goes the big gulp,
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, wait, we got Jeff Whitty. Yes, if you have a Dungeon Con question, you're welcome to ask it and we will do our best to answer. Now we're all in suspense.
I know. Yeah.
What could the question be? And that's it.
Maybe.
We have unlocked.
Hey, there it is.
The game.
Oh, woohoo!
GM screen.
All right.
And we're 10 backers away.
All right. Hold on. Jeff Whitty, I would love to answer your question, but now I'm distracted because I have to go check the box. It says we cleared that achievement. So hold on one sec. Yeah, here.
That's great.
Yeah, that's awesome. GM screen cleared. Awesome. All right. Let's go make sure we make that known to everybody. Also, honestly, when we go to print this book, we always have to go back and be like, okay, what do we clear? Let's make sure we get this right. Yep. So I always like to edit these things and make sure we mark them appropriately.
A couple Dungeon Con related questions, I think. Go ahead, Chris.
The first one is, when will tickets go on sale for Dungeon Con? So.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let me figure that.
Yeah, take your time.
Hold on. Yeah, Joe's with you. So I'll answer the next question because that one I can answer easier. It says, Jeff Whitty Art says, I'm flying in from Korea. Gosh, your arms must be tired. Even if I don't get a ticket, will I get a chance to meet the team as we walk through the sale floor? So first of all, when you say sale floor, just be warned, it's actually a warehouse. It's not really a sale floor. That's the first thing. But secondly, yes, we're going to be there. Most of us are going to be running games that day. But we will actually be in attendance, but there will be other people who are not running games. And I don't know who those people are that are not running games. I just call them slackers. But yeah, so we're all going to be there. We'll be there all day. So even, the games, I'm sure we're going to have breaks and stuff like that. And I'm sure that we'd love nothing to do during our break then to talk to the eager fans and everything. So yes. So the other question is, Joe, it looks like you have time to focus now. When will the tickets go on sale for Dungeon Con? Because there's going to be limited seats available at these tables. People want to know when they need to set a calendar reminder.
Yeah, I got to give you a sec to go through all my files and find the dates. We set up dates. We haven't actually published them yet. Give me one. Talk amongst yourselves. Give me a second.
Oh,
I'll look
okay.
up all the dates.
So, but the actual Dungeon Con is May 3rd. And it's going to be, when I say all day, it's going to be, it'll start at a certain point and it'll end at a certain point. But that's the day that we're going to be opening up the warehouse for folks to walk the halls of the warehouse. If you guys remember that scene from Indiana Jones, the first movie, where they show you the warehouse with all the boxes, most of them are Dark Tower boxes, or pallets of Dark Tower, but some of them are other things. And you'll be able to walk, and there's going to be, if folks are aware that we do these warehouse find things where all of a sudden we'll find a box, or at the bottom of a box that's labeled one thing, there'll be other books in it that are like out of print. You'll be able to do that, but in real time. Like, you'll be able to actually, we encourage you to open up all the unopened boxes and find to make sure that they're all good. And if you could record the inventory while you're at it at the same time and fill the paperwork out, that would be
That'd
great.
be great. Yes. Actually, if you didn't already watch it, go on YouTube and watch our walkthrough video. Grape Ape was there with us the other day. Me, Brendan, Jen, and Matt walked through the warehouse. We were on site doing a lot of planning and preparation, but we recorded a little video for the backers, so you can see everything Chris is talking about.
Yes, everything
all right,
except for the clipboard and the opening up to the boxes. That's all just not silly. But
yes.
And yes, Bricky will be available for interviews and we'll be doing signings. So we will have
So
that.
to go back to the question on the schedule, here's the tentative schedule. I say tentative because some things may change. There's still many details to finalize, including working with the landlord on a few things and stuff like that. But tentatively, we have registration going live on Saturday, March 8th. And what that means, it's when we ran Cyclops cons online, we discovered some people had never been to physical cons, and this is all new for them. So just to say it in case this is new for you, registration means you register for the event. You don't necessarily get a ticket to a game. We'll have two kinds of registration. One is you register for Dungeon Con, which means you get access to the warehouse sale, and you'll get access to one game. There's going to be a morning flight of 8 tables and an afternoon flight of 8 tables. So for a total of 16 games, and each of those will have a certain number of seats. We count that we can fit 96 people, so 96 seats at games. So on March 8th, you can register for the day, and we'll be selling 96 registrations for Dungeon Con. In addition, if you don't get that or you want to do it slightly differently, you can also register just to show up for the warehouse sale. So we're charging a modest fee, $8 for the warehouse sale if you pre-reg, $10 on site. This is mostly for crowd control. This is not a hotel ballroom that can hold thousands of people. There's pallets and books and boxes and desks and stuff in here. We got to work here. So there's only so many people we can fit. Sharp objects, yes. Pits, yeah. If we sell some insane amount, part of the reason we're doing this is also because if it hits some certain number, we're probably going to say, okay, we're sold out. We can't fit this many people. But 96 tickets for the games, and then some number of warehouse sale tickets as well, just to sort of give some sort of crowd control. And that'll all happen on March 8th. And then on March 15th will be event tickets going on sale. So if you're one of the 96 people who registered, you can get one event ticket. So one morning game or one afternoon game of the 8 morning and 8 afternoon, just because there's only so many slots.
What was that date again, Joe? March
8th for registration, March 15th for event tickets.
15th. And you're limited to one ticket.
Yes, limited to one event
person.
ticket. Yep. Yes. And people are running games. Actually, both of you guys are running games. Chris and Matt are running games. Brendan, Harley, Mike, Doug, every Bob, Jen, all the names you've heard of associated from Goodman Games are all running games. So it's gonna be awesome games, whatever game you get in. It's just we only have room to fit so many people.
Yeah. Great Babe has a great suggestion. We can create more space in the warehouse for more people by buying as much as you can up until that date.
Yes.
If we sell 10,000 books between now and then, we add another table.
Yeah, that's great.
That's awesome. Yeah.
And
seriously, it's going to be a lot of fun. And there really are. If you watch the video that we posted on YouTube, I think yesterday or the day before, as we were walking through, Grape Ape found an old DCC annual still in the dust jacket of the like Kung Fu dust jacket. So he bought one of the two. I have no idea where that came from. We found a 4th printing DCC Demon Skull edition. This thing's been out of print for 8 years, something like that. Again, we had 2 copies. No idea where they came from. Like Chris said, like we go to Gen Con, we pack it all up, 5 years later, that box turns up at the bottom of the pallet. You unpack it, you're like, look at all this stuff that we packed up at 4 Gen Cons ago. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. And if you're a collector and you want, the perfect edition of your whatever, you can go through a pallet load of them.
Yeah.
Find the one that is perfect and buy that one.
We don't mind at all. We're gonna hand out knives that you can use to open up the boxes.
Box cutters. Yeah, always a great idea.
You just can't run with them. We just don't want you to run with them. That's it. So
yes, exactly.
Yeah. So there was a great question. Jeff Whitty Art asked if we could live stream the con. Now we're getting technology involved here.
So I will say, many years ago, we live streamed a Kickstarter fulfillment, which I thought was like not that interesting, but a lot of people actually love watching it. You kind of have to do it far enough away that you can't read the addresses on the labels, but it's kind of interesting. I mean, part of me likes that idea. We could totally set up a camera angle like up that could capture.
Yeah.
Can't get all the rooms, but the main warehouse area.
So
that's actually hilarious. That's not a bad idea. That could be really fun. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, we can think about it. It's not going to be great. Like the sound will be bad. You're really just going to see people gaming, but like it's something,
Yeah.
Wow. Let me add that to my notes.
Elena, what are you doing that weekend?
Exactly.
I think what we should do is we need a couple cameras, right? A GoPro in the corner, like you're talking about, and then maybe a Chaos Lord GoPro, or maybe it's
head.
like on somebody's head. That's hilarious.
Molon cam.
So there's 2 different channels you can back and forth while you're watching.
There should be a Doug cam.
That's
too.
really
Can
funny.
we get Doug to wear a camera?
Oh my goodness!
I'm sure he'd love that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That's pretty funny.
Yes. So we've unlocked another monster.
Hey.
So
what was the name of that guy? Bob? Who was the guy who would always announce the stuff on The Price is Right?
Bob Barker. Oh, yeah, Johnny. Johnny Olsen.
Tell us.
Johnny
Olsen.
Was
it? No, that was Superman. That was who was the guy? I know who you mean though.
I thought it was Johnny Olsen.
I think that might be right, because Jimmy Olsen is the guy you're talking about.
Oh, is it Johnny Olsen?
Yeah.
Maybe
I think
right.
that's
Johnny. Yeah, because Bob Barker was the
Johnny Gilbert. Great Babe suggests Johnny Gilbert. I don't know.
Johnny Gilbert. Okay.
Someone.
So tell us, Johnny. What have they won, Johnny?
They have won a Spore Tender crab. So this is a gargantuan monstrosity crab that burrows down into the stone/soil and has a fungus forest on its back. So that's how big it is. Ginormous.
Oh my God.
Yes. So the Spore Tender crab is the second monster that has been unlocked.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
That is cool.
Okay, so I think, Chris, am I remembering correct that there's another person who's going to jump on the stream? Am I remembering that right?
Do we have another person waiting to jump on, Elena? Yep, joined and waiting. Okay, so so I think we're going to swap out. I think we're going to say goodbye to a couple of folks. I'm staying on, and we're going to bring a special guest on.
All right,
it's
so
not
Matt
Johnny Olsen.
Matt and I will jump off for a sec. Chris is going to keep going for a while, and then we'll see how long this overtime mode lasts, and if you guys can unlock any more monsters.
Nice. That's great.
And so if you're watching, wait like 2 minutes. We'll be right back.
It's good. See you.
All right, we're back, everybody. And to my virtual left, I'm sure you recognize this person. I edited that. All right, I was gonna say chucklehead, but he's not a chucklehead, folks. You know, Rick. Rick, say hello to the wonderful people.
Hello, wonderful people. And as I'm talking, my cat is pushing up against my laptop, which is always helpful. Um, Thrilled to be jumping in here. I see the stream is going well, the bidding is going well, so to speak, and we're keeping it flowing. So it's really exciting.
We are. I mean, we are doing some we're doing some yeoman's work here. So we
Yeah,
just crossed 250K, which we are so excited about because that unlocks the GM screen. So
nice.
very, very cool that we get the GM screen. We're gonna get to you guys' questions about it. Oh, cool. Somebody just kept us going, so we've got 10 more minutes. So we were just commenting
Hey,
that the
Jeff.
boss is in here now, so we can change all the rules. So we're gonna unlock monsters every 10 minutes. No,
Oh
we're not
yeah,
gonna do
now
that. No.
the boss is
Um,
gone. The rules are
yeah. However, you know, if we can get to 255K, I think there could be an extra monster in there. So let's keep
Mm,
that in mind. So we might be able to do some stuff. But anyway, so for the next couple of, well, really, you guys get to determine how
yeah,
long Rick and I are going to be on the stream. We have carved out, I'm not going to tell you exactly how much time, but we've carved out several hours of our
yeah,
schedule to be available for this. We are only 6 backers away from unlocking another Underdelve slot for one of you backers to submit. So we are very hopeful that we get to that because as
yeah.
we were talking earlier, the more slots we have available, the better chance folks are of having their delves published alongside of somebody like Rick. I think Rick, you actually did a couple of the Underdelves, didn't you, for our
I
stream?
did. I have two fiendishly clever underdelves that I think will
Nice.
be very challenging. So I think one of them was actually the example underdelve. So if you want to
Yes,
see,
actually it was. So if you guys
uh,
want to see what Rick's
I
Underdelves
don't
look
remember
like,
which one, but I think one of them was uses the
it was
example. So if somebody
yeah.
wants to see how I torture my players and anybody who purchases the product, how many slots do we have open right now for
Oh, now you're
underdelves?
gonna ask me to do math.
Yep.
I think we're at 8 or 9.
8, right? Yeah,
Yeah, I
something like
forget what
that.
it is.
And
I have to do. I can get that answer if you can fill the dead air for a second. I can get that answer.
yeah, and the GM screen is unlocked, which is
Oh,
super awesome.
let's
I'm
not
very
do
thrilled about
hold on.
that.
Okay. So we got the wrong. Yeah, give me. I will get that. I can work on that answer for you. So yes, we have how many slots do we have?
There's a lot.
There is we unlocked 3 at the get-go, and then I believe we did what are we at here? So we just unlocked that one. So total of 9. We are at a total of 9. No, total of 8, I think. Oh, math is hard.
Right? Math was never my forte. I
Yeah.
think I was always one of those.
Maybe I should put my
guys,
glasses
you
on.
know?
This is, yeah, that's 1600.
Hey,
So we have 8 right now, and we're going to be 9.
people
So,
remember
oh,
me
yeah,
from
yes,
talking
talking to yourself. We
TSR.
can
That's
talk
so
about
nice. How you doing,
whatever you
Louis?
guys want us to talk about.
Yeah, no, that's we opened the jam screen. Thrilled about that. And the next
Yes,
what? The next big one is the book of handouts is
275. We
275.
get to
Big stretch.
275, people. I
We
mean,
hit that. I'm gonna
you're going to
fall
get a
out of my
lot of
chair and do a
monsters if we
dance.
can hit 275.
Yeah.
So, and don't
It'll be
worry, you're
Monster
getting the
City.
handouts. It's just that that stretch goal is an extra book of handouts so that while you're at the game table, you don't have to flip through all of the books. You actually get the handout book like separately so you can hand out. So it's kind of a quality of life improvement
Yeah,
there.
which is really helpful,
Yeah.
honestly. Who doesn't want, to just throw a handout at your players? Visual cues are key.
Exactly, exactly. So we are 4 backers away from unlocking that 9th slot. So,
Nice.
and look at that, we're already over 251. So people maybe are
Wow.
taking me serious by that extra monster. So at the bottom and the top of every hour, somebody remind me that we unlock another OT monster, and I will give you guys a brief description and let you know which one. I have a
Ooh,
tracking them right here. You can't really see them very
nice.
well, but. There's lots on here, lots to keep us busy. So Rick, my friend, how are you doing? We're gonna
I
take questions from the chat, but we're also just gonna talk and do our
Oh
thing.
yeah, yeah. Throw it at us, folks. I'm doing good. Just
I like it.
relaxing, taking a day off to write, so to speak. So I was actually adventure writing for an unnamed project before
Nice.
coming in here. So the people will see that at some point or another. And it was a good day otherwise because my mailman came with a big old wormwood box. I've been my poor mail person. It's good I tip this guy well once a year because between the Kickstarters and the game table stuff and everything else, I have a really good relationship with my guy. He's such a sweetheart, but it's like I'm putting the guy to work because there's so many of these games and things coming to my house. And today he showed up with this. He said, "I have a big box for you." And I said, "What is it?" And I literally had no idea. Like, how you just forget you've got so many
Yeah.
things coming that you don't even, you're like, well, they'll show up when they show up and it's a good surprise. And then he's like, "I don't know, it says something about a game table on it." I'm like, "Oh, so yeah." So yet another piece for the game table. I think I'm done with that. That's done. So
Nice.
yeah,
Cool.
but we're giving him, so
Yeah. Jay Riggin made a great comment. This is not talking TSR, it's talking terror. So
talking terror.
I
That's
like
right.
that. We should brand that. That's another t-shirt. We've created 2 t-shirts now
See, there
today,
you
plus
go.
the third one
We'll
earlier.
combine the
So
two logos, and
yeah, I like
the
it. I
the
like
lizard
it.
man can be sitting on the shoulders of the giant or something.
Yes. No, that is all very good. So I have trivia questions. We're gonna wait a little bit on the trivia questions. We're
All
just
right.
gonna kind of talk things up. So if folks have any questions in the chat about this project,
Yeah.
we'll definitely talk about it. But obviously you've heard us, we've been talking about all kinds of things, Dungeon Con, we've been talking about Dungeon Denizens, a little bit of Castle White Rock. We are qualified to talk about all those things. So we can certainly, there's the deeper meaning of life questions, maybe not so much. But we are certainly can talk about any of these upcoming products
Yeah.
from, limited amount what we can talk about. But yeah, oh, here we go. We've already got a
All
question
right.
for both of us. What's our favorite giant type? Rick, I'm gonna let you go first on that.
All right. Out of the classic D&D giants, my favorite is probably the Frost Giant. It's a toss up, but Frost Giant, believe it or not, is probably one of the top for me.
Okay.
Just because the look is cool and they kind of come built in with the environment, which is really interesting. And I remember when they used to do the multi-armed kind of Frost Giant, remember variant, where you would see that and the whole, often they would kind of do the whole Viking, horns on the helmet kind of look to them, which I thought was really cool. Plus they were smart enough and deadly enough, but not over deadly, not so over the top that my players would, rarely see them at the table. They were a giant that could actually get action on a regular basis, as opposed to something like a storm giant where you really want to pull out when the characters are good and high.
Yeah.
So yeah, for whatever reason, the Frost Giant always hit the sweet spot for me.
Okay. Okay. People probably think I'm gonna say Storm Giant of the aquatic variety, but that's not actually my favorite. Storm Giants didn't get a lot of use back in the day, so I'm gonna say Stone Giant. Stone Giant mostly
Hmm.
because they weren't in the original G series. They kind of got left behind a little bit there.
Yep.
But they were always cool. They had a fascinating look to them, and they were a little bit more like philosophical and not necessarily just bash your head in with a stone
Hmm.
club, but they could certainly do that too. And they were also the best darn rock throwers out there, which is when they could catch rocks too, if I recall.
Yes.
So
Yes.
yeah, or catch
Um,
other things that you could send their way, catapults and stuff. So I think Stone Giant was probably my favorite.
That's
So
a good choice because
yeah,
you're right. I always felt like they were the redheaded stepchild of Giants for some reason.
yeah,
I mean, in the original Giants series, obviously we never got the Cloud Giants or the Storm Giants, and I'm glad that we at Goodman Games have kind of made up for that in this project because you're getting all the Giants. But yeah, I always missed that. And I never felt like in the early days of D&D we got enough information about the Stone Giants because they didn't really feature large in any adventures. They would kind of
yeah,
guest star in things, but they never really got their moment to shine.
yeah.
So
Agreed.
I'm really glad we kind of gave them as part of this a full length adventure because you will
Yes.
absolutely get Stone Giant action in here and Cloud Giant and
Yep.
Storm Giant. So uh And Death Angel Shadow, I see your dad was a rural letter carrier. It's funny that we were talking about that, but my sister was a letter carrier until very recently, and my best friend still is a letter carrier. So for whatever reason, I know a lot of them, and they work really hard. So that's awesome. But anyway, shoot us any question you want, folks.
Yeah, yeah. Klublui's in there. It's like you need to invite your postman in for some gaming. There you go. So
I don't know if he's the type. That would be an interesting scene for sure.
Yeah, that would be.
I
But
started to try to explain to him.
You never know until you ask.
That's true. I said game table to him, and he just looked at me like he had no idea what I was talking about. And I tried to explain it, and I just didn't make any headway today. But I could see him looking at it. I'm like, for board games and things like that. And he looked at me like, it was something I had a roulette table built into. So I just gave up. But you never know. I've had some very unusual people at my game table over the years. Let's just leave it at that. So okay, here we have a question. Is the D24 included with the campaign unique to the I'm trying to read that. Oh, is it unique? The picture had a black. So are the D20s all black, Chris? Do you know?
I believe they are all.
I think they are, right?
It is not a unique die 24.
So I think it's similar to the twirling picture that is shown in the preview.
Oh, hold on a second, folks.
All right, so as Chris reads the comments, I'll throw out one easy, well, maybe not easy, trivia question since we're talking about stone giants. What do stone giants, this is for the crowd out there, and don't check your books. No cheating. What do stone giants rank as the greatest virtue?
Oh.
Since we were just talking about how kind of, and this is like 5e wise, since we're talking about, how we kind of,
While I ponder that, Kablooey just said that stone giants are number 2 for him. You can't leave us hanging like that, Kablooey. You got to tell us what your number 1 is.
Yeah, we got to give us a number 1.
If you're gonna drop a little tidbit like that, you got to let us know what your number 1 is. Is it poetry or something like that, or
very close, very close.
Like storytelling or something along those lines? Something.
I'm waiting to see if anybody gives a stab at it.
In there. Boy, it's like we weigh books and everybody chimes in on like what the weights are. Do we need to weigh? I've got a mailing scale around here somewhere. Do I need to go pull out some of my old things to weigh? Musical.
Everybody's dancing all around it.
Wow.
Think in terms of what they throw and what else they might do with.
They throw poetry books at you.
Well, what are they famous for throwing?
Rocks.
Okay, so what else can you do with a rock aside from throwing?
Make rock music with it. No, now we're back to
what
singing.
I would do.
There will be no singing.
Yeah, so the artistry. So basically sculpting, things like that.
Oh, sculpting.
So
yeah, solid foundation. Yeah, sculpting, rock and roll. Yeah, we have that bowling scores.
Yeah, see, that would be me.
Yeah,
rock and roll, or bowling, one or the other. I used to be a good bowler back in the day. So
I was as well.
Bowling.
I did
Were you?
a bit of bowling back in the day.
We never went bowling, you and I. We should have done that.
We totally would have done that.
Now I'm an old man.
We probably hurt our backs now, but
yeah.
But yeah, that was I actually have not been bowling in quite some time.
No, me neither. I miss it. I used to have a 16-pound cannonball I would throw down the lane, and it was awesome.
Nice. I used to bowl on my dad's church league. I was the backup since I was underage. So but they would always if someone couldn't make it, and almost every week someone could make it. So I pretty much bowled every week.
So you were in there all the time.
Pretty much, yeah. But it was like an advantage to have somebody, a real person. Otherwise you'd get like a fixed number or something. So they always wanted a live dog in there to
That's
help
funny.
it. And then afterwards, and it was like a Thursday night, so it was a school night. Then afterwards they would go to a bar at like 11:30 at night, or the diner. They'd go to either diner and eat like a big slab of cake, or they'd go to this bar where, I kid you not, they did turtle races at this bar. Like they did, I swear to God, they did turtle races. And I was underage, and I was there. I was so I'd be at the bar drinking a Coke because I wasn't allowed to drink anything else because I couldn't drive. I was like way underage. But yeah, so we were getting way off tangent.
That's really funny. Yeah, but a turtle race tangent is always a good one.
Totally. If you're going to talk about something silly, you
Yeah.
might as well talk about turtle races. So,
See, my last real bowling experience was actually on a church league as well. I got drafted into a friend's church league, and I was the anchor man. I was the last guy.
Oh wow, I was never that. I was
It
always
was
the first
always,
person. That tells you
oh
how
my
good of a
God.
bowler I was. I was always the first person.
Oh no, see, it was always terrible pressure because sometimes the game would be hanging on, a little bit, and they would send me up last. And I was known for occasionally getting like those turkeys in the final frame, and the other team would hate me. But it was a great way to feel like a hero sometimes.
Yeah, Rick, Earl, Anthony.
There it is, Cloud Giant.
Yeah.
All
Cloud
right.
Giants don't get a lot of respect, I feel.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
I always felt like people had a hard idea really getting their head conceptually around Cloud Giants as opposed to some of the other giants.
Agreed. Cool.
Thinking about, when you think about dress and likes and habits and things, I think the other giants, you think about fire giants and you have the element built into it. And frost giant, you have the element, and stone giant, you sort of have the element. And hill giants are kind of dumb. So it's kind of like for most of the other giants, you can kind of quick get on some of those immediate themes. But I feel like cloud giants are hard,
They are.
If I had to write, a brand new giant dungeon right now, I don't know, cloud might be one of the ones I would tackle just as a self challenge, because I think I would really have to dig deep and get creative with that.
Yeah. Traveling now, cloud giants are heinous. The original cloud castle dwellers. Very true.
Yeah.
Maybe they get a bad rep because supposedly you can take them out with magic beans, or at least get to them with magic beans. So that's entirely possible. That could be. Yeah, and the first edition always threw you off good and evil. They could be either back then.
Yes.
So
that's what I mean. I always felt like they were very nebulous, and didn't Judges Guild have a cloud giant?
I believe there was a Cloud Giant Castle
back in the
adventure
day.
there. Yeah, I know. Dungeon Magazine did a classic one once that was, to this day, probably one of the better takes on it.
Yeah.
So that was classic. And I agree.
remember that.
There were Great Babe. Are there desert giants? There were in like one of the supplement books. I think when they got to like the Monster Manual 8 or something like that. I'm being serious. Like there was at some point, I do believe, or maybe it was the Forgotten Realms Monster Manual or something, where they did actually have desert giants and all kinds of sub ones.
Yeah, I feel like in second or third edition, didn't they kind of go there?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I believe so. So yeah, that's a good desert giants that's really good.
That's a cool concept, actually.
Yeah,
I like that.
We
got to go somewhere.
Doing a monster book.
Yeah.
So
you never know. Can never have too many monster ideas. So
no, you cannot. And once again, monster ideas can inspire all the time. So we are 2 backers away from unlocking another Underdelve folk. 2 backers. So there's got to be 2 more people out there that are potentially considering jumping on this crazy ride that we've got going on here. So is it true? Is it a thing? So do you have more trivia there, Rick, or would you like me to come up with one of my questions?
Go for it. Why don't you throw one of your questions out to the audience?
So I went for the classic G series, GDQ series where I line from. So I've got a lot of really good ones. So let's see if I could come up with a really good one here.
So very Talking TSR
so
style.
if we've got any of our Talking TSR fans out there, or should I say top 50 classic adventure modules of all time fans, which classic G series adventure module made Rick and Chris's list? Top 50 list of classic adventure modules of all time. You only got 3 choices.
Yeah, it's got to be G1, G2, or G3.
Yeah. So which one did more than one?
So is it Steeding of the Hill Giant Chief? Is it Glacial Rift of the Frost Giant Jarl? Or is it Hall of the Fire Giant King? All right, we've got 1 vote for G2.
Yep, we got a vote for
else?
G2. So let's see. I mean, I think it's got to be 1 on that list, right? I mean,
right.
So if we remember back to the old Dungeon Magazine top 30 list from 20 years ago, GDQ 1 through 7 was the number one overall. We have another vote. Half Ogre is in the chat. Half Ogre, you've been stalking quietly there. So Half Ogre, what's your favorite giant or ogre? Ogre counts, by the way. That is a giant type. So
An ogre is a giant type.
yeah,
That's true.
put that down there. We have 2 votes for G2.
All right.
Um,
I think they're leaning into the G2.
They are. They certainly are leaning into it. So
I wonder if they're guessing or if they actually watched back in the day.
yeah, I don't know. Well, that's the thing. Or maybe they're scouring on YouTube right now trying to find the episode.
Oh
but
my
that would be
goodness.
like 10 episodes, so that wouldn't work. That's not a great idea.
Yeah, that would be
So, oh, I've devolved with age. So only half an ogre. Yeah, I'm only half the ogre it used to be.
That's
So
right.
that's really
There's
funny.
a song in that, but I'm not going to sing it.
Okay. Yeah, no singing. We've talked about this.
No,
There will
that's
be
not
no
going to
singing
happen.
during this live
If you want to
stream.
bring Bob on, he can do it. But
Yes, Bob can sing.
I
in
can
the
talk with
chat.
the best of them, but not
Yeah,
sing.
yeah, or he can sing. So that's
Yeah.
a totally different crowdfunding. So
All right. Should we reveal the answer?
we shall reveal the answer. So it was a little bit of a trick question. There was 2 answers. G2 certainly
Yep.
was one of them. And G3 also made the top 50 list as well. G1 was on the list, but not in the top 50. So no luck there. So
yeah, G1 was like a near miss, wasn't it? Like in the next 10?
no, it was not
No,
close.
no.
Yeah, it was
Oh wow.
near
Yeah,
miss to not make it
Poor
on
G1 never
the whole
gets the
list,
love,
so.
you know.
So, oh, Grape Ape. I'll look for your Desert Giant submission when I get my Dungeon Delve 2 book. Yeah, there you go. Hint, hint, hint. There it is.
There you go. All right.
We are still 2 backers away.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, it's always you get so close. You
So
get
close yet so
and
far.
yes, and we are still just under $4,000 away from maybe doing something fun and excitement at 255,000.
Nice.
So I
Now
think there
people
could
can
be.
add on, right? And
Yes. So you don't have to be a backer.
you don't have to be a brand
to
new
keep us
backer. If you've
going,
already
by the way.
backed, you can throw a miniature on your lot. and
Yes,
keep
or throw a
yourself over
$2
adventure.
adventure on or something
Yeah.
to keep us going. Otherwise, if we end here in 4 minutes, then we're done for the night, and we just did a lot of good work and didn't actually have to work very hard for it. So, but we do have, we're at the bottom of the hour, so I have to reveal the next monster.
All right.
The next monster that will be going into the stretch goal book, the next overtime monster is wait for it, the Darkness Stalker. Which is a CR9 elemental that alters its form and power based on the light level. So dim light or complete darkness, you're going to get a completely different encounter than it. I think this has been done before, but this is way cool.
That's a
the
very
fact
cool
that
idea.
the power level of the
Yeah.
monster changes based on what kind of light you have. So it doesn't matter if everybody's got dark vision and they can see just fine. Maybe you're going to want some light actually on there. So that is the 3rd overtime monster. So as we keep this stream going, every half hour we're going to be unlocking another monster that's going to just make that stretch goal book even bigger. So let's see. Sportflix. Okay, we're gonna talk sports here. Sorry if this has already been asked, but are we gonna get the final episodes 1 through 5 of Classic Modules? Watch the full series twice. Wow. Has the final not been posted? It must have been posted by now, right? Maybe somebody on this stream or behind the scenes stream can let me know if our 1 through 5 Classic Adventure module.
Yeah, we don't have the last one up. We'll have to work.
Oh, it's not up. But we'll get that fixed if
we'll get that up, folks.
So,
all right. See, Sportsflix is keeping after us, but he's watched the whole series. You've watched us twice. God bless.
Twice. That's crazy.
That's
I mean, no, it's not. It's like we like.
I couldn't even stand myself twice. Well, thank you though. Yeah, we can't keep them in suspense, so we'll have to post that.
Yes.
So
okay,
got so much going on these days that things get a little crazy over here.
They do.
So do you want to throw out another trivia question, Chris?
I certainly can.
Go for it.
We've got a little bit of time before we unlock our next monster. So, in the Classic Adventure G3, That's the fire giant one for those of you keeping score at home. There was a red dragon down on level 3. What was the red dragon's name? Red dragon
Ooh.
actually had a name. So if you
I'll
guys
let the audience try to answer this, and then
do
I'll
you
give
know
the
the
stamp.
answer, Rick? Do you know
What?
the answer? Do you know the answer?
I think I do.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm
You
gonna
have to
get. I'm gonna
spell
give it
it
a
too.
shot.
You have to spell it. Not only do you have to say
Oh,
it. Yeah. So and
all right.
pronounce it
Well,
correctly
I'll
too.
give the audience a hint, and you can tell me if I'm barking up the right tree. Does it begin with the letter B?
It it might begin with the letter B.
All right.
Actually, it does begin with the letter B. So
All right.
okay. See, oh, Death Angel Shadow is still hanging out in the chat. So that's dedicated. You've been here for hours, haven't you? So thank you very much. Oh, we did get another backer. We're at 15.99
Oh, nice.
and we're creeping up. So we just need one more backer. This is come
Oh
on,
my
great burner
goodness.
accounts. This is it, man. You use your
Just
work
one.
email, use your kids' email,
Yeah.
use your grandma's email. Half Ogre says you're welcome.
Remember what they said in margin
So
call? Even your mother, if she's buying,
yes.
So
So half ogre, I do have to ask, were you a backer before now? Did you just add on or like, or did you just finally convince yourself that after all this time that, all right, I guess I have to be part of this project.
if
So
he's
we'd
got
like to
giant in his blood, he sort of has to be,
so
right?
no, just now get out. All right.
Oh,
So
a new
there's a
convert.
story here, half ogre. There's a story. So let me get this straight. So you're just hanging out, cruising YouTube. You come across our live stream. We're talking. You had to do it. Well, that's. I
Had
mean, we're trying to be entertaining, but you're entertaining us
it's
now.
these sympathetic faces you can't.
Yes. So is this true? Were you just surfing YouTube and you came across us and then we're just talking for a little while and you're like, let me check this out. And then you're like, yeah, this looks like something I want. Is that how this all went down? Because if it is, what we're doing here is working. So let's see. You might see a few monsters in there for me, but for the desert giant, you have to wait for Dungeon Denizens 3. Okay. Half
Okay,
ogre
so
working and
working and
listening to
listening
us
to
on
us,
YouTube.
or maybe it's working and
Yeah.
listening to us.
Well, we're not gonna throw any shade. I'm sure
No,
hopefully you're
I
not
think we
doing
all
some
kind of do that,
yeah,
right?
hopefully you're not doing something, that would distract you from doing your real job and put
Yeah,
lives at risk or something here. So,
yeah. No, if
um,
you're a firefighter, please put
yes,
the flames out first. But if you're
yes,
working at home, that's another whole
yes.
situation.
Or like they always say, like, in those Wild Kingdom shows where the guy is getting mauled by the bears, like, put the camera down and help me.
Yes,
So,
I always
uh,
love that in the horror movies, the found footage horror. Whatever's happening, the man keeps filming.
yes, keep it filming is the key,
Yeah,
there. So, all right, so we are still sitting at 1,599 backers. 1,600 is such a round number, folks. It would be
it
really
is. It's a nice,
awesome.
clean, sweet
So,
number.
oh wow, wasn't going to back this along with Caverns of Thracia, but couldn't resist. Well, do you know about the stickers, the returning backer stickers you're going to get now?
I was going to mention those awesome
Yes,
chevron.
the chevron stickers.
Yeah,
So if you've backed our previous crowdfundings, Dungeon Denizens, I think let me get this right. Dungeon Denizens, Grimtooth's Traps,
and Thracia.
and Caverns of Thracia.
Yep,
If you back this project as well, you're going to get these returning backer stickers, and they're chevrons, so they kind of stack on
they
each other.
stack.
You kind of show your allegiance and your
Yeah.
support to Goodman Games. So thank you for that. Oh, Mark Gunter with a guess on the name of the red dragon. Had to
Oh,
dig up the module. Been too long. Brazimal is
yes.
correct.
There you
So
go.
Mark, well done.
Nice.
You might want to keep that module handy because there's going to be more trivia coming. Um, so let's see. Oh, you heard it here. Dungeon Denizen Num is a thing. Just kidding. So, um, half ogre too cool. Yes, stickers for the win. Yes, it sounds like you'll be getting at least a couple stickers. So thank
Yeah.
you so very much for
I have to say,
supporting
the
us.
first time I saw the stickers, the way they stack, or I certainly would be stacking them in that
Yeah,
chevron.
I mean, aren't they cool? I
Is
mean, I really like it.
really honestly cool.
Yeah. I mean,
I
trust me, most of our ideas tend to be half baked, but that one was a good one.
no, but
That one was
I
like,
think our artistic team really knocked it out of the park with
oh, they
those.
did.
I
They
love them.
did.
Love them. As soon as I saw those, I was like, that's so awesome.
Yeah, without a
All right,
doubt.
Hall of the Fire Giant King. All right, since we're going old school,
Okay.
I'm pulling trivia right out of my head now. So
No.
give me a little rope.
Okay.
All right. We know the king's name, or I think we do, right?
Do
King's,
we? Do we?
we
Let's start with the king's name.
You want to
Maybe
start with the
people
king's
don't know
name?
the king's name. What's
All
the
right.
king's
Well,
name?
we'll throw that out there then. What's the king's name? What is the king's name? Who is the fire
G3.
giant king? What is his
Yep.
name?
Yep. From
Without
G3.
without pulling out the book or looking up an online.
Oh, they can pull out the book.
Can they pull out the book? All right, pull out the book.
And there it is, 1,600 backers. Thank you.
Nice.
If you're watching right now, you got to let us know that you were the 600 backer because you just unlocked another underdelve for all the backers. So
Yes.
not only did you just
So
win by getting an amazing product, but
everyone
everybody else
thanked this
won.
person.
Yes. So let's round of applause. That is fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. That's so great.
So, and Wendy with a comment, just wish there was an add-on option for the patches of the stickers. Yes, I know. It's like we thought about all these things, but it really is just something for returning backers that we're doing. But they are really cool stickers.
Yeah.
So
But now that we're doing it, right, we'll probably keep doing it.
We will be keeping doing it on. So you can just start now. So your collection might just be missing the first few, but I don't know, check eBay.
A nice little extra bonus for the people who have backed us in the past, but I'm sure it will continue.
Yes.
All right. So the king's name, I'm pronouncing it my way as I always do in my Jersey accent. But
are you sure we don't need to ask Gary about how it's really supposed to be pronounced? So
somebody will tell us in the comments.
I'm sure they will.
They always do, either now or later.
Yes.
I say King Snur.
Yeah, that's what I say. Snur. Yeah.
Snur, yeah. All right. So what I was going to ask,
but didn't he have like a secondary name? It was Snur something. Do you remember what the something?
Oh no, like Snur, Iron Lung or something. I don't.
You were very close. I believe.
Oh, Iron Belly, right?
Iron Belly. Yes,
Iron Belly.
I believe it was Iron Belly.
Yep. Yeah. I think you're right. All right.
Yeah.
So what I was going to ask is, what is the queen's name?
Oh, what is the queen?
Because he has a queen, and Gygax, describes this really hideous monster with hair like a fright wig and pig-like eyes and the whole bit. He really kind of gives her the purple description kind of treatment.
Yeah.
So yeah, what was her name?
I don't even know on that one. So and yeah, Half Ogre, yes, thank you, mysterious backer, for keeping our stream going so we can't eat a reasonable dinner tonight, and B for and there's another backer, so 1601, so we're only 99 backers from another slot being opened. So that, and we are still creeping further along to 255,000, where Chris has promised another bonus because the boss isn't here. So a bossless bonus, you can't beat that. Bossless bonus, and I'm checking, my phone's not blowing up with text, so I think we're good. So Jarl is the first guest here. Yep, I'm peeking and trying to let better memories chime in. Mark's got, I told you, Mark, keep that book out, because the answers are in there somewhere. So yeah, Jarl is the title of the fellow in the Glacial Rift module. Yep, that's like the king name or whatever, but not the official title. The queen's name, I always remembered it because it was one letter off a word that could be used to describe her appearance. I think I might. Best clue I can give. I think I might know, which is weird. Begins with the letter F. Yeah, I think I know what this is now. I think I know what this is. I think it's dwelling in the recesses of your brain, Chris. You just got to pull it out. I think I know what it is. We never forget this stuff, right? Yeah, I think I know. I think I'm gonna say I want to let folks get a chance. Oh, you want to give them? All right, we'll give you another minute. I have a good follow-up one. Okay. Yeah, I went obscure. I went pretty obscure, but I do have a names are a popular one. I did go with names for a fair amount. Yeah, I feel like, if I stick to the main villains or whatever, then I'm not really cheating too hard if I go into the names. Yeah. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, there it is. But anything for the G series, I'm pretty much pulling out of my head. So if somebody proves me later, then come in. Is that Sports Flicks for the win there? Queen Fruppy? Yes. That is it. We have a winner. Yes, right. Because I always remembered Fruppy because I thought Fruppy was like close to Frumpy. And Frumpy is what Frumpy to me was a pretty good description. Not to be confused with Flump or Flumpy.
Right. That Flumpy.
Yeah.
And yeah, she was like a wicked creature because she would strike and possibly decapitate you. She would ask you to bow in her presence and then
That's
strike
crazy.
you, and she could had a possibility of decapitating you. And the weird thing is her weapon wasn't an axe. You think it would be an axe.
Totally.
And no, she had an iron scepter, if I'm remembering right.
Which how
Now
would that take your
I'm
head
really
off?
digging here, but if I
Yeah.
remember, yeah, it was like she had like, sort of like a ruler scepter or something, and she would
Yeah.
hit you with that. How she decapitated you with the scepter, I have no idea, but it's in there. So
Yes. Yeah, there's
um,
oh wow, we're quoting things. A sly and cunning
a
horror. He
sly and
is, if
cunning. Yeah,
anything,
it's a great
uglier than
like
Snur.
you get this really awesome description of her and Snur. It's like I always
Yeah.
love that, because they describe Snur's like eye teeth as being like tinged orange and all this stuff. And it was like
Yeah.
I remember that I remember very well. Anyway, very well done. Green fruit bee.
Yeah, that's good. So we'll just keep going with the trivia then, because I have a very similar question.
All
So
right, go
what
for it.
is the name of the Jarl, the Frost Giant Jarl's wife? Now, I will warn people, I don't know if they named her in the original adventure. I'm using GDQ 1 through 7, Queen
Okay.
of the Spiders, and I think they went back and they actually named a few more of the NPCs in there. So
So I'm gonna say in the original, unless I'm mistaken, she was not named.
yeah, I think in the original she was not
I
named. I
think
think
it
that is
just
correct, but
said,
she does have a name in
yeah.
that one. Um, yeah,
And
we
the
have a
same
guest.
goes for this for the hill giant chief.
Yes, I
His
believe
wife
they were
was not named. It
was
just
not
says
named.
it
Yeah.
said, and maybe we can come up with his name, but it just said blank and his wife, and it just
Yep.
that's literally the only description you got. The poor woman was not even named in the.
Yeah. Andy makes a great question. If one backs at the dollar level, does one qualify for the sticker? Smiley face. No, I believe you have to back for a physical reward. So yeah, we're not gonna ship just the sticker. I mean, I guess maybe if you really wanted one, you could email the customer service team and they ship you a sticker for, you're gonna pay $1 to back in and you're probably gonna pay $5 to ship a sticker, but does that really a free sticker at that point?
They all
So,
grow
but we
stickers.
do have, just to let folks know, there is a $2 pledge level where you will get a physical
Oh,
adventure called the
right.
Big
So
Dragon's
you could
Treasure
get the
Map.
adventure, and then that's a
So,
great
and
way
then
to
they'll
get
put the
the.
sticker in there with it. You're still gonna have to pay shipping, and I hate to tell you, but that $2 module is probably gonna cost $5 to ship, or I don't know how much it's gonna cost, but shipping is ridiculous. And as Joe said earlier, if there's an ocean between you and us, the shipping is even crazier because
Yeah.
oceans tend to do that. So, and he said, just tried. Thanks for the response. No, that's good. So,
Yeah.
and Jay Riggin is putting a guess that Snorri is the name of the frost giant Jarl's wife. That is not correct. Fitch is also not correct, although I don't remember if Fitch was a previous guess. But keep them coming. So
That
we're
name
still
Snorri
alive. Every
sounds
time I look
really
over, I keep
familiar.
thinking that I'm going to be able to shut this stream down and go eat dinner, but apparently other people have plans. So, um, apparently those plans are to keep Rick and Chris talking
That's
about
right.
old classic adventures and whatnot. So I heard a little rumor, Rick, that
Yeah.
you next month will be making your first trek to GaryCon. Is that true?
That is true. I'm
So
going back to where it all started.
there it
For the
is.
first time.
Yeah,
That is
so
true. Yeah.
back to where it all started the first time. That doesn't.
And you're more than partially to blame because you
Yeah,
telling me about Gary
you
Kahn.
have to do it.
Yeah,
So,
it put the bird in my ear.
yeah,
And I also get the sense that in all seriousness, I get the sense that Gary Kahn is really kind of ballooning and expanding.
it really
And I
is.
feel
It
like
really
I
is.
want to go before it gets too big, if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, one
Um,
might argue it's already too big,
yeah,
but
I mean, I kind of
and they
want to
are
go
trying to
while it's
keep
still in the
it.
quaint stage.
Yeah, they're trying to
Um,
keep it in the same facility, which I agree with keeping it in the same facility, but it is definitely much more crowded than when I first went in 2000 and I'm gonna say 16, I think it was.
okay.
And I've been the
All
last
right. So
2
that was a while
years.
ago.
Yeah, no, that
Yeah.
2016, I thought it was a very different experience. But it's still great to go. Make sure you get there and walk downtown.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Really cool sights to see and everything. Where it all happened, the house on
Yeah.
Center Street, where the old building was a old hotel. I think it's a candy shop now. I don't know if it's still a candy shop.
Oh, you mean with the hobby store?
Yeah, yes, the hobby store was downstairs and TSR was
TSR
upstairs.
was
It's
up.
on
Yeah.
a corner on the main street there. The building is still there. I think the building's been redone. But yeah, you can walk along the waterfront there and everything. But yeah, it's definitely something I encourage all longtime gamers.
Yeah.
At some point get out to Gary Con and see the sights and walk the history that happened in that little Wisconsin town, resort town. It's
That's my plan is to, my plan right now is to set aside a good afternoon to basically,
yeah.
see the local sites. How can you not? Because I
Yeah,
feel like,
exactly.
and I don't usually get excited about that kind of thing, but in this case, I really, I want to see
Well, I will temper your
all those
expectations. It's not that cool,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying, no, it's just neat to be like, this
Yeah,
is
but
where it
no,
all
there's
happened.
there's a certain, I don't know. There's I've traveled a lot, I think, as you know, and I've gone to different places and I've seen like famous churches and I've stood in the place where like Jack the Ripper killed one of his victims and I've done these different things. And there's always a ambiance or something. And I feel like I just need to kind of go and check it out. And it'd be still different, I think, from Gen Con, very different kind of experience. So
Yes, very much so. Very, very, very much so. So, all right. So we're not getting any other guesses here. So I'm gonna drop this a little bit. So I did stump people probably because they don't
Yeah.
have a GDQ 1 through 7. So the Jarl's wife name was Lady Amgroth. So again, that was a hard one. That was hard. And then Half Ogre says, Chris and Rick, looking forward to your next YouTube collab show. Yeah, I'm not sure that's gonna actually like happen. We're not here to make any announcements or anything, but yeah, we started our show back in literally in the pandemic. Back in
Really?
April, I think it was, of the pandemic 2020, and we went for 4+ years.
Yeah.
And it was a lot. It was a lot
Yeah.
every couple of shows. And every couple of weeks, I should say. So well, who knows?
Absolutely
Maybe we'll be
fun, but
back.
more work than people would think, I think.
Yeah, all the prep work that we used to put into it.
Yeah,
Was it the
people-
actual show? If I could just show up to the show and
Yeah.
just talk with Rick, but we just
Yeah.
do that on the phone anyway. We just don't share the things with you
Yeah.
people. So, although this is probably turning into very much like one of our phone calls, but
Yes.
we do a phone call and talk about the next project, and it's probably 10 minutes of actually, talking
Yeah.
shop, and then the other, 50 minutes were
Of-
kibitzing about Gary Con and stuff.
Yeah. Gary Con,
Or the latest,
Kickstarters, game
Cthulhu Death May
products,
Die game,
miniatures.
board game, or, Wormwood tables. So,
Yeah.
and we were getting down to, we were under 5 minutes, and then somebody back. All right, so we are only
right.
8 backers away from the next slot being unlocked, and we're still right around that 251 300. So I'm not sure that 255 might be, maybe if we could get to 252, maybe 252 500, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe I could give away yet another monster. And what are we doing on the timer? We actually
Ooh, tempt them, folks.
a couple
We've got
more
a lot of
minutes and
good
we're giving away
monsters.
another monster. So
Yeah.
but yeah, Sportflix says listed as just the lady in G123. Yeah, that sounds about right. So and then Sportsflix also, sorry if this is too far off topic. We literally weighed books on this live stream and did guessing on how much books weighed. So I don't think there's anything that's too off topic, to be honest with you. So sorry if this is too far off topic, but would you know or guess why are the modules Desert of Desolation and Temple of Mental Evil not available for print on demand? I do not know the answer. That's a question for the Wizards of the Coast legal department, of which we're not. We just play legal assistance on TV, on YouTube mostly, where we give bad advice. One more thing. But anyway, so I do not know. I did actually several years ago. I picked up my copy of Desert of Desolation, the combo book, like this one, where it was I3 through 5. And that was one of the best purchases I made, in my opinion, because I did like
Oh
the
yeah.
bit that they did. They didn't do as much as the Slaver one. Was that
Okay.
Scourge of the Slave Lords? But they
Yeah.
did add some connective
Oh,
tissue
all
between
right.
here, which was
Because I never
nice.
got that one. I never got that combo. I have the originals, but I never got the
Yeah,
combo book.
yeah.
But
It's
as you know, I
really
was really
expensive
impressed
now.
with what they did with the slavers because
Yeah.
some of them got the royal treatment and others not so much. So
Yes, yeah. So, and
it was
some were
kind of
actually even
uneven.
truncated. Like I think the B one, they actually didn't even give you the entire B1 through 9, I think it is. Like
Mhm.
they didn't even give you the entire adventure on some of them.
That's
They actually
right.
cut
Yeah.
some of them in half. So,
Yeah. That's
but yeah.
true. I remember
So
that one too, right?
yeah,
Like
but
one of
Desert
them, they just,
Desolation in print, the
yeah.
original, I've got mine is beat up. I paid I think over $100 for mine, and
Wow.
it is not in great condition. It is loved. It's readable and everything, but
Yeah.
it did come with the key thing is the map booklet was separate. So you want to make sure you get that map booklet because if you don't get the
Mhm.
map booklet, it's really kind of, and that map booklet probably adds $100 onto it. I don't know what it goes on eBay for right now, but I'm guessing it's north of 150 or $200 probably, maybe even more. So
Ooh, there's one on eBay. All right.
is there?
Wow. Now I know where I'm going after the
Oh,
show.
one on eBay for
You
everybody's
should get a
looking. Hey,
kickbacks
no,
for
no,
it.
you're supposed to be bidding on this over here. You're supposed to be on Backer Kit, everybody, not on eBay. You guys are getting it all wrong.
And
So
Ray and DC, you are right. It
yes,
is pronounced Jarl.
yes, but
And
New
I think
Jersey
it's
we call it
pronounced
Charles.
Steeding too. I always said Steading of the Hill Giant Chief, and people have told me at least once that that's Steeding of the Hill Giant Chief. But my problem is growing up, I always read these words, but I don't say them. I unfortunately
Yes.
don't. Like we were joking about, Kraken. Remember we were saying, or Kraken, release the
Oh yeah.
Kraken. And you know, I was thinking like it's not something where you go into the supermarket or the coffee store, and you just like, could I have an order of bread? Could I buy some bread and a Kraken? It's just not something you say in regular conversation, you know.
Agreed.
But yes, Jarl it is.
So yes. And JC's asking for the 5e conversions of zero level funnels, what level do the players start at? So I think we've only done one so far. That's Sailors on the Starless Sea, which is part of this campaign. So we converted that to a first level adventure. There is we talked about this earlier hours ago, literally. We talked about this. There is a third party publisher that has done a zero level 5e book basically. So they applied the zero level funnel concept to 5e rules. So that is out there in the wild. And I'm sure there's other fans have probably done some treatments with that as well. So yeah, that's definitely a thing out there. So what is our time? Are we Nope, we still got 3 minutes to go before we
All right.
unlock the next monster. So do you have another trivia question there,
All
Ray?
right. Well, let's just keep going with we might as well exhaust the names from the first three. So where are we? Glacial Rift. Since we're talking about Jarls, what was the Jarl's name?
Oh,
Because again, I don't believe his wife was, I
yeah.
think his
Oh,
wife was
I
not
don't
named
even
in the original, but what was the Jarl's name?
I don't even know the answer to that one. So that's good.
Again, don't ask me to spell it, but I think I
And
can
you
give
said it
you.
was in the original adventure. It was
Oh,
specified.
he's named in the, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah. The three principal villains, the king, the Jarl, and the chief are all named.
Okay. So
Um, and then I
um
just remember Queen Fruppy,
yes. Yes.
but yeah, I do know their names. So don't ask
Okay.
me to spell it, but I know it. So if somebody guesses right, I should know.
Cool. Well, Dave, in the chat, Dave's still here. Dave, you were, I think, one of the first people on in this chat, so thank you. Hopefully you haven't done a whole shift at work and you're back,
Yeah, thanks for
because
hanging in
that
there.
would be terrible. Arcadia Magazine also had an article for fifth edition zero level funny inspired by I hope it was inspired by DCC. Otherwise, there could be lawsuits involved. But yeah, oh, thanks for that. Arcadia Magazine. Interesting. So I'm sure if I'm familiar with Arcadia Magazine.
No, what is
Dave's just hanging out, working. A lot of people working and listening to our stream. Ooh,
nice?
we're getting down there. We are 5 minutes away from a steak dinner, uh,
Oh, TikTok,
Rick.
TikTok.
So I'm excited because
That's right.
I'm getting
Gonna
hungry. So this could happen.
Getting
Oh,
close to dinner
MCGM
unless somebody bids. I'm
magazine.
going to put my napkin.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So, what'd you just show that? I missed that. Wait, I was looking away. I was looking at the chat.
I said I
So,
was going to, get my napkin ready for dinner. I'm just going to put
oh,
my bib in. Just
yeah,
going to,
steak dinner tonight.
people, this is the best of technology, right? Where literally could be held hostage here as long as people,
Is it the best though? I don't know if it's the
No,
best,
I
I
know.
guess, if you're like,
All
doing
I've seen
stuff for us.
recently are these movies about AI gone bad. I've been
Yeah.
watching this like stream. I haven't seen Megan yet. I haven't seen that one, which is, I guess, about a sort of Android
Did
slash
you see
AI.
there's like another Megan movie coming out?
Yes, a Megan too, because I
Yeah.
guess one's not enough. But yeah, there's been a flurry. Netflix just had a couple. So yeah,
Remind me in a minute to ask you about a movie thing because I do want
okay.
to get your opinion on something. But yeah,
But
yeah,
I
I'm
just
getting
watched a
excited
movie
here.
called Afraid with AI in the Afraid, and it was interesting.
Okay.
I'll qualify it as interesting.
Okay. Sportsflix says, is it Grugnor? Jarl Grug?
Ooh, yes,
It is.
it is.
Really?
Yeah, it's Grugner. It's got a U
Grugner.
instead of an O at the end.
Okay.
Close
Oh,
enough.
autocorrect might have done that.
Yeah,
So
but good. Top marks 007.
nice.
Grugner it is.
That was great.
All right, so
Um,
can somebody give us the last one then? The Hill Giant Chief. What is his name?
so we're gonna jump right into the Hill Giant Chief one.
Why not?
And it is 6 o'clock, so we are unlocking another overtime monster because
Oh,
darn it,
nice.
they're like, dude, if we just
All right, tell us about the monster.
the next monster that we have is the Load Walker, LODE. This is a CR12 construct. It's a huge magnetic iron type golem that forges the items it collects on the battlefields, and it can like throw slag and stuff like that. It is really, really kind of cool. Created
Nice.
by an Underdeep civilization to basically make things even worse. So that is the Load Walker, the fourth monster, overtime monster unlocks. So the stretch goal book just keeps getting on bigger.
Sweet.
Looking here, and we are 2 minutes away from a
Ooh.
steak dinner, so I'm really excited about that. So all sorts of excitement going on there. So yeah, so we are, what was it? We are trying to get the Hill Giant name now, right? The Hill Giant.
Yes. What is the chief?
I don't even know.
The
I would
titular
even know.
chief and the Hill Giant chief.
Not even know what the Hill Giant chief's name would be.
It doesn't come to my mind as quickly as some of the others, but are we down to a minute?
I have no idea. I'm gonna just say that I do not know. I'm drawing a blank on that. I didn't think the Hill Giant Chief actually had a name. I thought it was nameless, but
it was Chief Nasra.
Oh, that's right.
Remember?
Yes, I do remember that now. NOSRA or RNA or not?
It's like NOS. Again, I'm going by memory. It's NOSNRA, I want to say.
Okay.
Nasnura or something.
Nasnura.
Nasnura.
Again, you can write these things. You can't say it.
Right. Exactly.
That was the old thing, the old adage on George Lucas screenwriting for Star Wars. Write this beep, but you can't say it.
There you go.
That was a Harrison Ford quote there and everything. So I have a question for you. So we always seem to do really great when we talk like personal things that people seem to tune out and stop putting stuff in the chat. But have you seen the new Nosferatu movie?
I have not.
You have not.
I've heard good things about it.
I've heard good things about it too. I've not seen the original. I'm not really a horror fan per se.
Yeah, I know you're.
But I've heard that this is like atmospherically and and everything, that this is that they did it very, very well. I do happen to like Nicholas Hoult. Big fan of him. So I thought he played a wonderful Renfield in that. I saw that. I don't know if you saw that one. That was the one with Nicolas Cage as Dracula. That was good. That was silly at times.
I think Nosferatu is supposed to be, more of an atmospheric. It's not like just some gore fest or something.
Yeah.
Like
Oh.
I have I think a pretty good sense of what horror movies be more up your alley and not. And like this weekend I saw The Green Inferno, and I think that would not be up your alley. You know?
Really?
Yeah.
The Green Inferno? Yeah,
The
probably.
Green Eli Roth, The Green Inferno.
Oh, okay.
It's sort of like it's a throwback to cannibal Holocaust and cannibal Ferox and those kind of.
Whoa.
It's about a bunch of student activists. You're gonna love this. Here's an adventure. Here's an adventure idea if you want one. A bunch of student activists. They're trying to save the rainforest and all that. And they hear about a logging company that's going to encroach onto land occupied by natives down in, along the Amazon. So they decide to fly down there and intervene. But then in the process of doing that, their plane crashes and said natives capture them and start eating them.
Oh,
So
okay. Yeah, I'm
don't
probably
you
not
hate
going to
when
be a
that
big fan of
happens?
that one.
So yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, that movie was not for the timid. Let's just leave it at
Okay.
that. But Eli Roth, he's the guy who did Hostel and all that other stuff. So he's kind of,
Oh, yeah. That's hard
his
pass.
movies
That's
can
a
be a
hard
bumpy
pass.
ride if you're not a horror movie watcher.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's several levels of horror, and he's not on the most brutal level, but he edges toward it.
Gotcha.
There are things like Hereditary and things that I think are really pretty hardcore, but Nosferatu I think is a good, more of a mainstream. From what I hear, it's supposed to be very good. I'm really getting a good vibe from what I'm hearing about it, so I
Okay.
do want to see it. And you said you did see The Thing, right?
I did.
You
Yeah. I did
finally
see The
broke
Thing.
down. It was a pressure
Yeah.
campaign, folks. Got him to see
Yes.
The Thing after a good
I
board game session.
I did. I saw it a couple of days after Halloween. I watched it because we played the board game, folks, and it was the board. And now I really kind of want to play the board game again
Oh
because the board
yeah,
game
because now
did
you'll appreciate it even
oh
more.
and I think the board game did an amazing job. Just
It
kind of
did.
thinking back to it and everything. And again, there's like did you say there's like 3 board games out there though? It's like
Yes.
so the
Yeah.
one that we played, which was called The
And we
Thing. I
played
think they're
literally
all
the
called
Thing
The
board
Thing.
game, but
Yeah.
then there's another one called Outpost, I think 51 or whatever the
Okay.
number is. And then there's another one called Who Goes There, because The Thing was based on a movie and the movie was based on Who Goes There, and Who
Yeah.
Goes There was in turn actually based on a novella called Frozen Hell. So it just goes back and back and back. But basically, yeah, there's like 3. I think it's one of those things where the basic idea from the original fiction is out into the public domain.
Mm-hmm.
So all the, it's like some of the Cthulhu stuff. So like basically a whole bunch of game companies grabbed it and ran with it, so.
Yeah. And I saw the 80s version one with Kurt Russell in
Yeah,
it.
that's the one to see.
Yeah. Wilford Brumley. I did a
Yeah.
double take that Wilford Brumley was in that movie. I was like,
Oh
what?
yeah, I know. You're expecting him to talk about oatmeal or something, but
Exactly. Yeah. Well, I think that wasn't there wasn't
and
that
he's
one of the
good in
scenes
it
that didn't
too.
make it? Was that one of
He's
the
good in
deleted
it.
scenes, the oatmeal scene?
Oh,
So
it was, yeah. I mean, it was kind of, the Thing came out when I think, I don't know, it was just a really fun time for films. Like
yeah.
I absolutely missed that kind of late 80s, early 90s. Like recently I rewatched Total Recall, and it's just so silly and fun. I think Total Recall was actually 1990, but it's the same thing. It's like late 80s.
Nice.
And it's just, it's just fun. It's like popcorn movies,
Oh yeah. And you got to do that every once in a while. You have
Oh
to.
man, totally.
Yeah,
Like
you totally
believe
gotta
me,
do it.
I am totally, I've seen many serious movie, but once in a while, just give me that old popcorn,
Yeah.
escapism, and just have fun. And I don't want to think too hard about the plot or plot holes or whatever. I just want to, see one of these Independence Day movies and just say, well, who cares,
Yeah.
and just
Exactly.
Yeah, the 2011 one was very like CGI heavy, where the original had these, as you've seen, had these great practical effects.
Yeah.
I think Rob Bottin was the special effects. Like nowadays, Sam Winston's group does, I think, most of the really good stuff. But like there was a guy, Rob Bottin, and I believe he was the man who did it. I think he was the same fellow who did The Howling. He did this movie, The Howling.
Oh yeah.
Great werewolf transformations. People always talked about American Werewolf in London, but I always thought The Howling like knocked it out of the park, while we're delving.
No, definitely. So,
Yeah.
speaking of just like disconnecting sometimes, just having a good time. So, I had a couple of friends over this past weekend for the Super Bowl. Because when I throw a Super Bowl party, it starts Saturday morning and it ends Monday afternoon. So, just to throw that out there. But we played many games this weekend. We played a lot of games.
Oh,
And one of the
nice.
games we played on Sunday morning into the afternoon, we played Talisman. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah, we played Talisman, not the 80s version of Talisman. It was the updated one, but it's not
Yeah,
the
like the
newest
remake kind of.
Talisman, but I think it's third edition.
Yeah.
I think it's third edition. I think they're on the fifth
I
edition.
have it, and I've played it
Yeah.
with my son once or twice.
So yeah, so
How
we
long did
played
that
an
take?
epic 4 hour game because I
I was
have
gonna
all the
say.
expansions except for the city.
Oh,
I have to pick
geez.
up the city expansion because I have all of the expansions except for the city, even the
Do
mini
they
one.
still have the tower?
No,
I think.
that's a
Oh,
different one. Yeah.
okay.
So, and the older one had Timescape. The newer one doesn't have Timescape. So look at this. All of a sudden, boom, I mentioned Talisman and the chat's starting to blow up here. Oh, we had an epic game. It was great because it ended with three of us at the crown. We was a four-player game and three of us had made it to the crown.
Wow.
And we were fighting it out, and it was just nuts because one person was way ahead, but
Mhm.
had some flaws, got to the crown and started using the crown, but then the rest of us kind of banded together and kind of helped each other out and
Mhm.
got all the way up there. And then the lead changed literally three times. The original person
Oh, wow.
died, and then the next person, which was my wife, she was still there. Then I got there and things got spicy for a bit, but then eventually I got knocked off and she ended up winning the game. But it was so funny though. But my buddy who didn't make it to the Crown of Command was trying literally for 2 hours to get to the Enchantress. He had to visit the Enchantress
Mhm.
to do a quest. And the Enchantress, you have to roll a die and you can be turned into a toad. He literally was spending 2 hours of the game trying to land on the. And then finally, after he was left,
Don't tell
and
me.
my wife was at the Crown of Command. So he was like, I'm still playing. I'm gonna get there. He gets to the Enchantress and then gets turned into a toad.
Oh,
And
no.
then he conceded at that point. So it's like literally 2 hours of effort all flushed down the toilet.
Because
So
that is a long. I know
it
people that
is.
if I mention Talisman run for the hills, but I
Yes.
I played it once. I got the, I don't know, third or fourth edition.
Yep.
Played it with my son because he's played a lot of the, I don't know, board games that nibble around the edges of D&D with me. Like,
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
played Talisman, we've played Dungeon, the original Dungeon, not the original, but like the remake or whatever, the original, the newer version. We played Clank, where in Clank you sort of go down and root around a dungeon. So, we've definitely, hit some of those.
Dave jumping out. Dungeon Con Talisman. Well, I'll bring my Conan board game out to Dungeon Con.
Ooh,
I mean, how about that? So, but yeah, no, it was a fun time, but it was just we
nice.
knew what we were getting into. But when you do play with
Yeah.
all those expansions, it definitely does muddy
Oh,
the
yeah.
game, and it definitely slows things down, and you get
Yeah.
distracted by let me go to the Highlands or let me go to the forest and everything. So,
My
uh,
first introduction to Talisman, eons ago in my misspent youth, I was over a friend's apartment and his friend came over with all this stuff, I
yep,
remember, and he had all the
yep, all of it.
and he just started putting out these extra rings and the
Yep.
tracks and all this stuff. And I didn't even appreciate it at the time because I had never even heard of the game. And then I was just kind of seeing everything dropped on the table at once. And I just remember it was a very long Saturday, but
Oh yeah. Well,
a
I
lot of fun.
played through the entire night once, and we never finished the game.
Wow.
So we literally we started the game probably at like 9 o'clock or something like that, and
Yeah.
we literally played till dawn, and no one was ever gonna win this game the way it was going.
Yeah.
Somebody
Yeah.
would get close, and then we would just all gang up on them. And like you said, playing with cutthroats or somebody
The
mentioned
best
that
zero
playing with
level
cutthroats is
funnel,
the
Jay
thing.
Riggins
So
says, which is so true. And yeah, it's just like, again, it's like a popcorn movie to me, in board game form. It's
yeah.
just a lot of randomness. And, have you ever played Arkham Horror? Because I think you'd like that.
I've played once. I wasn't
All
a
right.
fan. I wasn't a
Because
fan.
obviously Arkham Horror's got a Cthulhu theme, but
It does.
you're basically rolling around town trying to fight back the horrors, but
Yeah.
all these crazy, you're visiting
And
locations and all these bizarre things are happening to your
yeah. And
characters.
that's another long game. And I played it. I even bought it, but from what I hear, there's some amazing Cthulhu games out now
Yeah.
that give you completely different experiences that I really probably should pick up. Instead, like, isn't like was it Mansions of Madness or something? And then there's the card game, or is that the card game?
There's
There's a bunch.
Mansions of Madness, and then I just got, which my laptop is sitting on right now, Cthulhu Death May Die, which I
Yeah,
want to
that's
try
you
desperately.
didn't get the giant mini, did you? Cthulhu
Well,
Death May Die?
I got two boxes
But did
full
you
of
get the Cthulhu that's like 2 feet tall?
No, I
Okay,
didn't
you
get
didn't get that. So yeah.
but I got two big boxes. Like it was,
Yeah.
I got the regular box, but then there's another whole box of expansions and
Yeah.
minis and who knows what.
That's some good stuff. A quick shout out, Robert says, "Hey, Chris and Goodman Games family. Don't have the opportunity to back the whole project, but was able to pick up Sailors and the playtest booklet. Look forward to it. Thanks
Oh,
for all the hard
nice.
work. You are most welcome, Robert.
Thank you.
We're here doing awesome stuff. We mentioned this before. We are truly blessed that we get to do this for fun and also kind of for my job. So so thank you. We appreciate it and everything. And don't forget, in the pledge manager, when it opens up in a couple of months, you can add on whatever else you'd like. So there might be some other cool stuff in there that you would get, but that'll at least keep you alive for getting that sticker for the next one. So because don't worry, when we do Dungeon Denizens 2, there'll be another sticker. So yes, Kablooey yelling out, yes, we're at 1,604 backers. We are just 96 backers away from the next Underdelve being unlocked. And we're at 251,640. So if we can get to 252,500,
Okay.
I will unlock another OT monster. And we are
Oh.
halfway to another OT monster. Yes, it is 6:15 by my clock on my computer. So we are, every time we get close, we're at 6 minutes. I'm like, it's happening. I can smell dinner cooking now. It's wafting up the stairs. I can smell dinner. And I'm getting really excited.
See,
And
they're
then
trying to make me
somebody comes
hungry. They're
along and
waiting until the last minute or two, and then they
yeah, they
swoop
are.
in.
At this point, they're just doing this. Yeah, there we go. There's another backer. Thank you very much. Another backer. If you're on the live stream right now, chime in. Tell us what you're excited about on this, because we're excited.
Yeah, we'd love to hear from you folks.
So I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, Rick had a big part in Terror from the Underdeep. Obviously, I did also. But one of the more exciting things I am excited about this project is actually the Red Dragon's treasure map. So for folks who remember us back in the third edition days, we did what we call the $2 module, where we literally put together an adventure. $2. I have the original artwork of the cover sitting behind me. You can't see it because of the Dracolich. But anyway, I do own the original cover art by Will McCausland. But I actually wrote the original $2 adventure, and a few months ago we were talking in one of our production meetings, and we were like, we should do something else like that. Like, what could we do? Everybody knows we're famous for the $10 core rule book that we do, but we were like, what could we do on the 5e side that's like to get people to check out our products that's really entry. There's no barrier to the entry level. And I mentioned the $2 adventure, not thinking it was going to go anywhere. And then we were like, that's where we landed. And so the Red Dragon's treasure map, which is available on this, it's just $2. It's a complete adventure. There's player handouts, there's maps. I think there's 10 encounters, full cover artwork. It is exactly what you would expect in our products, just obviously a lot smaller, because for $2 we can't be doing this and giving away 100 page books.
But
and everything.
it's a great entry point, I think, especially for people who don't know Goodman Games products, to really get bite-sized sample of what the product.
And I'm excited because I actually got to write it. And it wasn't planned that way. Things just kind of happened that way and everything. So I actually had a chance over the holidays to actually write an adventure, and there were some pretty specific things we were looking for in this, and I was glad that I got to check all the boxes off. So I'm excited for that. So if that's something, it's a fun little adventure. There's a lot of really cool tropes in there. I really tried hard to make sure there was a green slime in there and a couple of those really, really classic adventures and stuff. So hopefully, folks, if you're not getting it with your pledge, you could make us stay on this stream longer by tossing it on there. And it's only $2. And if you're getting $2 already and it's not included, it doesn't hurt. Or get it and give it to your grandma or something, or and get them to
frame it, put on the wall after you read it. Wow, we got a lot of
Exactly.
comments coming in. All right,
Yeah,
so
this is great. Like all of a sudden, all these people that we didn't recognize, we were like,
yeah.
are these people just popping in? But yeah, let's
So
get to it.
what do we have? We have a question, Chris, about, because I didn't work on this particular one. I worked on one of the translations of the 3 modules, but not Sailors. How Sailors is compared to its DCC counterpart.
So it is, again, when we do these conversions, we try to keep them as close as possible. Now, for folks who are aware, the Sailors of the Starless Sea, the very first DCC RPG adventure done by Harley Stroh, it is a classic. People have come up to me and asked me, what is DCC RPG all about?
You
And
show them
I
that,
don't even
right?
tell them to pick the
Yeah.
rule book up. I say, go pick up
Yeah.
Sailors of the Starless Sea, because it's all in there. It is all in there. All that Appendix N, good feelings and happy feelings and everything are in there. So for the 5e version, it's not a funnel. We didn't do that. We thought about doing a funnel, but that would have been a very different product. So we decided just to do kind of a straight transition. So you're just playing it like a regular adventure. You don't have, 4 characters with you. Not your first level characters. It's like your first quest. You're in the village and there's strange things going on at the keep nearby, and you go investigate it. And then basically you just do the encounters. Now, there's some really hard encounters in there because this was supposed to be a funnel where you're supposed to really run through the characters and all that. We kind of still kept them in there. So, it's not exactly an even fight. We did some things to kind of hedge your bets a little bit, but let's just say that if you're not used to running away from things, it probably will not go well. But this is a taste of what DCC RPGs. We've gotten this request so much over
Oh
the
yeah.
years.
Yeah.
When are we going to do a 5e conversion of this particular adventure? So we figured this would be a great time to do it. So that's why we did it. Hopefully you folks check it out and you like it. Hopefully we did it justice. It's not going to be as cool as the original. I'm going to admit that because again, when you do one of these originals, that are classic, you can only hope to kind of do the best you can. So,
Yeah, no, it looks
yeah.
really, it
And
looks
we're
really
creeping up.
awesome.
We're at 1,605 backers now. So a
All
couple
right.
backers have jumped on, but we're only 5 minutes away from this stream ending, hopefully.
Ooh.
Hopefully. Anyway, next question. Knitting Daddy Greg. Love that name. I recently came back to D&D after about 40 years away.
Wow.
Welcome back. First of
Yeah.
all, what took you so long? We're here. We're inviting. We're welcome. Everybody's welcome to our table.
You
We're
can
glad
leave
that you
D&D,
found
it
Goodman
never leaves
Games.
you.
Hopefully Goodman Games is what got you back.
Yeah.
But there's a question here. Before 5e, the last system I played was AD&D. Lots of laughs. Saw this backer kit and it took me back to my youth.
Okay.
Jumped on it immediately and I'm excited. So, Knitting Daddy Greg, did you get back into gaming because of Terror from the Underdeep? Because if you did, I might just pass out. So I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah. But even if you
But that's
came
great.
back recently and you're jumping on board with us, it's wonderful.
Yeah, you're going to be right at home.
You're going to be happy.
Our style of 5e
yeah.
is directly inspired
Yeah.
by the first edition and third edition. So you understand what this box set is all about.
I mean, as you can probably tell from this stream, right, or any previous show Chris and I have done, Chris and I both of us of which have had a very heavy hand in this project. We're very old school at heart. I think that's where we came from. We came from an AD&D background and have written for all the various editions and that kind of thing. So even though it's a 5e product, our hearts in many ways definitely are looking old school for a lot of inspiration for this, almost like a marriage of old school and new school in many ways. So yeah, you'll be happy. Definitely some inspirations there for sure. Let's see what we got.
I think we had some more
questions. Got back. All right, so he got back into it about a year ago.
Yep.
Picked up some Goodman Games.
Well, welcome back. Nice. I'm glad that you found us. Well, picked up some Goodman Games material a few months ago. It's like when I was in middle school. Oh, that's awesome. And your daughter loves it now. That's even cooler. That is cool. Really amazing part of what we get to do is we get to be involved and we get to see the next generation of playing these classic adventures that we cut our teeth on. And there's nothing like that. Like I said, I ran B1 playtest with my son. It was actually the first time he played D&D. Was when we were doing the 5e version of D&D of B1 In Search of the Unknown. That's awesome. That is really great.
Yeah.
Knitting Daddy Greg,
Love reading
welcome to
that.
the Goodman Games family.
Yeah.
And get on that wizard van, and I think you're gonna love it.
Yeah.
So
I'm this, I feel the same way. I love reading that. Because like I introduced my son via the Salt Marsh module to playing D&D.
yes.
And purposely had a kids day and had my son and one or two of his friends, and it was so much fun. And the one nice thing about us being kind of us older players, if you will, of coming is that circle expanding. It's just so nice of something we can really share passionately with our kids. So
Oh yes.
so awesome.
What we got here? We are just a few minutes away from unlocking another monster. So we're really excited about that. And where are we? Where are we at here? So we just picked up another 2606, 10 minutes. Oh, good. 10 minutes left. We are creeping up there. We are gonna get to that bonus, I think.
I think we're gonna make it.
Yeah.
Oh, bring us over the finish line, folks.
So Gary McBride, I introduced my daughter to using the
Yes.
Sinister Secret of Salt Marsh. Yes. Scooby-Doo.
We always
D&D
talk
for the
about that
win.
Scooby-Doo vibe,
Oh
right?
my goodness,
Right?
Scooby-Doo.
We've
That
talked
is
about
again the Scooby-Doo adventure.
It is.
It's not a bad thing, folks. It's
No.
not a bad thing.
No.
Watch some of those Scooby-Doo episodes. They are actually very cool. I mean, I grew up watching those. I didn't realize at the time that they were all repeats. I thought they were like fresh when I was watching them in the like early 80s. I had no idea that those were even
But the
older
early
than that,
Scooby-Doos were great. And
yeah.
weren't you guys talking about Thundar before I came on?
Yes, we were Thundar the Barbarian.
I missed the whole Thundar discussion.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
I was
Thundar the Barbarian.
I was a big Thundar guy.
That's DCC.
Oh man,
I mean,
was down. Yeah, that is DCC.
Yeah,
I was down with
totally
Thundar.
DCC.
Yeah, I loved the heck out of Thundar.
Yeah. So
it really did. Like it's been sitting on my Amazon wish list, the Blu-ray of the Thundar series, and I need to just literally just go and buy it and get it here before they decide to stop. All right, so Half Ogre. Here's a trivia question for you.
Yes.
The name
I know the answer to
Ookla,
this.
I've already told Chris this one, I think.
Yeah.
The name Ookla, where did they get that from?
Yeah.
That was inspired by something.
Yes.
The people who wrote the show got that name from a location. Where did they get it from?
And I'm going to jump back up to while people ponder that. Yep. Gary's already on it. Already.
Oh my goodness. Holy smoke.
Yep. There were, what was it? One of the writers on the show was walking down the street and passed the sign for
supposedly, because they were all in California. Supposedly one of them was racking his brain because they wanted a Wookiee-like character.
Yep, because it was a Wookiee, people.
They didn't want anything that sounded like Chewbacca, and he was racking his brain and supposedly was just waltzing past UCLA, and there you have it.
Every time I turn around, we get another backer. So we're up to
we're sharp people in this
we are plugging along here. So this
all
is
right.
awesome. So
we're getting some really great comments, folks. Keep it up. I'm loving this discussion.
So,
this is
Knitting Daddy Greg, looking forward to taking her middle school party into the Underdeep. Knitting Daddy Greg, there's a chance that you can submit an Underdelve and maybe use one of your published encounters as one of the encounters when that middle school party gets into the Underdeep. So I'm just saying that's the thing. So keep that in mind, and then you never know. That could get your foot in the door in the publishing industry if you've ever thought that maybe you would publish an adventure someday. So this Thundar talk is great. Yes. I have the original series. I have been very tempted to bust it out. The series on DVD. Okay. I've been very tempted to watch it. I've done complete watch throughs of it. It's like 20 some episodes. It was only I think it was like one season and a few episodes or something. I think it was, and that was a great show.
I love that show.
Great show. So
my favorite episode was the one with Mindock.
And Half Ogre, that is seriously UCLA Ookla. That is that's been, I think I have heard that in interviews and stuff like that. So so we are getting there. So is it almost we are a few minutes away from another monster unlock. I'm
gotta
really
be close
about this. So cool. I've got so let's see, what do we got here? 2000 can we have stretch goals, please? 252 500 252 500. I will give you guys another monster,
a mere 500 bananas.
So, but you know what? Maybe I'll make it a very, very special monster, as in
Oh.
it's a much, much longer write-up and people will really, really like it. So maybe we'll just do that. Because that could be kind of cool. So yeah, to folks, throw anything in the chat. We'll talk about whatever. We'll talk about
Yeah.
old cartoons,
Ask
old
us
movies,
anything. What the heck?
old adventures. Let us
Yeah.
know, what you're most excited about in this
Yeah.
campaign.
Yeah.
There's so many different things in this
I
campaign
mean,
to
if
go
we
on.
can
I
talk
mean,
about it, we will, or if I
yeah,
know
I
about it.
mean, are folks planning on trying to do the entire campaign where they run all 6 giant adventures and then the 3 chapters in the Underdeep, or are they just looking to grab pieces and parts and use things as one shots and everything? So
Yeah,
uh,
I'm really excited to hear how people respond to this.
yeah,
when
Gary
I actually-
McBride, getting stoned and watching Thundar instantly takes me back. There was a Thundar the Barbarian drinking game that every time
What?
Thundar said, was it that Demon Dogs? Demon
Oh,
Dogs.
Demon
Every time he
Dogs,
said
right?
Demon Dogs, you had to
Yeah.
take a shot. I remember that from
And what
some
else did he?
website
And
or
when he
something.
whatever, what was it? Lords of Light or whatever.
Lords of Light was the other
The
thing you used to
sword.
say, because he had the Sun Sword, man. Oh, and the Sun Sword. Oh my God,
That's right, the Sun Sword. But how
yeah.
cool was that?
The Sun Sword was amazing.
How
It was
cool was that? Come
absolutely
on.
amazing. Yeah.
That show had the best. Just go to YouTube, everybody, and just watch if you don't know
The
Thunder,
and
just
yeah,
watch
the
the
opening
opening.
the opening scene.
I'm
It tells
sure
you
you can
everything you
find
need
it
to
on
know about
YouTube.
the whole show.
Yeah, just
So
the first minute, and you hear that classic announcer that did like all the
yeah,
cartoons
all the
then,
voiceover stuff.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one guy who did like 50% of the voices in
Yep.
cartoons on Saturday morning basically does this, intro, and it's the best intro ever. It's awesome. And it is so DCC, really, right? It
Oh,
is not even funny.
unbelievably, unbelievably it's definitely DC, and I think there's been some homages to it on the third party publishers. I think there's Crawling Under the Broken Moon, I think, and
Wow.
but yeah, that's the DCC game I want to play, is definitely Thundar the Barbarian. And I don't even need to play Thundar. I'll play some other bit
Yeah.
player in it or whatever. I just that world, the whole, just to be able to kind of discover some and be influenced by like real life things, like the real planet, but then obviously much changing
Yeah.
thing. Well, we are 5 minutes away from dinner time, and I'm
Oh, it's getting
excited.
close.
So yeah, so I
Oh
think
yeah,
we've unlocked our
and
next monster. It is 6:30, so by
all
my
right.
clock. So we are gonna unlock. I'm gonna change. So I'm gonna save it. Once we get to 2,000, 250,
Gary's
2,500,
cracking
I'm
me up.
gonna unlock a special monster. But this
Oh,
one that we're gonna unlock is now kind of just go with me. This is the swarm of threadlings. So
okay.
this is I know the name is kind of weird, but it's a swarm of oozes. So it's these tiny like ooze like droplets kind of, but it's a swarm. And it's just crazy. So that's the next monster. Then they basically move around the Underdeep and do all kinds of nasty things. So that is our next monster we've unlocked. So we have, for those of you keeping score at home, we've unlocked 5 overtime monsters.
All
So
right.
for the fact that we've been on for this many hours, already past what we were supposed to be on, you're getting extra content. So there we go. So that stretch goal book gets even bigger. Bill the Butcher. Now that's a name we have not seen in forever. Since we've been on this stream. Just got my Dungeon Denizens book. It is nice. Well, feel free to tell us even more, like how cool it is and everything. You want the thunder. Oh, I get it. Want the thunder? Yeah, Saturday mornings were magic. A
Right.
bowl of sugar bombs and
Right.
and watching cartoons. That was it, man. I mean,
Yeah.
all morning long.
We
All
didn't
morning.
need the internet, we had
Yeah.
cartoons.
It started with the Smurfs, then you led right into the Snorks.
Oh geez.
Yeah, I was big into this. For some reason, I was really big into the Smurfs. Again, good world building there. Lots going on in the Smurfs. Lots going on there. But yeah, and then all the way in through, they had the Dragon Slayer cartoon, Pac-Man, obviously Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some
Scooby-Doo
good
is a
stuff.
must.
Yeah, there was some good stuff.
Absolutely a must.
Dave Rosser. Hey, Dave, you're still around. You're the man.
Hey.
When did everyone start with Goodman Games? I really dug in with 4E Goodman Games, the Poojar Adventures. I
Oh wow.
remember
All right.
those. And Level Up, the 4E magazine. Wow, darn. The DCC playtest was a breath of fresh air. Yeah,
The
so we don't
Poonjar
really
Adventures.
talk
Holy
about
smoke.
4E a lot, but
Yeah.
thanks for bringing that up, Dave. It was awesome.
So I wrote, well, Chris, you wrote one or two of the Poonjar Adventures.
I did. I wrote one of them. I wrote
All right.
Scions of Poonjar.
Scions of
Did you write one?
Punjar. I wrote Thrones of Punjar. So
No way, really?
if
And
you
then
know
didn't
those two modules, Dave.
and then Harley wrote the third one, I believe.
Yeah, there was another one, right? There was like a
it
trilogy.
Sellswords?
Yeah, right. Wasn't that the first one?
I think so.
Sellswords of
Yeah.
Punjar.
I think I did the second one. I think you
And I
did
did the third. I was the
Yeah, I
last.
definitely did the second one. So mine's like the Empire Strikes Back of the Punjar series. The best, but the bad guys win.
You're in the hard middle film position,
Yes.
but
we are. Wait, wow, things have been happening over here. I looked away.
All right.
We got a couple more backers. We're at 1609, but we're at 2,292,293.
Wow.
We are almost there to that extra monster that I've been teasing. So yeah, and folks, let me tell you, this monster is going to be like a 2-page. Actually, it might even be a 3-page. No, it's probably 2 pages. It's an extra long one. So I will. If we can hit 252, 500, it's there. Everybody gets it. Everybody wins.
Everybody wins.
All right, wait. So we're fun. The box set Undermountain green slime that was hasted. That was a terrifying critter. Yeah, see, back in the day, green slime used to be a creature, not a hazard.
Right.
And it was a thing. But yeah, I could not imagine a green slime that's hasted. That's not cool.
a frightening.
Well, it depends on what side of the screen you're on. If you're
that's
the
a
game
frightening
master,
concept.
it's amazing. If you're a player, not cool. Lance Hodge, we've not heard from Lance before. Shmoo Undo, okay. And traveling now. Ironically, are you traveling right now? And if you are, tell us where you're traveling. I still have a copy of Level Up. And I don't know if it's snowing by you yet, Rick, but it's definitely snowing by me.
Is it? We're supposed to get it here.
I think it's coming your way.
Yeah. Supposedly sometime tonight we're supposed to get an inch, I think. So
yes.
Wow, Level Up magazine. All right. Wow.
Ookla the muck. Yeah, he's a what was that? Ookla was a mook.
Ookla the mook. Wait. Yeah, Ookla the mook.
Oh no, it was M-O-K? Mock. Okay.
Ookla the mock, right?
Yes. And we also had Lou Reed as Mac in Rock and Roll.
Wow, Rock and Roll.
Great American style musical adventure. I do not know anything about that.
Yeah, Rock and Roll was one of the kind of, I don't know, there was a bunch of like animated like fantasy films. Like,
oh, okay.
There was Rock and Roll. There was, oh my God, it was like, I want to say Flesh and Stone, but it wasn't Flesh and Stone. Like they had that. Remember the Lord of the Rings? They did the animated movie.
Yes. Like, oh yeah. I always love those.
Which was just friggin' awesome.
Yeah.
And if you've seen the new Lord of the Rings, there's absolutely scenes in there that I feel were inspired by that. But around that time when that animated movie hit, yeah, there was like all these kind of really whacked out fantasy films, and Rock and Roll was one of them.
Oh, I agree. Yes. Shmoo was the ghost. Yes, I do remember Shmoo now. Shmoo was from the Herculoids or whatever. It was the blobby thing.
Yeah.
Shmoo.
The Herculoids. Yeah. Well, you had the two blobs in Herculoids.
Yeah, and wasn't one of them Shmoo? And the reason I do, it's funny, I see the word Shmoo typed out and I don't get it, but when I said it, Shmoo in my head, I had an old boss that had a cat named Shmoo, and he named the cat after that that critter. So yes, Shmoo, I get it. Yes. And
Dave, somebody just mentioned the Star Wars holiday special, Chris.
Oh, good lad. Let's talk.
Oh boy,
forever. So.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So wait, that's not on my thing. Where's this? Oh, there it is. I see it. Yeah, it kind of same as the animated Boba Fett. Yep, from the Star Wars. That was the only good part of that Star Wars holiday special. Yeah, for those of you who watched the latest Star Wars series, which the name is blanking me right now, something Skeleton Crew.
Okay. Yeah.
There was an homage to the Star Wars holiday special in 2 of the episodes. So,
oh boy.
And it was good. If folks, I know a lot of people have given up on Star Wars, and I know this is probably not the forum to talk about Star Wars, but Skeleton Crew was good. If you like the Goonies, and we're talking about old movies and stuff for the 80s, it's Star Wars meets the Goonies. And I mean, there's some stuff in there.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. All right, we have a Debbie Harry and Iggy Pop drop in the chat here. Debbie Harry lives in New Jersey, by the way. Went to Centenary University, which I used to work very near. So Gloop and Gleep, that's right.
Gloop and
Gloop and
Gleep.
Gleep were
Thank
the two
you.
things. You're right. That's oh my God, it's
goodness.
all coming back.
Yeah, it
Moving
is coming
separate
back.
series. We are
I was
getting
almost too young for the Herculoids,
Yeah.
but I kind
we
of
are getting
that and
all
Johnny
sorts of-
Quest were like
Yeah, Johnny
almost
Quest.
too old for me, but they
Yeah.
I kind of hit them when they were still in the air. Gloop and Gleep. Oh my goodness.
So wow,
And
whoa,
there's a mention here of a Star Wars museum in this person's home.
whoa, Kablooey. All right, first of all,
Look at
where's
this,
your house
Chris. You
at?
wanna-
No,
you
don't
wanna
tell
look
us
at
where your
this
house
comment.
is, but Kablooey. Oh my
You're gonna
God,
get
you
him
have a
excited.
Star Wars museum. I'm like, are you the Steve Sansweet? Are you like the East Coast Steve Sansweet? Yes, I'm dropping that name. So I'll come out. We have stalled at 252,293. We are so close.
Oh,
Death
so
Angel's still
close.
here. Skeleton Crew is worth watching, especially for kids. I would agree. Those pirates were nasty, though. There was a couple of things where you thought they were gonna like do something, and it was like, and I'm telling you, for those of you not sure, just watch the first 5 minutes of the show of episode 1. It's amazing, and the special effects are really good. So I mean, I'll watch. I consume all Star Wars, and then I get really upset afterwards.
Chris is the Star Wars fan, folks.
So. Oh, Kablooey's the Canadian Sansweet, so he even knows who Steve Sansweet is. Look at that. So, and I hear we have a special guest. So maybe we should. We are really, really close. Maybe we should jump off and bring another guest on to talk for a little bit. So, oh, Bill the Butcher asking how much time does this Kickstarter have left? Well, that's really determined by you.
Kind of
folks
up to
out
you
there.
guys.
We have 2 minutes until it's dinner time, but if somebody ups the amount of money, we're going to keep going because we're in overtime mode and we're getting ready to add even more monsters. And if we can get just another $207, we're going to add even another monster. So, all right, we are going to take a very, very quick pause, and we're going to come back with yet another special guest. Rick's not going anywhere. He's going to stay on. So we will. So yes, keep the stream alive with $1 for the price of a cup of coffee. You can keep the stream going on. Actually, if it's it's already somebody already did. As I said, if it's a Starbucks coffee, we'll take that because I mean we'll take that.
Yeah,
$7.
that's $7.
We'll
at least
send
in New
you
York
books.
City. So.
You give us $37 for bread.
Yeah.
So anyway, folks, we're going to take a very, very brief pause, and we're going to come back with a very, very special guest. So stay tuned. Do not go anywhere, and keep it coming. We just got another bidder too, 610 backers, 90 backers away. All right, we'll be back in a moment.
Right back.
Don't worry, Rick. You're fine. You're fine. So, hey, everybody, we're back. So we just panicked Rick. Rick just like jumped over his couch and like was like, I gotta get back on. You're good, dude. You're fine. You're fine. So anyway. Well, we're back with another special guest. Got tied up at the office. Apparently, he's got a real job, so we respect him for that.
Hello,
Everybody,
all.
this is Scott Moore. I think you guys have seen Scott from some of our other streams. He's I feel like going into a Simpsons sketch right now here. You might remember Scott from such products as, but that would take too long to list, so we're not going to do that. So, but Scott Moore, welcome to the live stream. How are you doing?
Thank you much.
Sir?
How you doing, Scott?
I'm doing well. Good to see you, Rick. I
Yeah,
was
it's
greatly
been a while,
amused
my
by
friend.
I don't know how much of that actually got broadcast, but you must have heard the countdown, the last 5-second countdown from a couple rooms away, and then
Yes.
flew in front of to your
Yes,
seat. That was amazing.
My coffee's still in the other room, but I'm here.
Better
Go get your
in the other
coffee,
room
man.
than
Go get
spreading
your
a streak
coffee.
across the floor.
There you go.
So I got a refill on my water. It's water, everybody. It's water. Trust me. So, all right. So yeah, Kablooey made a comment. Secretly, we have all peed. Yes, we did go pee because it's a thing. Especially from laughing. Nope. There was not a whole lot
No
of
longer a
laughing there.
secret.
So, so Scott, why don't you tell us what part you played in this silly little thing that we call Terror from the Underdeep?
My section was actually the Stone Giant section. So there's a section which is essentially a city of the Stone Giants, located in a cave system underneath a waterfall. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe when we first started putting this project together, we had all the groups of giants, and everybody said, "Okay, which giants do you want to write for?" And I believe Stone Giants was my first choice. The thing that amuses me, or that I thought was something I could work with anyway for the Stone Giants, is typically in D&D, you don't know a ton of the lore. Giants are just large bad enemies that are meant to be hacked and slashed like all other giant nasty enemies. If you read the description of Stone Giants are a little different. They're kind of reclusive, shy artist folk, which is exactly what I was when I started playing Dungeons and Dragons back in the early 1980s. So I had a special place in my heart for Stone Giants. So yeah, that was my contribution to the project.
Excellent. So yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, so like I think I told people when we approached this project, I wanted one different writer for each of the giant adventures because we wanted that different perspective, that different atmosphere. We didn't want them to feel samey or, oh, here's another castle and everything. And it worked. I mean, the 6 authors that we had for the Giants Adventures just was amazing. I mean, and we got varied things. And I remember we had a kickoff meeting, a Zoom call where we had everybody on, and we were like, okay, everybody tell me rank. I think I said rank. Give me like your top 3 giants in an order. And I told everybody we can't all do fire giants. So, you know, and the irony about that was I thought I was going to have to assign hill giants to somebody.
No.
And I believe 3 people put hill giants at the top of their list, and I was stunned. I was absolutely stunned. And I think only one person put fire giant on the top of their list, and it all fell into place. Like
it was like a diverse group of votes, and it
Yeah.
worked out so nicely because you wouldn't want to have 5 or 6 giant adventures in a row that were similar. And I feel like
not at all.
We got such clear different voices from the different authors for all of them. And I really love the Stone Giant one. So that's actually one of my favorites.
Why, thank you.
I'll admit. So
it's a little different adventure, folks. It's not necessarily a go in there and kill everything and take their stuff.
You could,
but that's fine. You could. You certainly could.
But there's a I don't know. It feels like a living place to me. It has that even beyond ecology. You just, you know, it's like a film where you kind of see a film where you see something like Star Wars or Star Trek where you feel like there's you know something that's been going on before you arrive and it's going to continue after you leave. And that's the sense I got from that Stone Giant, was that it felt like a living, breathing place to me, which is always good.
Chris, did Rick just compare me to Star Wars and Star Trek?
Real quick, I needed to throw this out here. Kablooey's leaving. Kablooey's been here since
so
3
long,
o'clock. Kablooey, goodbye, everything. Thank you. Kablooey, thank you for the last month of your life. sending mocked up T-shirts to me, and keeping the chat going in the actual campaign and everything for last month. So cannot say enough nice things. You can tell I've been streaming for a while about Kablooey. Thank you very, very much. Also, a little thing happened over on the other screen that I have on here, where we are now up to 612 backers, but we did pass 252,500. We're actually $92 over. So I promised everybody another monster for that.
Yeah.
So
Bill
let's
got
give
his,
everybody
Bill
a
the Butcher
monster.
got his pledge in. So
and we are going to give you guys the CR23 Dragon Mole. It's just what it sounds like, people. It's a dragon and it's a mole.
Moles can be pretty nasty.
Yes, and this is like a 2-page spread. You're really getting 2 monsters for the price of 1 here. We're talking lair actions, we're talking regional effects, we're talking the whole 9 yards. So I'm giving everybody that. Nobody tell Joe that I did this, but I'm giving you that even though it's not the top of the hour. So that's a bonus one that's going into the stretch goal book. Thank you, everybody. So anyway, I interrupted you, Scott, in the middle of the story. Something about Star Wars, so I want you to get back to
it sounded like Rick was just comparing me to Star Wars and Star Trek. It's like, if I never have another conversation with Rick ever again, you are now one of my favorite people in the entire universe.
Well, given that the way Chris feels about Star Wars and the way I feel about Star Trek, that's the best compliment I can.
That was amazing. I will take it.
Nice.
And I just want it to be known, if I'm going by memory here, Scott, I believe Scott has or had the Star Trek toy with the spinning transporter, which is something we have in common. Which, as soon as Scott told me that, I'm like, I like this guy already. It was one of the first times we spoke.
He can stay around.
Yeah, it's beyond awesome.
I got one as a Christmas gift back in the 70s when it came out.
Okay.
Who knows what happened to that?
Okay.
But I have managed to obtain 2 replacements to it.
Oh, nice.
That I currently own. So
nice.
yeah, I don't have all the furniture, but I definitely have the spinning transporter.
Yeah, alas, I don't know what happened to mine, but it befell some fate years later after I acquired it. I got it in the 70s and it disappeared, I want to say, in the 90s. But there is a special feeling now.
To a flea market, I may own it now.
It could be. It could be out in the wild. But sometimes these old toys come back, from my past. I have a collector friend who occasionally will drop one of these kind of things on me.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he recently gave me one of the. We'll see if you guys remember this. Remember, Aurora had the prehistoric kits or whatever that would link together, and one was a cave bear and one was like an allosaur, and there was different dinosaurs.
The
and
bases
whatever.
linked together.
Yeah, they would make, and they even had a little booklet with a map which showed you how you could connect all the bases. It was awesome. And that was my most recent present, as a friend dropped
Very cool
on me that I had, that he knew was a favorite of mine, and he found it on eBay and who knows where. I love that stuff.
I used to love their old superhero model kits.
Oh yeah. They had really good
comic book that was the instructions as well.
Yeah, I grew up with a lot of that stuff. Even the Universal monsters, my brother and I would buy these Aurora kits, and half of them glowed in the dark, or they would have pieces that would glow in the dark or whatever. And I just remember my room at night as a kid, I would turn off the light and you'd see all these little bits of, the Wolfman and whatnot glowing.
The mummy's arm.
Yeah.
Dracula's
all right, that's the mummy's snake, that's Godzilla's head, that's, and they were all kind of glowing across the room, We had
Chris,
a good
make a note. Next Kickstarter project, stretch goal, glow in the dark models.
Yes, we want glow in the dark, Aurora style dragon.
We've talked about glow in the dark stuff. I won't say what, and they're not dice.
Okay,
right, putting that down on there. So,
all
right. So we're cruising along. We are at 6:53, so we 7 minutes. We're gonna unlock yet another monster, and I don't know, maybe if we can get to 254, maybe 254. Maybe we give out another bonus monster because the boss isn't here, and I can do whatever I want because I'm in charge just for now, and then I'll just apologize later. But anyway, so we'll just throw that out there. So in the chat's getting a little sluggish here, so let's spice it up a little bit. Let's talk Star Wars and Star Trek in the chat if we want.
All right.
Folks, are you Star Wars or Star Trek? Favorite episode, favorite movie? We're not going to talk about Star Trek 5, apparently. I'm guessing
No,
we're not going to talk about
no,
that
please.
one. And why
But if you
somebody
want to
needs
talk about the
Starship.
original series, I can go all day. So
Go all day. So I don't know if we need to do that, like, because I still want to eat dinner at some point here, but every time I turn around, it seems to get 10 more minutes.
come on, Chris,
10
you've
more
only
minutes.
been on the stream, what, how many hours?
Since 3 p.m. So what time is it now? It's not
Oh
that
my
bad. It's like
goodness.
6. That's okay. Almost 4
Creeping
hours.
up on 7. So
So, oh, Shane, Star Wars, I'm back. It's like we didn't know you left, Shane. So yeah, so let's talk favorite series on Disney Plus. Maybe we don't need to talk about that. I don't know. So we can talk about whatever.
favorite
So
movie, favorite series.
yeah. So Scott, tell us a little bit about of the classic G1 through, well, GDQ, I would say 1 through 7. Which is your favorite adventure in all of those? And did you actually take any inspirations from anything when you wrote your Stone Giant adventure? Was there something, a place or a book or a novel, movie or something that inspired you when you were doing that?
My favorite of the GDQ series, my favorite was the G series. I loved the 3 different giant adventures. I was always kind of amused that giants seem to have a taste for architecture that ends up in an 8.5 by 11 scale. I specifically avoided the D series modules because the group that I played with had actually gone through Vault of the Drow
Okay.
without me.
Hmm.
And I think one character survived missing fingers or a hand or an arm or something like that. So I was like,
Nice.
okay, that seems like
Yikes.
a good series to avoid.
Hmm.
But I did love I love classic dungeon crawls, and the G series, G1, 2, and 3 were just they were just like they seemed like the kind of adventure that everyone who's new to D&D in the 70s and the 80s, that's what they designed. Give me an 8.5 by 11 sheet of graph paper, and I'm just going to fill it with rooms and put odd stuff in each rooms. And I kind of love that. As far as inspiration, I tried to not base it off of those. I found more inspiration in just kind of the description of the stone giants, because they are so different from your classic monsters. And in my mind, I was kind of picturing, knowing that this is a series of interconnected adventures and knowing there's a plot that connects them all together, I kind of just visualized a group of adventurers going from one giant settlement to another, kind of geared up for a fight, and they get to the stone giants, and instead of like immediately attacking everybody, the stone giants like, hi, can we help you? What brings you here? And so, like we said, there's definitely the opportunity for, you can make it a hack and slash dungeon if you want.
Yeah.
And even though there may not be the initial conflict between the stone giants and the player characters, there are things going on within the stone giant lair that will definitely present opportunities for those folks who like combat. So it's not like it's completely a role-playing adventure. But for those folks who may think, we've been fighting giants for days now, I'd kind of like something that's more role-playing or more exploration. I tried to put some elements of that, and there's some interesting things that folks may say, you know what, I kind of want to befriend some of these guys.
Yeah. But then you did give a section of the caves though where they could just go beat stuff up. Like you have that little section with like cool creatures in there that are not giants, that even the giants will even like hire them or say, oh hey, could you go beat these things up for us? And I thought that was perfect because
I put a dungeon in the dungeon.
Yes. Some of the players might be like, wait, this is not what I wanted. I wanted to go kick some stone giant butt, and it's maybe not entirely, but you giving them that outlet, there's this little mini, like you said, the dungeon in the dungeon is
so anything around here we can fight, and the giants are like, oh yeah, come down this hallway, let me show you.
Yeah.
Because we all got those players who just want to show up at the table and start rolling dice immediately. And,
exactly. Yeah. So
I think
just
we all
there
have at
for the
least
hacking.
one.
So no, that's great. Shane, chime in. Favorite Star Wars, the last 4 episodes of the Clone Wars. I will agree
Ooh.
100% on that.
Hmm.
That's good TV. And people, Clone Wars, some really, really solid animated TV. And to watch the evolution of the art style, like those last few seasons of the Clone
Oh,
Wars,
yeah.
the art is amazing. I mean, it is absolutely amazing. There's shots in there where you're like, that's like a movie. So anyway, loving that.
All the space scenes, especially.
Yes.
I'm really happy with how well all the space scenes have been in all
Yes.
the Star Wars
Yes.
animated shows.
In the animated shows. Yeah, they do a phenomenal job on that. Gary McBride loved D3. The evocative imagery of the vault really stayed with me. Yeah, this is something that Rick's talked about all the time,
Yeah.
how Gary could just shift into this I'm gonna paint you a picture mode kind of thing, where it's like you're gonna get all sorts of details about this particular site, even though you might not need it, but like, and that just setting the stage
Yeah.
for everything else. So yeah, really cool.
Yeah, no,
Really
I feel
cool.
like much like we just discussed with our product, the way the way we purposely tried to have the different flavor of the different giants kind of as you go through them. I felt like Guy Gax was really good in this classic series as well,
Yeah.
doing that.
Yes, agree
And we got
100%.
a
And
vote here for a little Pharaoh action as well.
yeah, we're getting that. I want to talk more Star Wars. So. But
Chris
yeah,
isn't letting Star Wars go. He's like,
nah, man,
Star
we're
Wars
on
has
Star
been
Wars now. The
mentioned.
Ahsoka Maul lightsaber fight. The fact that they actually used live actors, and I believe they brought Ray Park in, who played the original Darth Maul, to actually do like choreograph the scene for the
Nice.
animators. I mean, it's crazy that they did that, but you know, they're just used to taking piles of money and lighting it on fire and be like, we're gonna do whatever we want. So there's no budget. It's Star Wars and everything. But yeah, no, totally that. Oh, and here we go. See, I was waiting for this to come. Star Wars Rebels. Again, people. It gets off to a little bit of a slow start, but
Mhm.
Rebels, like that third and fourth season, some amazing when Thrawn shows up, oh, there is some really, really good stuff going on in there. Some really, really good just amazing stuff.
That's
So,
really. Oh, what do we have? Yes, Ray. Okay, yes, Ray Park was in that scene.
was he? Is that confirmed?
What? Yeah.
Yeah.
Shane's confirmed. I met Ray Park years ago, and he's
No way. Get the hell out. All right. There's a story. Everybody
Yeah.
stop everything. So, all right. So Rick has talked. You met. Wait, I'm so confused. I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, no, I talked to him and got his autograph. So
Nice.
and he's a sweetheart, by the way. So
Where were you? What was happening? What was the contact? Give me some context.
this was more. I've blundered into celebrities, but this was more like a show type of thing where I just was at a show called the Chiller Theater Show.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I've met a shocking number of celebrities at that show over the years. I haven't gone to that show in many years, but you'd be surprised who I've run into there. But anyway, yeah. Ray Park was just hanging out. So
Nice. I gotta give a shout out to Jeff. Jeff just says he just pledged at the $200 level.
ooh,
Thank you, Jeff. Have you been following along for the last few weeks, or did you just stumble upon us? There's got to be some backstory here, Jeff. Let us know because we're really curious to see why you decided to keep us away for dinner for another 10 minutes. Build a bunch of.
well,
Hope you
thank
guys
you, Jeff.
sign the clamshells. I'm not sure that's gonna happen, but if you guys don't realize, us at Goodman Games, we're spread across the entire country. We're not in one all location. We never see each other. I don't know if we would all still be working for the company if we were all like in the same office. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking about that. We would totally still be.
We like each other
Might
in
not,
limited
but-
doses.
Yeah. So, but no, so we actually generally only see each other around conventions, and sometimes Gen Con will generally all see each other, and we've done a couple of staff retreats and everything. So, but no, Jeff, thank you very, very much.
Yeah, much
Rebels was
appreciated.
amazing. Yes, the Kurosawa tribute, the Death of Maul. Yeah, totally. Jeff's got a question. Where's the popularity of the hardcover books for 5e? Is there any intention to reprint? As collectibles, they are well worth it. I assume you're talking to the OAR books.
Yeah, I think he's talking OAR.
Yes. So the OAR books numbers 1 through 6, we actually do not have the rights to those anymore. So that was a licensing deal with Wizards of the Coast, which has expired. So those will the reason why they are collectibles and they are costing that much money on eBay is because they are for the foreseeable future will not be reprinted. So yes, they're very popular. However, Dark Tower, Grimtooth's Ultimate Guide to Traps, and Caverns of Thracia, that's OAR's number 7, 8, and 9. We do own the rights to those exclusively, so those are, when those go out of print, we can bring those right back into print. So those you can get, and those are available on our website. They do go out of print from time to time. I know that they've been going out of print really quickly because of the popularity of them. So there's that. Jeff says, thank you. So speaking of Star Wars, any Hidden Fortress fan? Rick, have you seen the movie Hidden Fortress?
I have not.
I have not either. I feel it's something I should. Scott, have you seen
have
Hidden
not.
Fortress? Okay, and Scott, aren't you a can I say the word cinephile, or are you just a Humphrey Bogart cinephile?
I am probably more than just I am a huge Humphrey Bogart fan. But
know
yeah,
that.
I'll throw myself into the cinephile category. I just had I have a love for old cinema, and the qualifications now are, if I ask my wife to go out to a movie with me, she'll say, okay, is it in black and white? Subtitled. Have fun. So yeah, I am a big fan of old film.
Nice. Very, very cool. Very cool. You know what? We needed to unlock another monster a few minutes ago.
Ooh, all right.
So yes, so we're getting yet another one. So we are gonna bring the Spore Grove Sentinel into this stretch goal book. That is a CR10 plant. Think of a mushroom treant. That's all you really need to say. It's about that big. It's a ginormous mushroom treant thing. So so that one adds, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 7 overtime monsters that are in the book now. So guys, thank you for A, keeping us from our dinner, B, keeping us on and stringing us along so that we keep giving you more content and making that stretch goal book bigger and bigger and bigger. So we're really excited about that. Yeah, 1958 Hidden Fortress. I love the first appearance of R2D2 and yeah, because wasn't like that scene in Star Wars like exactly taken, like the angle and everything with them like walking or something. It was like something like that. So I really do need to like see that movie. I've
I
heard
have to
over
add
and
it to the
over
list
that.
now.
Yeah, I gotta see and everything. But Scott, you actually go to like these old theaters and stuff like that to see these movies, right? Where they're doing these limited releases and things like that.
I
So you
do.
actually
We
seek
have,
them out.
fortunately, we have a small cinema near us called the Screening Room.
Nice.
And they show classic, and it's like it reminds you of like an old cafe setting. There's a bunch of small round tables with 2, 3 seats around them. And they'll screen, old classic, old noir films and black and white
Wow.
films and Hitchcock and Bogart and stuff like that. And then we have a early 20th century theater, not too far away, which has kind of been restored. So, but it's a classical movie theater, but it's like early 20th century movie theater. And they will show, right now they're having a David Lynch film festival. So
Ooh,
my
interesting.
red curtains in the back are a tribute to David Lynch.
Nice. Oh,
And
that's
matter of
awesome.
fact, the last Kurosawa film I saw was Seven Samurai, and that's where I saw it, was at
Nice.
that theater. So it's
Very
kind of cool to have 2 right in the area that,
Yeah.
occasionally I just check between them and see what cool stuff is coming up.
That's really awesome. The
I
last
love those kind of theaters. We have a sprinkling of those around, and there's the one in Yonkers. I can't remember the name of it. They play old, like they played Conan the Barbarian,
Yeah.
and stuff. And you would appreciate this, Scott, because I don't think I've told you this story. This year I saw Babes in Toyland in the theater.
Okay.
March of the Wooden Soldiers. 'Cause I have a friend who made that happen, and he's a collector nut. And at one point, about a year and a half ago, I actually had one of the real wooden soldiers on my dining room table, so that this man
Oh,
was able
wow.
to get his hands on. Yes, cost him nearly $10,000, but he got
Oh
his
my
hands on.
God.
Yeah, because in the movie there's live action people playing soldiers, but then there's like there's
Mhm.
sort of like an animated portion.
Oh, wow.
And
That's
this
awesome.
man's goal in life was to get his hands on a wooden soldier, and he did it. And now he's actually tracking down a second. But
Oh,
but
man.
anyway, I got to bring my son, and exactly the kind of experience you're talking about. It was like a very old time theater where the kind where they have like an organ player and that kind
Yep,
of
yep.
thing, and
Yeah,
they
yep.
do the whole bit. And it's really awesome. If people have not done it, it's a wonderful experience. It's a great way to see these even films, these old films, and not see them on the television or something, but actually see them in a
Yeah.
film and theater environment. I think it's a whole different ball game.
The one
and,
cinema,
you know.
the cafe cinema near me, every year they will run Casablanca for like,
Nice.
which is my favorite. So I'll go see it every year. My wife is like, "You own like 8 copies of that film." I said, "I know, but this is in the cinema."
It took me years to see that. And the Hitchcocks, I would see in a heartbeat, because I love I even the TV show, I still watch like the Alfred Hitchcock Hour and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Because I do have more of a taste for the macabre. So I whatever reason I get drawn to that. But yeah, I love that stuff.
Very, very cool. So yeah, this is all great. We are still plugging along. We're up to 15 backers. Thank you guys very much. Let's talk about all these old times. So our last 2 staff retreats, when the entire Goodman family got together, and we do a bunch of meetings and that, but we also have some fun when we do these. We're out in California. We got with the pleasure of renting out a theater and watching Conan the Barbarian the first year, which was really cool. And it was an Egyptian style theater, which was very, very neat. It actually had like hieroglyphics on the walls and stuff. Very cool. And then the other year we did the 1981 Dragon Slayer,
That's right.
which was awesome. And it's like that movie, because again, I'd never seen that on the big screen. That movie has actually aged well. Yeah, it's a little rough in parts with the special effects, but that was awesome to see that in the and I would say, because it was mostly the same groups of people that saw it. Yeah, we've all really seen Conan the Barbarian a lot of times, and seeing it on the big screen was great because I'd never seen it, but we were just falling over each other after seeing Dragon Slayer on the big screen, because that just seeing that dragon and the special effects and everything were amazing.
I haven't seen that in years.
Oh, it's a slow plotting movie for the most part, and it's got its flaws, but it's got a young, the Emperor's in it as the young Emperor. But yeah, so really cool. But it's definitely cool going to these small theaters and seeing I was in Origins one year, and they did on Origins weekend. It was this Saturday. I blew off Origins. We walked like 7 blocks to this theater. They had the organ and everything. They did an intermission, and we watched Raiders of the Lost Ark in the movie
Oh,
theater.
nice.
And I hadn't seen Raiders in the movie
Oh,
theater.
really?
I'd only seen I saw Temple.
Oh.
So I never saw it. So that's why I went, because I was like, I want to see Raiders in the theater. And I did the same thing with Spaceballs. I went and saw Spaceballs in the theater because I never saw it in the theater. And then Mel Brooks actually hosted it. So after that, he came out on stage and he did like an hour-and-a-half Q&A after we watched Spaceballs.
Nice.
Yeah. So that was cool. That was actually right before the pandemic. It was like probably a couple months before the pandemic.
All right, so
that
you got
was
lucky.
cool.
Yeah, no, because that's like one of my two milestones of geek theater culture is like one was seeing Raiders in the theater and seeing the big boulder roll down. And the second was, I'm old enough that I got to see Star Wars in the theater. 13 times I saw it in the theater. And seeing the first ship fly over, in the beginning of Star Wars in the theater was just wild. And at the time when we had first seen it, nobody had seen anything like that in the theater. The spaciest thing I had seen before that was like 2001, when they reran it at some point. So it was just, wild. But yeah, 13 times.
Wow,
it's amazing to me to think back and to say that I saw Star Wars when it was released, not having any idea what kind of cultural impact this was going to be.
You had no idea what you were walking into.
My 8-year-old mind taking this in and being completely blown away by it.
But then by the time they came out with the sequel, people knew what they were in for. And I remember the line was all the way around the theater. It was for The Empire Strikes Back. It was ridiculous, the hype, And the 13th time was unlucky because you'll like this, Chris. At the very end of the movie where Leia is putting on the medals, so literally at the very end, we weren't aware, but the theater had caught fire. The outside sign was burning up letter by letter. So a person came in and said, everyone, they didn't say fire, but they said everybody needs to evacuate but needless to say, there was a stampede. But the funniest thing was we all got outside and we were all just standing in the parking lot watching this theater sort of burn, and they got it under control. But then all of a sudden we saw this one man running back and forth inside the building, just going from the candy concession back and forth and back and forth. And then he suddenly turned around, looked out the window, saw the crowd out in the parking lot. And you just saw that man. And he came like staggering out. And I kind of put together what happened to him later. I realized this poor man must have been in the middle of Star Wars, and he got up and he went to go to the bathroom.
Oh, and didn't realize.
And then he came back and the whole theater was gone.
Wow.
The employees were gone. The
Wow.
candy concession
Oh
people
my
were
God.
gone. So
Wow.
I said to my son, I said, this poor man was in the Twilight Zone for like 5 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
Because he came back because he was just trying to find somebody. And then, when he saw us, everybody let out, the whole crowd let out this like, hey, and he came out, and it was hysterical. So funny ending to a very
We're
weird
getting
night.
lots of awesome movie chat in the chat here. Clash of the Titans was awesome.
Oh, I
Clash of
see
the Titans-
aliens
wow.
mentioned
One
too.
of the inspirations of Terror for the Underdeep. So yeah, that's a near and dear one.
Clash of the Titans.
Add Alien and Aliens
Oh
would be
my
perfect.
goodness.
Dave telling me I've got good taste in movies apparently. Conan, Spaceballs, and Temple. Star Wars, 6 years old. I am such a huge Star Wars fan. I did not see Star Wars in the movie theater. I
How
saw it
did
on
you not?
HBO
Wow.
at
Oh, my
midnight. My
goodness.
parents went out to dinner and I was at home by myself, and I excuse me, I was scared to go to bed. So I put on Star Wars and watched it. I was like, what is this? And then I was like hooked after that. I did see Return of the Jedi in the theater
Okay.
like 7 times or something like that. Even a couple of times where we went to the theater, or a group of my friends went to the theater to go see something else, and then I said, nope, I'm gonna go see Return of the Jedi again. So did that.
I can believe that.
Yeah, but I did get to see the special editions re-release in the late 90s. So I did see that.
Yeah, when they reran.
I did do the midnight showing of episode 1. I took a day off of work to go wait in line to buy tickets. I was in line at 6 a.m. at a theater to buy tickets that went on sale at noon. Now they do it so much easier. Now you just go online to do it. This is before you go online.
Oh yeah. No, then you had to go in.
Yep. So I got sunburned sitting in the sun for 6 hours in the morning
really
in the summer to get my tickets to go back, and then we did the whole midnight.
I did that with the original in the 90s.
Did you?
I saw that.
Okay.
Yeah. And I had mixed feelings about the remake, because I noticed every little time they added something.
Yeah.
And when the Death Star blew up, I was like, it didn't look like that. Because Lucas put out this like shockwave or whatever they came out of Death Star.
Yeah, Shane saying my parents not taking me to see Star Wars, that's child abuse. I'll agree on that. You guys remember what your first movie in the movie theater was? I do, and you're never gonna. It's gonna be a weird one. It's gonna be a weird one.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest at a drive-in.
Was it? Wow.
My first movie was a rated R movie, and I was like,
I was going to say, that's a real interesting way to start. I got to be honest, I have no idea.
Really? I saw mine was Meatballs.
Was it?
Bill Murray. Yeah. Now, yeah, my parents didn't bring me to see Star Wars, but I remember they brought me to see Meatballs, Airplane. I saw Airplane in the theater. And Temple. They brought me to see Temple of, and that was the first I hadn't seen Raiders, and they brought me to see the second Indiana Jones movie. That surprised me that my parents went and sat through the Temple with me. I was like, that was not their type of movie at all. But I don't know.
I know in the later 70s, I finally was getting old enough that my friends and I were hitting movies, because I remember, sneaking into R-rated movies. I remember going to see Jaws in the theater, and the head rolling out of the boat and me leaping out of my chair because we were in the second row. But when I saw Jaws, even when I saw Jaws in the theater, it was like a rerun. I saw Jaws 2 when it first came out, but I had missed Jaws. And for some reason, I guess because of Jaws 2, they were rerunning Jaws in the theater. So basically I saw Jaws and Jaws 2 like almost back to back, like a week apart. Oh, we got a bunch of comments rolling in here. Oh,
yeah,
Black Hole. Oh, there's a classic there. Wow.
That's on Disney Plus. I've been tempted.
Is it?
Yeah.
like,
I just rewatched it maybe a month or two ago.
Yeah. Is
Yeah,
it
that
worth
was a
it?
lot.
Is
What
it
was the
worth
name
it?
of the red robot? What was the name? Maximilian?
Yes.
Yes,
Yep.
that was a very creepy robot.
Yes.
And they had the end or the alternate end or whatever with the robot standing on the mountain.
I
Like,
don't spoil it. I might
oh
want to see
well,
it.
all right.
So, oh my God. So yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, is it worth it, Scott?
Maximilian.
Is it an hour and a half or 2 hours investment worth it?
I think it's worth it.
Okay.
It's kind of like you were talking about Dragon Slayer. It's a classic for the time. It was innovative for the time, and it's you know, you will have seen many other science fiction movies that are going to be much better as far as production values, but it was not bad for the time, and I thought
We're talking about Black
it was a
Hole,
decent
right?
movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's worth watching. And I think it was the first Disney movie that was a PG-13. I think it was the first time they crossed the line from G into other
Possible.
things, from what I
Yeah.
recall.
I
It
saw the
was
Black
considered kind
Cauldron
of
a few
hardcore
years
for the
ago.
time, oddly enough.
Yeah. Black Cauldron, I didn't realize all the backstory behind that and everything. I didn't realize all the drama behind the scenes and everything. But that movie was, I'll call it incomplete, is probably the best way to call it. That movie just like so much potential there and a lot of good stuff. And just, obviously there was just a lot of behind the scenes drama and whatnot. We are over $253,000. We're almost at 253,100. So we are $901 away from possibly another, and we're actually closing in on yet another bonus monster, aren't we? Yeah, we got another 11 minutes to go for another bonus
We're
monster.
checking off the bonus numbers. It's nice.
Keep on going.
Yeah, keep it going, folks.
And we're at 16 backers. Yay. So having it go on here and on and on. So we should probably talk a little bit about this project a little bit, Tara, from the Underdeep. What should we talk about? Oh my God. I don't even know at this point. Minis. I could show off the giant minis if people want to see the giant minis.
Yeah.
You actually have them there?
Yeah, he's got the real thing. So
well then, yes.
Okay.
Don't speak on behalf of everyone. Yes,
I think
like
people appreciate them more when they see how big they actually are.
Yeah.
So
all right. Question for the producer, if she can hear me. If I shut off my background, is that going to mess things up? She probably has.
Yeah.
She's probably eating. Okay. Well, I'm going to do it anyway. See if it messes things up. Hopefully it doesn't. Okay. So it's going to be a lot easier for me to show you guys these. So this is the Cloud Giant Mini. Get that up there. You can kind of see the, I know the light's kind of wonky in my office, so I apologize. But you can see how big. I wish I had something to show for scale, but this is from the top of her head to the bottom of the base is about 6.5 inches. Actually, I should put it over there and see. Ooh, I could do the whole spin thing, but it's just not the same. So this is the Cloud Giant Leader. And then we've got, this is the Frost Giant Leader. This is my favorite. So the Frost Giant came out really cool. So she's wielding mammoth tusk scimitars. And she's got a magical cloak on that the backers got to decide what the abilities of the magical cloak was going to be, which reminds me, I need to go back into the drafts of the adventure and change that. But we'll get to that. So, and then she's got like elephant tusks on her helmet. So really kind of cool. And again, she's also, I believe, to the tips of the top, I think it's I think she comes out to 6.5 inches as well. Ha! Same scale as the Black Series Star Wars figures. That's kind of funny. And then this is the Storm Giant. This is General Nolnir. So this is a cultist at his feet. So that's the size of your heroes, everybody. And this guy's, I think, 7.5 inches tall, and I think he's about 8 inches at the top of the tines of the thing. But we were talking earlier, it's like, could you imagine that trident being like skewering PCs? You could just put them on like skewers like a hot dog, just like kind of get like that, and then just raise it over and everything. So like I said, we're dabbling with this. This is new. We're working with a company that created the molds. We actually had one of our artists actually come up with the artwork based on these. Excuse me, and then we went through a few iterations, but then they designed the STLs, and then they actually did these prototypes and everything, and they actually painted up a set, and that's what you're seeing on the website. So so these are giant minis, kind of like jumbo shrimp. And these are available during the pledge. You can throw that. You can add one of those onto your pledge right now and keep us away from dinner and get us a
They're
little bit
actually,
closer
they're edible
to
individually. So
You
getting another
mentioned the
favorite, you can add one on.
you
So,
mentioned the Star Wars Black action figures.
yeah, the Black
You
Series.
might appreciate this if you're a Star Wars fan from
Oh,
way
boy.
back. I just found out in the wild, and I was like, oh my God, I must own this. A Star Wars Black action figure of Jackson. Do you remember Jackson?
No, it's not. That's not the guy that carries the ice maker, is it? No.
No, it's the giant green bunny person from Marvel's Star Wars comics
Oh,
run back
that's
in the
right, the
late
big bunny
70s.
thing. Yes,
Yes.
see when you say big bunny thing, I do know that because that was a thing in the yeah, I do remember that. Wow, wow,
I remember getting those comics at the time too, and I was like, oh, I found the
wow.
action figure in the wild. I was like, I need to bring this home just so I can sit on a shelf and I can look at it every so often.
Wendy, imagine the s'mores that stone giant could make. Wow, those would be
There you
giant
go.
s'mores. Those s'mores, and it could throw those giant s'mores at you. And,
Yeah.
oh, that would be terrible.
A toasted gelatinous cube on each spike.
That's
Yes.
right.
Wow. That's like really, really cool. Oh, and I see somebody just added on. We're back up to 9 minutes again. Okay.
No dinner for you, Chris.
No, apparently not. No, never. So, yeah, Jackson. That is so funny because I think wasn't in one of the West End Games books there was a bunny rabbit thing that I thought might have been part of that too. I can't remember now. I've got all those old first edition West End Games books. So
I skipped the West End and I
you
got
jumped
into
into
the Star Wars
Fantasy Flight?
role-playing game with the TSR, the Wizards of the Coast.
Oh, the Wizard of the Coast version,
Yeah.
yeah, which was they did a really nice job with that. So yeah, because at that point Bill Slavicsek had moved over to TSR Wizards of the Coast, so he'd done a lot of the Star Wars stuff back
Yep.
in the day. Cool. Yep, giant s'mores. Now all I got in my head is giant s'mores. Oh my God, I got the Spaceballs
Now you're just making them hungry, folks.
and giant s'mores. Yes. So all right. So are we getting close to the next monster? We must be. Yes, we're only a couple minutes away
Yeah,
from
we're creeping up, I
monster.
think.
All right. Yes, I see where we're going here.
886 away.
Yeah, so we're gonna do it again. So Scott, any final comments on Terror from the Underdeep from you before we let you go off and eat your dinner and have a pleasant evening?
I will say it's Goodman Games is kind of like the go-to for like old school adventures and stuff like that. It is so cool to see a box set coming out for Dungeons and Dragons again. And that was one of the things that really kind of thrilled me about this project is that was the box set was my gateway drug into role-playing games.
Yes.
So it's very cool to see a box set out there. So just, even for those people who collect RPG stuff, and I know there's a bunch of us out there, you probably have more stuff than you will ever play, but just to have a brand new D&D box set on the market, absolutely cool. I'm looking forward to see it in people's hands and hearing what they think about it.
Yeah.
Nice. And that was our thought exactly when we were
Yeah.
putting this together. Originally, it was not going to be a box set because trust me, I would have laid things out differently with the chapters. But then we decided, sometime it was late last year, we're like, let's do a box set for almost that exact same reason you just said, Scott. Joe was basically like, you know what? Nobody else is really doing box sets. I mean, Wizards dabbled with a few last year, a couple years ago, and they were not well received. And then we kind of took at that as inspiration of like, well, how would we do a box set? What would we put in there? How would we make it better? And then, then messing around with this clamshell box thing is kind of fun because we have other box sets planned on the horizon, and we're hoping to learn some things during this go around and then apply that to the next one too. So we're very excited about the clamshell thing. I think it's something that we kind of came up with kind of late in the process. We're like, wait, we should do a deluxe version of this too, because we always do the deluxe versions of the hardcovers and foil and the treatment and all that. So it's kind of interesting that we apply that to the boxes too. So anyway, that's where we're at. So thank you, folks. We're gonna just take a real quick pause, and Scott's gonna go leave and go eat something very tasty. And then Rick and I will be back, and we are gonna take you guys home for the next whatever time. So thanks again for jumping on, Scott. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Scott. Thanks for having me. Take care, all.
Hey, everybody, we're back. So we gave Scott a little reprieve, and we are still chugging along here. So we're going to keep going. We are at 253,565.
Sweet.
And we owe you folks a new monster because it's past the bottom of the hour.
I think we do.
And I do have a question from Wendy asking, does anybody know where this background music is from? So if my producer can whisper in my ear where it's from. Okay, we would have to look for it, so we don't know exactly. So it's no problem. Anyway, our next monster that we're unlocking, and this is the 8th monster. So once again, the stretch goal book gets even bigger, is called the Fanta Worm. And this is a CR8 monstrosity, an ethereal giant worm. And it has some ethereal abilities, and it's got some crazy stuff going on, let's just say. So it's not just your garden variety purple worm that you're used to running into in the Underdeep. You're gonna probably think it's a purple worm, and then it's gonna go sideways after that. So anyway, so all right, so we are back. We did a break and everything. We're gonna keep going here. At some point, folks, we are gonna stop just because we are tired. I am tired, but it's good. We're gonna keep going even a little bit past when we were supposed to because we're having so much fun and folks are still bidding. So that's good. And again, every time I turn, we get more. We are getting very, very close to the 254.
We love the support, folks.
Yes. And again, if there's any questions that anybody has in the chat about Terror from the Underdeep, that's what we are here for. We are talking about lots of other fun things, and we're going down some crazy rabbit holes, but that's all good because we got nowhere else to be. So
Yeah. But if you have
we are
questions
having
for
a
us about it,
fun time here. So yeah. So Rick, what part of Terror from the Underdeep did you work on specifically?
okay. So I had a lighter hand in organizing some things with the initial chapters of the Giants, but really my main role was doing the Underdeep portion. So the final 3 chapters, especially the first 2, were more my focus. Because as the campaign progresses, essentially the characters go through the various giant layers one after the other if you're going to play it all the way through. And then after the storm giants, they descend into the Underdeep. And then then they undertake quite a trek through the Underdeep to, eventually get to the final big bad. But that's quite a journey. So that spans several chapters. So you essentially have 3 chapters that I had worked on. The first chapter is a long journey through the Underdeep that has some both minor and major Underdeep areas with various creatures populating them and cave complexes and things of that nature, plus a lot of cave primer information, I think, for DMs. The second chapter focuses on something I call the Sunken City, which is this ancient, mysterious city that is in the Underdeep. And then the final chapter focuses on an underground ocean and the ruins of a drove prison where the big bad lurks. So that was kind of my focus.
Sorry, just texting with the boss.
Yeah.
Just giving him an update. Oh. And this is what happens when you try to multitask. Okay. So yes. So, and you also had a hand in creating the Cult of the Beast, if I recall.
Correct.
When we first started this crazy journey years ago.
Yeah.
You and I had several meetings, if I recall, kind of figuring out what are we going to do with this. Like we got the order from above saying, let's do an homage to the old Giants series. And then you and I got together and figured out what that actually meant and what we wanted to do. And then we had to go back and get approval for all these things. But so tell us a little bit about what we call the Cult of the Beast. And if you guys are following on with the updates, you can find out where we got the inspiration for the name Cult of the Beast. But yeah, tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, I mean, so ultimately there's always a bad guy pulling the strings to some extent. And in this case, the Cult of the Beast are the connective tissue that basically are lurking behind the various giant layers, and there are a presence throughout the Underdeep as well. And they're the ultimate bad guys, kind of, their machinations are what's driving everything, because really, the giants are up to no good. and we know the giants. We very soon the adventurers become aware that the giants are collecting electrum, but they don't know why, and it becomes a quest to find out what's going on, what's behind this, etc. So the cult of the beast are very much a part of that, and we've talked about the Kraken villain, and we wanted the cult of the beast to have some identity there, and you and I both, like, one of the movies, another thing we have in common, I think, is we both love the Peter Benchley's the Beast movie.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of the actor's name. He was in CSI, but he starred in that. And Beast, that I think that was at least one influence, because Beast is about a giant squid that's harassing this community, much in the style of Jaws. So that was like one of many, I think, influences. There was honestly a whole lot of influences there, but I think that was a part of it, something we had discussed, and yet we wanted a name that was sort of mysterious, that maybe when they first heard it, they wouldn't necessarily connect it to the ultimate villain. And I had a lot of fun with the accoutrements of the cultists, and what kind of weapons they carried and what kind of magic items they carry, because I always thought that was, like, when I look at the original Giant series and such, part of the fun was seeing, like, the way the Drow were introduced and their weird ways and manner of dress, and that kind of thing. And I wanted to have a little culture behind these guys, and what they're up to. um so that was definitely part of it too, that so that the idea was, as the adventurers chew their way through the various giant chapters and go through the Underdeep, they're basically learning more about the cult of the beast and running into minor players of the cult of the beast as they go along. And that's something I think we pulled off really well, is that the cult of the beast is this insidious presence almost throughout, either them or their agents, or even other evil forces allied with them. There's so many sub-villains in this that it's so much fun, because every chapter's got its own, sometimes multiple villains, you know.
Yeah. So as you're basically beating up at the giants, you get hints that there's
Yeah.
cultists are actually behind the scenes and everything. And
Yeah.
it seems pretty innocuous at first, but then it becomes pretty clear that's who's really kind of pulling the strings and who's kind of controlling everything. And that's what we kind of went through. We got this whole pretty extensive backstory for the cult,
Mhm.
how the cult was founded, what their designs are.
Yeah.
But basically, they're allied with the Kraken. The Kraken's actually stuck in the Underdeep and wants to get out, and that's basically what the cult is doing. But there are some twists and turns. You get to that final chapter, and there's, like, let's just say there's a lot of, in the classical trope of the bad guys, not really caring about some of their alliances and stuff like
Mhm.
that. There's some interesting things there where they're like, oh yeah, well, all the bad guys are working together, but at the first sign of whatever, they'll
Yeah.
just throw those alliances away and everything. So, but yeah, so it was a lot of fun kind of having those meetings when we were
Yeah.
talking about kind of setting this whole grand story up.
Mhm.
Then we brought the 6 other writers in, and they all
Yeah.
focused on their individual giant adventures. That was, quite frankly, that was the easy part
Mhm.
of having them do that. And then it was kind of harder part was actually then crafting the Underdeep, and then actually making all of the giant adventure pieces kind of fit together
Yeah.
and kind of work. And we actually even brought an outside person in to kind of do like a continuity pass on everything to make sure that we were, because you had all these different, it's like the age-old adage of, too many cooks in the kitchen, and it was like
Yeah.
we definitely had a lot of cooks in the kitchen.
It was I thought it was a delicate balance, because I really feel like it was the right call to have different authors for the different giants, because, as we mentioned earlier in the stream, to have those different voices,
Yeah.
nobody would want to do 5 or 6 chapters of giants if there were really similar layers or whatever. And we really, had such cool creative takes on some of these layers, even mobile layers that, were involved. And then for my part too, like, not only did I want to connect those, but I wanted to, get something fresh, that when I felt like by the time the players finally got to the Underdeep, if they were going to play through this whole thing, I wanted to give them then a whole different experience,
Yeah.
once they hit the Underdeep, like, all right, you've been doing all this giant stuff, so now we're going to give you a totally different environment, something inspired by classic modules, but still, rooted in 5e and like using, new module, new monsters, for instance, or things that weren't available, back in the old days, and putting a first spin on it.
Yeah. So no, it was a lot of fun, and let me tell you, it was a harder task to actually have that many authors involved. It would have been easier
Yeah.
to assign
Oh
it
yeah.
to all
Yeah.
one or to two or to three. But we had a lot of folks at that point. It was very recently after Dungeon Denizens 1 and our open call, so we had a lot of folks that were ready to give them a shot kind of at
Hmm.
doing something bigger and to do an adventure. So it was a blast to be able to involve a bunch of different people. And like I said, the
Yeah.
ideas we got and the different layers that we got, they were awesome. I mean, and that's what I really wanted. They really exceeded my expectations to give
Yeah.
really some different feels for, like I said, this is not you're going from one castle or cave system
No.
to another. We made very
And
sure that we were
and
like, we wanted different, evocative, interesting environments. If you guys have been following Rick and I, we always talk about how
Mhm.
interesting environments are what make an
Yeah.
encounter sing or an adventure sing. So we wanted to do that. So we really wanted to mix it up and do some different things. Because once you get to the Underdark, it is a little bit of a slog, and we've got that long trek, which can get. There's ways that you can shorten it and make it and
Mhm.
everything. But then we've got the awesome Sunken City, which was awesome designed. Both Rick and I spent a lot of time talking about what it was going to look like, the feel of it,
Yeah.
and then the final adventure where it all comes to a head. So it was a lot of fun. So we are almost at $254,000. We're at 1,620 backers, and we are just a mere 3 minutes away from this all ending. And we
Oh,
are about 20 minutes, about 17 minutes away from the next monster unlock. So that's it. It could be done. It could be over. This could be
we
awesome
could be eating
finally.
dinner, or there could be another monster. I
Or
have
there
my
could be another
coffee. I
monster
have
and we
my
keep
coffee
going.
just in case.
So yeah, no, we're all good. We're beveraged up and
There we go.
everything.
We're beveraged
Our
up.
last our last break and all that. So we say Martin is back. Martin left literally 3 hours ago. Actually, more than 3 hours. I don't know how many time that is, but yeah. Um, yep, signed up. Yep, and
Nice of you
everybody.
going until I got on. See, you've been here since he's gotten off of work, and now you're still here,
Yeah.
Chris.
So cool. Bluey's here under his alternate ego. Yep, had to go to meetings, then come home. Have to look at everything Martin has gotten done
Yeah.
since we've been on here live streaming.
They have a lot of
Meetings,
nerve holding
went
meetings in the
home,
middle of
had
this.
dinner, etc., etc. Meanwhile, Backer Train still chugging along. Yep. So there you go. All right, it's gonna end. I'm excited. This is great. We've had a blast.
Yeah.
Trying to think of like, you know, like if we should like final thoughts, or I don't
Oh
know.
my
I'm like, is
goodness.
it gonna really end? I've gotten excited a couple times. It's gotten down to 3 minutes, and then
Right?
then I turn around and it's like, oh boy. So so I don't know. Maybe
It's
we should
been
just
an
like wait it
interesting
out a minute.
project, though. A lot of moving pieces in this. I don't even think people would realize just how much there was. A lot of work went into this. A lot of moving
Yeah.
pieces. A lot of different authors.
So, and we just love giving you
Editing.
guys lots of extra stuff. These OT
Oh my
monsters,
goodness.
just more underdeep
Yeah.
monsters that you could work in. The underdelves. I mean, these are just more and more content
Yeah.
that folks are gonna get to just make the experience
Yeah.
better.
And
And
the under I mean, if we can tell them about, like, the underdelves really plug in well, because as
they
Chris
do.
mentioned, you know, one of the chapters is a very long journey, like miles long, through the Underdeep. And in the portion I wrote, you are provided some major encounter areas that, if you recall, like the D modules, you'll get the sense of what you're getting. But the underdelves are yet more things that you could then take and plug into that. Plus, there's a whole kind of expansive Underdeep map that is also has portions that's kind of ripe for DM expansion for sure. So yeah, I mean, the Underdeep adventures, you could pick and choose those and drop them in, and expand things in different directions down there. It's very open ended. It's very sandboxy. um That was something I kind of wanted for the Underdeep too. I wanted more of a sandboxy feel, you know.
Yeah, well, that was definitely where we wanted to go because the giant adventures really aren't sandboxy. I mean,
Yeah,
they're very much
they're
here's a site.
fixed layers.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yep, and go in. And I think, Scott made a great point of saying how he did the Stone Giant layer different, how he didn't
Yeah.
want it just to be kind of hack and slash. You could make it hack and slash if you want. But he basically wanted to go a completely different direction than some of the other ones. And it was perfect when I remember getting his little outline and everything. I was like, this is great. Like I
Yeah.
want this. I want this kind of change of pace here that you
Mhm.
can kind of throw a curveball in there for the against the players. So very, very much looking forward to seeing his adventure kind of play out. We did get extended, so we're still at it. We are only $44 away from 254,000, and we're gonna want to get to 255. We got to get to 255, folks. I mean, that's 255 is such a round number. It's a beautiful round number, I think. All right, what do we got here? Amazing campaign all around. Thank you, Martin. Can't wait to see the final product. I can't either. I mean, that's the fun part of doing all this. You work on this
Yeah.
for literally years, but
Yeah.
then when you start seeing the artwork coming in, and then you
Yeah.
start seeing the clamshell box and everything, and then start seeing the mock-ups and all that, that's when it gets exciting.
When do we start working on this, Chris, you and I?
I think it was 2021 when we
Yeah.
started.
So that's
originally.
how long we've been living
Yeah.
this in a way, folks. I mean, certainly there've been other projects too, but
There've been a lot of other projects.
yeah,
So
quite a lot.
Yeah, we started slow. Then we kind of had parts of it done, and then we'd set it aside for a couple of other projects and stuff.
Yeah.
There's many other projects that went in there in between. Like
Yeah.
for example, the Grimtooth project happened completely in between. Like that one literally kind of jammed in there. So
Yeah.
but yeah, this one's exciting because we really spent a lot of time
Yeah.
working on the story and kind of just figuring out how this was all going to happen and do everything.
That was probably the funnest part, honestly. Like looking back on it is just having a product where I felt like I really had a hand in the story overall, and got to really take it from ground zero. And I think one of the things people maybe don't realize when they're not on the designing end of things like we are is just how long these do sometimes take to percolate. That often you'll work on something and it doesn't see print for 2 or 3 years, and now you're 3 projects ahead on something else, right, Chris? And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, that project that I put my heart into 2 or 3 years ago, now it's becoming real. And you start seeing the art and you start seeing the preview pages and the different things start coming together, and that's like the fun. And then of course the ultimate part is when people actually play it and you get real feedback, because before then it's like a play perform before an empty house, but when people actually start experiencing it, for me at least, that's kind of like when the magic happens.
Yeah, no, without a doubt. I mean, there's so many cool to get to be able to work with so many amazing people on this project has been a blast. Folks I'd never really worked with before. So that was fun, a good learning experience, to be honest, but a lot of fun, and almost all the writers I'm still working with. So, so that part is fun. The planning is always probably the best part. Then it's just a question of what are we allowed to do and how cool are we able to make it. And, and I remember when minis came up and we were like, whoa, we're going to do giant minis. I'm like, this is awesome. And getting all excited about that. So it's definitely been a journey. It's been a lot of fun, putting this together and seeing it, finally come to crowdfunding and to do cool things like I said, just to keep making it better and better, even like the OT monsters that we're adding on now. It's just the fact that it's just it's good. The product is going to be better for it at the end of the day. So that's cool. Let's see if I catch up on some of these comments here. 84 backers on the overtime train. Can we get more? Wow, so we've almost gotten 100 backers on the overtime train. That's
great.
Actually really cool.
That's just fantastic.
Let's see. Who else is here with me? Martin. Glamshell. I do like Glamshell. I have to admit, instead of Clamshell, Glamshell is kind of cool. Made me adjust my pledge there. What's next? Dave, when you say what's next, what do you mean? Are you asking what's next for us on our crowdfunding, or are you saying what's next as far as how we can bedazzle a box? keeping busy. Yes. Bedazzle Me, Giant on the Glam Shell, Giant Power. Yes. So it's great to see all these folks who've been kind of hanging out with us
Yeah.
for a while.
That's awesome.
While we've been doing this. And we just extended again. And we're over 254.
Oh my goodness.
And we are 9 minutes away from another monster. So that means we're gonna get another one too. So all right, I said we're gonna get one at 254. So I'm gonna keep you guys. I'm gonna keep with that. So the next one unlocked is the Ormhala, maybe it is. A CR14 monstrosity. It's a bat serpent hybrid. So if you remember hours ago, we unlocked the first thing, the Arachnabat, which was a giant bat spider hybrid. Now we have bats and serpents. So,
why not?
bats are definitely classic when you get to the Underdeep. So
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
mixing them with another cool critter. And I just foreshadowing it. We're 8 minutes away, but the next one's another doozy. So the
Oh
next
boy.
one's really, really good. So so thank you everybody. We are up to 1,621 backers, 250. Can we get to 255 before we sign off for the night?
That would be so sweet if we could just
Yes,
cross that
so
255.
it would be amazing if we could get to 255. That would be just so fabulous because again, we're always worried. It's like we've done so many of these crowdfundings and you always get worried when you get ready to hit the launch button. But yeah, so and Martin asks, I missed it. Where will the extra monsters be incorporated into the project? So we did this during Caverns at Thracia, Martin. We actually have a stretch goal booklet right now, and these OT monsters will be put into the stretch goal booklet. We'll make a chapter in that book. We'll call it the Bestiary of the Underdeep or something cool. We'll get the creatives to workshop a really neat name. So in that stretch goal booklet right now, folks are getting 6 giant themed delves, 2-page delves. These are not under delves, these are giants. So there's 6 of them. There's one based on each giant type. So there's a hill giant, storm giant, frost giant, cloud giant, stone giant, and I missed one somewhere in there. Fire giant, probably, yeah. So you're getting those. So that's 12 pages of content right there. The contents of the Giants bags, which we unlocked earlier on in the campaign, that's 6 different tables of just random things that are found in a Giants bag, and there's one table for each of the iconic Giants. So there's like all the 6 Giants of that. So that's probably going to turn out to be 3 to 6 pages of content there. And then we have unlocked 9 monsters. Those 9 monsters are going to go in the back of that book also. So this stretch goal book, which is free to all print backers, is probably going to be 32 pages long, maybe a bit longer. So
it's just getting bigger and bigger, which is awesome.
So let's see if we can hit 255. And I see there's all sorts of Cobra Bat equals Cobat. I like that.
Cobat.
Bat spider hybrid gets caught in its own web on failed roll. That's really nice. Greg, welcome to the chat. I don't think we've seen your I could be just getting all loopy and cross-eyed, and maybe I did. Super neat. Rattlesnake Bat is always getting confused by its own noise. Oh, that's really funny. That's really funny if you think about that for a minute. Think about that. Think about it, folks. Think about it. Cobats could also be bats that live together. Oh, that's actually really good. I like that. Cobats. But we are actually only 5 minutes away from unlocking yet another monster. And folks, even when we're eventually going to drop off this stream just because, but even when we jump off the stream, if it continues after the stream, we're going to keep track of the time. So you're going to keep unlocking OT monsters.
Things will still unlock. It's
just we run out.
We're humans, so eventually we have to get food.
Yes. But we do have a limited number of monsters, but we are going to during our Caverns at Thracia campaign, we did unlock all of them, and then it still went on for a bit after that. People still stayed on even though they weren't actually getting stuff. So but we are excited. This has been, like I said, a really fun.
We love the support.
All the puns aside and talking about old movies and talking about that. Yes, we do. Thanks, Jay Riggin. We appreciate it, but we're not leaving quite yet. So if you guys have any questions for Rick and I, we're gonna stay on for a bit longer. We really want to try and see us hit the 255. So don't worry, we're not going anywhere yet. We're gonna unlock another monster in a few minutes. At the bottom of the hour, we will unlock another monster. And then we will keep track of how long this goes. We've we've got people watching. We've got people watching, and we're gonna see just how long this goes. The supplement book will be 500 pages. Yes, it could be. It could be. So, but we are gonna make. I believe we are making the glam shell box a little bit wider so you can fit the stretch goal booklet in there. So, and keep in mind that stretch goal booklet, folks, not available in retail. Now, there are some retail backer levels, so there will be a few at stores, but I think the last I checked, there was 6 retailers backing this, 10, I think. So there's 10 stores out there that are going to actually have the stretch goal booklet also. But outside of that, this is something that you're getting that nobody else is getting.
Backer kit exclusive.
So you can only get it by backing this backing now and backing this project. So and you could always back for a lesser amount when we unlock the pledge manager. You could always upgrade it to the glam shell box or something. So yeah, the supplement book is going to be up soon. So let's get started. So yes, and if you haven't been just to remind folks that yeah, Dungeon Denizens 2 is the next crowdfunding campaign coming. We're looking forward to that. We do love ourselves some monsters.
We do.
I mean, monsters
We
are
do.
fun, and we learned a lot about how to do a monster book last time around. So we're applying all those lessons learned. So this book is going to be even better. Oh, we're getting down there. This could be the
Ooh.
end. This could be the end.
Is it getting close?
So not sure if you, this is half ogre. Half ogre, thank you for staying around. You've been around for a
Yeah,
while.
he's been around a while.
Not sure if you've answered this yet, but what were each of your goals when creating for Terror? Rick, do you want to go with that first? And let me go with that first, and
Go
then
for it.
I'll let you think of your of your answer a little bit. So my goals was an homage to the classic, but I wanted to kind of make it better in some ways, and part of that is I was always bummed that the classic adventures only dealt with 3 of the giant types. So my first thing was I wanted to have all 6 iconic giant types captured in there. So that was my first thing. Secondly, I wanted an Underdeep component to it, and I wanted a big bad that was not the drow and was not a giant. And then I think probably the third thing I wanted was that you know, having all the different authors work on it to get that different voice for each of those giant adventures. I think that was kind of my goals when I was creating it, I would say. Yeah, I think that probably sums it up pretty good. Rick, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of my goals was, and this kind of echoes, I guess, a little bit of what Chris said, is, you know, they always say like I wanted to design what I would want to buy, you know, the kind of product that would excite me, that I would look at and say, oh my goodness, this looks like something I would buy in the good old days. I want to buy it. You know, the kind of, like Scott said, the box sets that would, you know, were irresistible. That's, so I really tried to start from there, like designing a product that, you know, would get me excited if I saw it. And the second part is I really wanted, like for the latter half of this, like Chris said, to have very different environments, because environments are important, but then really go hard on sandboxy and have a sandboxy element in it, because I always love those kind of, you know, old adventures where they had a big city or a thing with components where, you know, you could go in different directions and explore different parts of it, and the DM could fill in some areas and that kind of thing. So I tried to lean hard into that and just build in as much utility like into the Underdark as possible, you know, like utility and sandboxing, you know. Like as Chris knows, like the initial Underdark chapter really has a lot of stuff that sets the stage for the Underdark, where it's almost like an Underdeep primer, you know, because you're given tons of, you know, one of Chris's edicts, you know, from the beginning, which I loved, was he was like, go hard on the wandering monster tables, you know. So like we have wandering monster tables and sub tables, and we have just, I don't know, I'm a table nut, so I always loved, like, you know, any table as a DM you'd roll on for like weird noises or for these things. So tried to put a lot of those in, you know, and just basically make it a really fun project, you know, just a very cool product. Like Chris said, like always taking it and think, how can you make it even cooler, you know, and putting that extra cool layer on top.
Yeah, I think that probably sums up really good. I think that's another point that I was, one of my goals was just trying to make a product that was going to be as useful as possible.
Yeah.
have more opportunities to get to the game table. So not everybody is going to take this and want to run it from the
Right.
beginning to the
Yeah.
end. So when we designed the giant adventures, you don't have to play all of them if you don't want to. There's really, the last one you have to play because that leads you into the Underdeep. So, but you can play them in any order.
Yeah.
You could grab them and you can just use the fire. If you just need a fire giant lair or you just need a cloud giant lair, you can pull that. If you just want the Underdeep part, we've got that. If you just want the sunken city down in the Underdeep, and that's fully designed and everything. You made a great point about the Underdeep where we leaned into it and there's tables and tables and a big huge poster map. And spoiler alert, we're only using a tiny little bit of that poster map.
Yeah.
So you'd almost think that we might have an idea for something else maybe that we're working on that might utilize that nice big that setting down there, which is fascinating. Everybody loves. So
Yeah.
that's probably another thing that we have going for it.
Because in addition, right, to being writers, obviously Chris and I, we're DMs too. So I think we know how TMs think, and I think most DMs, maybe they won't always take a book as written. Sometimes they'll take their favorite part. Some DMs will run stuff straight through. Other DMs will steal something they like, right, or take a portion of it. So it was all about utility, right?
Yes, certainly. So I have a question from Jay Riggin. Can you disclose some of the adventures in compendiums number 5 and 6? So number 5 and 6, there's 15 adventures in each of them. They are all playable in about, I would say, 1 to 2 sessions. Some of them are longer. Some of them are definitely a little bit shorter. Maybe 3 sessions. Again, your mileage is going to vary based on how quickly your players play. They're all for lower levels. I think there's 10 adventures in each book that's for levels 1 or 2. And then the other 5 adventures are for levels like 3 to 5, 3 to 6. Some of them vary around, and most of them are like 3 to 4. Again, they are classics from our archives back from the 3.5 edition days, but we fully updated them for 5e. So unless you bought them 20 years ago, these are all brand new. And they're all different settings. Some are in deserts, some are classic dungeon crawls, some are aquatic, some are in Arctic regions, everything. So there's definitely something for everybody in there. And they're perfect just to drop in and play, either to kick a campaign off or something. What's really cool is there's some relatively famous Goodman Games folks have designed some of these. Harley Stroh has one in each of the adventures. I might even have a second one of them. Brendan LaSalle has Road Crew LaSalle has one in each of those. So there's some oldies but goodies in there. A lot of really good material for if you want some nice low level play. If you're not quite ready for the Terror from the Underdeep, you need a few adventures to get your characters up there to that 8th level. That's fine. And also with Terror from the Underdeep, we also have pre-generated characters that were included. That will be in the box so that if you don't have 8th level characters, you can get this right to the table as quickly as possible. So yeah, that's a little bit about what's in compendiums number 5 and 6. It is the top of the hour, 8:04 by my clock. So it is time to give you guys another monster.
Ooh.
And we have another doozy here for you. I do believe this one is a multi-page one again.
Nice.
Who doesn't love dragons? This is the Rune Dragon, a CR 15 dragon with runes on its body that it can activate. And not only activate it, it absorbs magical effects, and then when it breathes, it doesn't breathe fire, it actually breathes those magical effects. So this is a really evocative design that I think has got a lot of utility. And it's right up there. CR15, that'll be perfect to nestle that into the Underdeep somewhere.
Oh yeah.
And spring that on your characters. So oh, and we're back up to 10 minutes again. So we are just $700 from 255. So we are cruising along. And that is the 10th monster that we have unlocked for the stretch goal book. So you are
Nice.
getting
Wow.
6 delves, you're getting 6 giant what's in the giant's bag tables, and now you're getting 10 Underdeep themed monsters for the stretch goal book. That's a nice, all for
That's
free.
a nice book.
That's a nice little book right
Yeah.
there. So
That's a nice
and
little
if you
add-on,
backed in the first 48 hours, you got some extra swag coming to you as well. We've got the returning backer stickers. I mean, we do
That's
have a
true.
lot of
Yeah.
fun
So
creating all this stuff.
if they backed previously any of those 3 items we mentioned, Grim Tooth, Old School Traps, Cavernous Thracia, or Dungeon Denizens, they'll get that sticker. And then
Yeah,
right if they back within the first 20, what is it, 48 hours,
48
they
hours.
get the D24.
Yep, there was the D24 for free. And if you didn't grab one of those in the first 48 hours, you can actually buy the D24 if you want to try out our Advanced Advantage playtest packet. That's available for you. The first 48-hour backers also got an additional 2-page delve. So that's kind of cool. And spoiler alert, that one will help you get a particular weapon that might be very useful for fighting giants. So that's kind of pretty cool. Death Angel Shadow. What if we backed all 3 of those? Then you're getting all of the stickers all at once. We're gonna send. We have records of what you've
stack
backed.
them.
Yep, and then you stack them. So if you
Yeah.
backed all 3 of those projects, you're going to get all 3 stickers. If you just back Terror from the Underdeep, you're just going to get the Terror from the Underdeep sticker. But then if you join us for Dungeon Denizens 2, I'm going to make a wild guess that there will be a sticker available on that one, and it'll have some cool art on it. And then you can start your collection there. So we are at 1,622 backers.
Wow.
Again, we cannot thank you folks enough for keeping this going, keeping us in front of our screens. And this is, yeah, I'll sleep in. I promise I'll sleep in tomorrow. I'm not that late. It is still snowing out there, so but no, this has been a lot of fun, and it's cool it's cool giving away free stuff. So I mean, who doesn't like giving away free stuff? So
it's just getting better and better. It's a good thing we expanded. It's a good thing that clamshell box got bigger.
Oh yeah. Well, we thought about that. We were like, people are gonna be like, if they can't put that stretch goal book in there, So, well, at this rate, like we might have to do the remeasurements on that.
I know, right?
So, Andy's chiming in saying stickers are going to look great on my Trapper Keeper. I think we should do a Trapper Keeper module.
An old school, yes, an old school Trapper Keeper.
Yeah.
I hope people, yes, please put the stickers somewhere prominent.
Yes,
put them on the side of your car, on your Trapper Keeper, you know.
I think we
on the
just
back of your laptop.
Yeah, we just bumped up again. Every time I turn around and look over to the scene, I'm like, well, let's see. No snow here, just 40 and rainy. Yeah, okay. In Soviet Russia, stickers put you in trap. Oh, that's pretty funny. I like that.
That's really funny.
Your Talking TSR show should have received kickbacks from drive-through. I bought so many old classics I never had because of you both. Oh, we're sorry. I guess that makes us
hopefully that was a good thing.
So, yeah. So that's awesome. We were telling, hey, at least those were available that you didn't have to go on eBay and pay like a ton of money for them. I mean, that's the nice thing, that you were able to actually get them at a reasonable price. So
yeah, most of them, if you get the PDF, right, they were like $5 or something.
Yeah,
they weren't crazy.
Hey, when we did the top 50 show, I ended up buying so far two things. One that cost in excess of $100. And there's another thing that I'm got my eye on that I haven't pulled the trigger on yet. So it even happens to us too. There was so many cool adventures on our top 50 that I was like, well, that's a cool one. I should look into that.
Because I think we both saw that Warhammer thing, and we were like,
yes,
you know,
I'm like, I've never played Warhammer, but
I was kind of licking my chops over that Warhammer boxed set.
Yes, and I pulled the trigger at PAX Unplugged, and I told everybody, I think on the last show, I pulled the trigger for I can't pronounce it, the Masks of Nyro, whatever.
Yeah, Nyarlathotep.
Yes, and
that
wow, they did.
I have the original.
Yeah,
but because
they did a phenomenal.
Well, that's it. Because of that show,
phenomenal.
I want to get the updated version with the extra.
It's the size of Dark Tower. It's a 3-book slipcase, and the one book is just player handouts and stuff.
Wow.
That's like letters and
because
stuff like that.
You gotta. It's called Cthulhu. You gotta have those handouts.
Yes, you do. Boy. So I'm very excited about that. But yeah, so it even happens to us too. Half over, you're not the only one.
I mean, I think that's the best thing for people to know is like, I mean, I think it's a no-brainer maybe, but like, we are passionate gamers, Chris and I, we're DMs, we're board gamers, like, we live this, that's why we do this, Yes. So
I just literally gamed all weekend long and then watched the Super Bowl. I mean, we started gaming, I think it was around 1 o'clock on Saturday.
Yeah.
And then we were even So even in the mornings before, like, not everybody wakes up at 5:30 in the morning like I do. But yeah, so we were even gaming before the entire group was up. And then there was on Monday morning, like a few of us had to do meetings for work remotely and everything. So some of us were taking meetings and the rest of us were gaming on Monday morning. So, and then we were kind of like swapping and everything. And it
Yeah,
was funny. We were saying,
but I
it's
love
like, you know,
that.
how everybody says, "Oh, I'm sorry I'm late to this meeting. I'm on another meeting." We were like, "Oh, we should jump on and say, sorry, I'm late to this meeting. I was in the middle of my turn in a game." And then they joked and they said, "Well, for you, Chris, like people would expect that." And I said, "Well, that's true. But, you
Yeah.
know."
No, but it's like it is part of our blood. I mean, people were asking when we started. It's like, we've been playing forever, I've been
Yeah.
playing since I was 11 years old and been working for Goodman since 2005. So it's
Yep.
baked in.
Nice. The Lord Kimchi. Wow. That's like
The
fermented
Lord
cabbage.
Kimchi.
The Lord of fermented cabbage, isn't that right? Is that what that is? Kimchi? I
Oh.
don't even know. Can't wait to paint those minis. I've dabbled with painting and I'm really sucky at painting. However, with minis this big, I think I could paint these. I think I could probably paint these
The
because
older I get, the better I get at painting
yeah,
bigger minis, as opposed, like, the worst thing you can do at me is throw me a halfling figure or something.
yeah. Well,
I'm
Rick,
much
I mean,
better with it.
don't worry, Rick. You're gonna get these at some point.
All right, good.
I'm gonna ask you to paint them. So I've had you paint minis for me in the
I will.
past. Now
Yeah,
I'm gonna have you eventually paint these. So
Chris can verify. I've sent him a mini or two. So
yes, I have many, many cool minis. I'm
uh,
looking at some on my shelf right now. So wait,
yeah.
I can show everybody.
Oh my God, he's gonna embarrass me now. Don't make
No,
fun
I
of my
mounted
painting,
it. I
folks.
mounted it, man. I mounted it and everything. I
Which
put
one?
it. Look
Oh,
at
geez.
that. So everybody knows I love sharks. That is, I'm guessing it's a zombie shark. I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know
like a
what's going on.
zombie shark thing.
Yeah. It's
But
basically a shark with like a
yeah,
skeleton on its outside,
yeah,
but spoiler
like
alert,
an
sharks don't have
exoskeleton.
skeletons, so I'm not really sure what's going on there, but it's
But I
cool.
figured you could create a creature from it. Because
Yes,
I
it's
know
cool.
I know Chris's love of aquatic things. So all right, I'm looking. The only thing I have on my geek shelf next to me.
Uh-oh. He's going to the geek shelf.
Going to the geek shelf.
You gonna bring the McCready figure?
Chris got one of these too, and I liked it. I had so much fun painting one for him that I painted one for. I think people will know what this is if
Oh
you can
yeah.
see that.
That's a beaut.
That's my
That's a
little
beaut.
froggy
So
moth.
a classic, another
So
classic.
right, how can you not love it?
Yes. So
So
yeah. So Martin says, wait, Martin's surprised we don't do this for the billions of dollars. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. No, we do this because we love it. Jay Riggin, I subscribed to the Goodman YouTube channel because you guys doing Talking TSR and wouldn't have known about this campaign without you. So thanks, Dan. So it's working. Our sinister
all right,
plan
it's
is
working.
working. So by the way, it's been like 7 hours. Subscribe, hit the little bell down there and all those good things if you want notifications of what we do. We do this is unusual, this live streaming kind of thing during at
Yeah,
the end of a campaign, but we do drop regular content.
yeah.
If you want
No,
more
in all
information about
seriousness,
this campaign, we dropped videos on that.
we should have been saying that on the hour, but yes, folks,
I know we really should have been, but it's hard sometimes. It's really hard.
we're
But every
addled by
time
lack of
we're up to
food, but
1,625 backers, and we are almost at 255. We are just I can't math it. Less than $300 away from that.
oh,
Okay.
there's hey Tim. Tim's jumped in
Oh,
the thread and he's offering
Tim's
us
in. Oh, it's a party
pixie
now
sticks.
because Tim's in the chat. Yay, Tim.
Don't tempt me with a pixie stick.
So for those of you who don't know, Tim is an editor at Goodman Games on the 5e side, and there's a good chance he probably edited several of these adventures and everything. And I know he's a huge fan of these giant themed adventures too. So thanks for popping along there, Tim.
Yeah.
Fifth Angel Shadow. I'm still waiting for my Monty Python Holy Grail board game. Last update. It's waiting for Chinese. Yes. Is that the one with the coconuts that you could get? Because I didn't actually back that, but I had a friend back it. But I asked him to add a pair of the coconuts on for me because I have to own a pair of they actually were selling an add-on of coconuts that you could
Oh my
click.
goodness.
Yes, so I
That's
think I'm
really
getting
funny.
coconuts. So yes, sir. Nice. How are you guys holding up? We are doing fine. Should have some Mountain Dew. Pixie sticks. No, water is doing us good.
Yeah.
Rugamuth. Yes, Shane asking for Talking TSR to continue. or talking old school. Yes, we know we probably could have kept that show going, but we were kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel at that point. At the point we were getting into, when we're starting to consider doing N2, the Forest Oracle, in a breakdown show, that's probably when you've hit about the limit of
Well,
things.
I think we've seen enough series shows that it's always better to go out on a high than
Yes. You should do that with your campaign too. You should end your campaign early and
Yeah.
get them wanting it not too long. You always
Yeah.
make sure you always want them wanting more. So
these shows are always good in the second and third season, and when they get to the eighth season, that's usually where things start declining.
come on, folks, we can do it. We are less than $300 away from 255. 255 is such a happy number. We are 14 minutes away from our next monster unlock. There's good, and I'm telling you, the next two are pretty sweet. I'm just gonna throw it out there. The next two monsters are pretty good. We are gonna. I think we're gonna try and hang on here until we hit 255. I think we can do this. I think we can totally.
We can do it.
Yeah, we can do it. But we are getting a little punchy. How's everybody's day going out there? Does everybody have a good day at work or whatever you guys do? So we're having a blast. Fun. And thank you, Rick. I'm probably going to forget to say this, but thank you for jumping on with me.
Oh yeah, no.
Early hours. So
Very welcome. Not a problem. You know me. I can. One thing I can do is talk on the air. And you know what, folks? Keep the comments coming. We love it. Ask us whatever you want, honestly, or ask me whatever you want.
Season 5 of Talking to You. Sorry, you can add in a Scrappy Doo type character. Oliver. Yeah, that was the thing. We were talking about bringing Oliver on board to be a third talking head. And that was just that's when you got to look at yourself and say,
yeah,
what are we doing here?
When Oliver joins the show, you're in trouble.
255. No. All right.
Interpretive.
Again, there's no singing and no interpretive dance.
Interpretive dance.
Yeah. See, Tim clearly just jumped on recently.
Yes.
Missed the memos that we
no.
The guidelines we established earlier.
Tim has got lots of energy and he's feeling frisky, unlike us.
We're entering Jerry Lewis territory. We talked about Terry. Yeah, you missed Martin again. You missed it when you were either driving or in meetings or at dinner. Otherwise known as having a real life. You missed the whole part where we talked about telethons. So if Kickstarter was invented back in the 70s, there would be banks of phones and people would be calling their pledges in and we would be throwing it back.
Operators are standing by to give you your next monster.
Yeah, we talked about that. So it's like, maybe we'll do that for our next crowdfunding. We'll literally have somebody next to a phone and you can call.
We need some people behind us, answering phones, whether they're really answering them or not.
Jump the zombie shark.
There we go.
But look at the detail of the little treasure chest down there. Somebody painted that, or there's like coral and treasure. Coins are spilling. You can't really see it because of the camera thing, but
I was actually happier with the way the base came out than the shark.
Yeah, the base is pretty sweet. I'm not gonna lie.
The shark, I had to look at actual pictures of sharks and decide.
Oh, really?
Because the way the white breaks up into the blue, great whites have a very, I don't know, half and half kind of shading.
Yeah.
And that's the question, right? When you're painting a zombie shark, is like, do I paint it like gray and zombie like, or I was at one point I was gonna put like barnacles or seaweed kind of on it or something.
Well, there's really no wrong answer because it's a zombie shark. So,
but in the end, I just went sharky. The big decisions in life.
All right, so we're running out of things to say here. So I don't even know what we should be saying at this point. What are we looking at here? We are 10 minutes from unlocking another monster, and we are less than $300 from unlocking another monster. So if you want 2 more monsters in the next 10 minutes, somebody here could probably make that happen. That's like 2 more entire. Come on, if you've seen a 5e stat box before, that's a full page of content. It. So anybody else? I was like, come on, somebody to chat, say something funny. We're so close.
Help us out, folks. We're running out of material here.
We're running out of material. Just somebody say something. Somebody do something funny. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Somebody had to do it.
Yep. We can always count.
Yeah.
To save the day.
Yeah.
So,
You can always count on the voice from beyond.
yep. So, without spoiling any current or known future, which would you like to take on next for a conversion? Well, we're already doing that. Castle White Rock is being converted to 5e and DCC, and that is coming next year. So we are very excited. Well, it's not next year, sorry, later this year, because we've switched into 2025 now, which is kind of weird. It's already February. So yeah, so that is the one that we've actually been kind of had our eyes on. I've
Yeah.
had my eyes on and I've been working on. So
And
very
regarding
excited about that.
would we consider doing something with Dro?
Well, I don't
would
know. We
say,
have this big poster map
"Mm,
and this whole big part of the
yeah,
Underdeep.
as
So I
Bugs
don't
Bunny
know.
would say, could be.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of sounds good, doesn't it,
Yeah,
Rick?
I
I
think
mean,
we
do you
could
know
do
anybody
that.
who might be interested in doing something like that?
Might be somebody around here that could do something with that. I mean, we do have that big under deep map to fill out, so
We do. I mean, we wouldn't create something like that if we didn't have something really,
yeah,
really
I mean,
cool. So,
there's still some spots to fill in that map.
so I would really like to tackle that subject material at some point, not gonna lie. Um, so the other question we had here is whatever happened to Radiation Crawl Classics? So that was, if I recall correctly, and hold on, I'm getting pinged here. I don't like getting pinged when I'm in the middle of something because I'm busy. Um, yeah. Radiation Call Classics, let's just say something might be happening there. So, something similar, but we'll see. We always have cool things going on. And again, we've been working on this one for literally years. So, I mean, we are literally working on products that are coming out in 2027 at this point. So, you never know. Ooh, Goodman take on the A series now. That would be amazing. So probably
we've
not
heard
going to
that.
happen though, folks. So
Yeah, we have heard that suggestion before. For what
yes,
it's
we've
worth.
heard that suggestion a lot.
Quite a few times,
Yeah,
actually.
same with the Desert of Desolation also.
Yes.
It's like that would be nice as
And
well.
Chris and I have a tender spot about the Desert series, I think.
Yeah. Yes, we really do. Could always use the classic when a
Just saying.
barkeep asked why we carried weapons in the bar replied mimics. And then I laughed. He laughed. The table laughed. Oh my God, that's really funny, Bill. I like that. Yeah, Desert of Desolation, everybody always asks me which was the one that I wanted to do really,
Yeah.
really bad. That is the one that I really, really wanted to do. So I would have had a ton of fun doing that one. Oh, and yay, we're back for 10 more minutes. And
Oh my goodness.
we are $125 away for the price of 3 cups of Starbucks coffee. We can get another monster,
Ugh.
and give ourselves over 10, and we're gonna get another monster in 6 more minutes.
Yeah.
And
So we have
I
one
see that
monster
clock is
coming
not
up,
aligned
but
with
we
that
can
clock.
get
So we're
two,
getting
folks.
another monster.
But
But are we gonna get can we get an even dozen is the
yeah.
question. So well, Shane, that's interesting that you say that. If you notice, this particular project is very similar to something along those lines. So maybe we've already done that. So yeah, that's certainly a possibility. Still checking over here. We are $125 away from 255. And again, even when we jump off here, probably momentarily, as long as people keep the backer train keeps going, this campaign will keep going. So
Yeah.
we will be Goodman staff will be monitoring it in the background. So people can follow along and everything. We're just gonna stop live streaming. So shortly. Come on. But we've got it. Come on, we've got to get another. We got another. There's got to be another 125 in there somewhere. I'm tempted to bid on it.
I know. A simple add-on, folks. If just a couple of people add on, some of
Yeah.
those cool giant figures or something to
Giant
pledge.
figures, minis. There's all those books, amazing books. The
Got
clamshell
a lot of cool
upgrade.
adventures. Yeah, the clamshell upgrade is an easy 20.
And remember that stretch goal book. We're looking at 30 plus pages of extra stretch goal book material in there. Oh, Shane's got another question.
Oh,
Another question. Will there be a supplemental module for this in the same way that a lot of the recent campaigns have had supplemental module? Oh, a la Skinny Adventure. Well, now this is interesting. Because we have done this. If folks have been following along, we have Caverns of Thracia adventures set nearby. We've done it for Dark Tower. But that's interesting.
yeah.
That could be something. I guess it probably depends on once this gets out into distribution, just how popular it is.
Yeah.
But that's something that we could certainly consider. We could always consider adding another adventure in the Underdeep.
Yeah.
Or another giant themed adventure. So that's certainly something. Yes,
I
we're gonna
think
definitely
both
trademark the glam.
both above ground and below ground there's room for expansion. So
that
you
is
know, at the end of the day, if there's demand for it, you know.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I love that idea. So gets me thinking right off the bat.
Yeah,
Now
me
I'm
too.
thinking of adventures. See what you people have done. So because we never really stop. So we just keep going. So okay, we are so close. We are so close. We are literally
Where are we at?
we're 3 minutes away from unlocking another monster.
Wow.
And we are at $254,875. So we are $125 off. I think there's some pledge levels that would fit that nicely.
Yeah.
It's gotta be.
We could see that before we got off.
Yeah, that would be great. You guys would really make our night if that happened. That would be amazing. A bridging intro adventure for levels 5 through 8 would be great. Yeah, that's exactly what we would do. We would totally do something that would kind of set up maybe a brush with the cult or something with mid-level characters that would give you that
that's a really
introduction
cool
with the cult. Yeah.
That's a really
you don't know. And then or even an introduction with the cult at a lower level, and then then you go do some stuff, and then you get back to it and you're like, hey, wait, I remember these.
That's a cool idea because
yeah.
One of the things we did back in the 3 days is we had an adventure where it threw like bits of an adventure at you that you put in between other things. And I always love that concept, because I foreshadow things in my own campaign way ahead.
Yes.
So that's really cool idea.
I'm gonna agree with Shane on that. Yes, that's actually a really cool idea. So see what we do. We could, if we stayed on for another half hour, we could workshop this. We could probably flesh the plot out and everything.
Seriously.
The first 10 encounters. So
here's your chance, folks. Tell us what you want.
Yeah. So I mean,
we're always interested to hear what, in all seriousness, we're always interested, right, to hear what people are looking for. So great idea.
So okay, we are 1 minute from locking another monster. I'm getting the monster all queued up here on my list.
Nice.
So yeah, we yep. Let's give you your title. Yes, yeah, that's actually a good one. So
I like it.
Yeah, and back and forth. This could be the end. This could be it. Could be over. 4.5 minutes on that. And it is almost, I gotta wait for the official time. I can't give away another monster before it's time. Yes. Come on. Wow, what does that last minute actually go? So, all right, there it is. So we are unlocking our 11th monster.
Nice.
At 8:30. This is the Crystal Lure. This is a CR9 monstrosity with a bioluminescent lure. So think of an anglerfish made out of crystal that's part of the rock, and then its actual little head thing sticks out of the rock, and it looks like a crystal, and you go to touch it, and then of course then the thing bites on you and everything. So that's actually cool. It's ironic we say that. We have had a run of anglerfish type monsters for Dungeon Denizens 2. And this product, I've actually had to turn away several of them because we're getting like kind of too many of them.
And understand, folks, that's hard for Chris to do.
It is because it's based on a fish.
If it's
So,
based on a fish.
people need to go Google what an oarfish is
Yeah.
and give me ideas for statting up an oarfish. Because if somebody comes to me with a 5e statted up oarfish, I'm all over it.
And
So,
you
but an
know, Chris,
angler,
just
no.
recently they just spotted a real black demon fish.
Yeah,
Broad
those are
daylight.
crazy
I don't know if
looking.
you read about that,
Yes. So,
which is kind of
all right.
crazy.
We didn't do it. We are $98 away.
Oh,
Somebody put a little bit of
so
extra money on
close.
it, but not a lot. However, it is 8:30 at night, and my buddy Rick needs to go. He's got stuff to do.
Well,
I
my
need to go
cat's
get some
staring at
food.
me, so
Yeah, so we are going to actually end this live stream now. We thank everybody. I've been on since 3 o'clock Eastern time. So what's that? 5.5 hours. It's a
wow.
long time to
Yeah,
be
you
on
earned your
live
keep
stream.
today. Holy smoke.
But like I said, the campaign isn't over until we goes every 10 minutes from someone, people back or throw extra money on it or actually pledge. It's still going to keep going. So everybody have a great night. Rick, thank you so much. Elena on the other side of the glass, thank you very, very much. We're going to sign off.
Yeah.
Thank you guys all for a wonderful campaign.
Thank you, folks, for the support and the comments.
It's been great.
Yeah.
So everybody have a great rest of your night. Be careful with the snow out there if it's snowing in your part of the world. And we will see you guys on the next one. Bye.
Good night.